Fighting and taking care of the white martial arts disciples at the same time was a bit too much. This made him a little angry. Marang Bo and Jae Gal Mi, who were nearby, also quickly stood up to wait for the opportunity. Their job was to take their classmate or hold them tightly so that nothing could be done. To prevent this wild animal from getting there, maybe I should call 2 other friends. Only when Namgung Mae runs out of energy will he be able to return to normal. I know it will be difficult, but not doing it will hinder the elders' work. The first time you have to have Master Ryu Yeon to overcome it. Is it okay for you to go crazy the second time? No one can predict whether or not if you want a safe measure, just leave it alone. It's annoying to have to fight with someone who has no sense like this. Staying with the leader's situation, the gang's not doing too well. Even though they're on equal terms, in the long run, it's hard for the old alcoholic to eat again. Realizing this, Yang Yung-hyuk used his strength again. Swing the sword to sneak attack. He should have invited Eon Yeon-wee too, but now that she feels moved, she will probably run away. The sword grazed her ribs and extended downwards due to the strong thrust. Yu Ya-oin lightly dodged to the side. It's because his senses are inherently perfect. Hong Seo-gul shouted to be careful of the enemy who is luring him. It's better to speak early, so now his strong hands have caught him. Teaching assistant. With just one hand, he pulled the body that was doing light work and then slammed it to the ground several times. Next, the whole person was thrown away to another place so that the remaining people could be dealt with one by one. Single Hoang Kwa is useful, although its side effects will affect the user. The war became even more chaotic, unable to grasp the situation. While Hong Seo didn't know what to do, Gul realized that the dangers had returned. The assassins who had been punched unconscious after eating the elixir had now regained their health. They stood up without showing any pain, just silently searching for their child. Bait. The drug that the gang investigated until today to know its true uses. Hong Seo-gul tried to calm down and looked at them. Not sure when they all became skinny as a longtime drug addict. Unlike body changes, strength doesn't decrease but increases dozens of times. Can only hide or run away, but there are too many people to protect. Hong Seo-gul shouted an announcement again, but no one responded. The 2 snake class students were busy with Namgung Mae. One Pyo and assistant teacher Yang also had a similar situation. Your teacher Tu Na Mi was probably on a tree watching or looking for a way to escape. The actual battle was indeed fierce, but I also sympathized with the lion masters who had been traveling back and forth to trade goods for many years. Yang Yung-hyuk recalled. Ryu Yeon's words asked him to take good care of the kids. That was nowhere to be seen, only the teaching assistant was about to cry because he didn't care. Then something good happened to all of them as the dark shadows slowly landed on the ground. Master Ryu Yeon returned after being absent with the excuse of returning home to visit his family. I was wondering why you guys didn't move, it's so chaotic. He is the character that the whole class and the clan elders look forward to from morning till night. If this person was present from the beginning, would the snake class not be injured to the point of ruin? Surely the kids are the ones who have been waiting the longest. With that confident expression, Ryu Yeon definitely needs to cripple the assassins for daring to harm his disciples. He looked over the cat class's Na Mi sect disciples also opened their mouths in surprise because someone let men wear skirts. But first we need to solve the serious problem that the snake class is about to hide. The assassins should change to zombies to make the meaning of the look. Ryu Yeon wondered if they were what the hell did you eat to become so ravaged and crazy. No one said anything and the master himself would have to feel it himself. A few suicides rushed in as if they thought they had just appeared the easiest to eat. He lost his human voice, only knew how to attack silently. The attack speed was many times faster than when he had just eaten the single rain. In contrast to the difficulties that everyone from the teaching assistants to the elders to the disciples received were just a wave of the hand. That simple action was enough to help Ryu Yeon have complete information about these people. About the mask was quickly pulled out from his chest and placed on his face. So you guys are unconscious, so you don't know what to fear, right? This power is very different from when fighting with the White Male Palace. Everyone was startled and worried. No one told anyone, everyone ran together to his council. 6 lightning-fast shadows in the fiery night. The atmosphere quickly approached. Their opponent is now no longer the snake class teacher but Ryu Yeon, the person who 20 years ago stirred up the Great War of Demons and beheaded the demon sect leader. About peace for martial arts. With that extremely classy title, this quantity is too small to produce 3 more power. Even though he is very fast, Ryu Yeon is twice as fast and faster than him. Moves completely differently. An expert who reaches the highest level in the world will not need to use any weapons at all. Every part of the body is a deadly weapon attached. Extensive experience in combat. The energy released from the dantian poured into a single finger that was preparing to strike. The slash cut through space as if cutting in half a few rampaging people. That. Quick and easy, this is the real assassin at the head of the famous Black Flower organization. Each piece of flesh fell like rain, creating a horrifying animation that scared the witnesses. Only now did the clan elder truly see the talent of this living legend. He and his assistant Yang both believed he was strong, but when he witnessed it with his own eyes, he secretly increased his confidence. On the contrary, people who have been doubting that the snake class master is the cat master for a long time must also be sweating. Eon Yeon Wee, the sinister beauty of the righteous side, feels that that source of pure energy is terrible. The 50 assassins equipped with magic potions have now become piles of meat scraps. Their leader no longer has any will and is now just a small ant huddled in a corner. Before sending him off, follow his accomplice Ryu Yeon, who needs to find out information about this situation. The pressure that pressed down made Yu Yaoen speechless, sweat pouring out of his forehead like a bath. Have you ever heard of the monster that is the obsession of both evil sects and shamanism? But right now he can't describe it. Even though the master keeps asking to tell him quickly, he needs to find a way. If he doesn't say it, he'll die. If he says it, he'll die. Yu Yaoen is in trouble. Lunged at the crossroads where he had the choice of many deaths. The oppression from the aura that the single ring created was also sucked into the very auras that Ryu Yeon formed. In the end, he understood not to show off his prestige, he temporarily stopped it. Just as he finished, a puddle of blood unconsciously coughed out from his mouth. Surely once he calms down, there will be a lot of useful information. Useful. Seeing such a terrible homeroom teacher, the snake class students were so confused that they forgot to ask the teacher to prove. The power that Marong Bo felt was the same as his father, the head of the Marong household. Jia thought so, but the boy dismissed it and thought that this was dozens of times more than enough. Is that really the weak master I thought he was? Is he really Ryu Yeon? True. They both seemed to forget that there was still a young monster behind their obsessions. Namgung Mae was oppressed, so from the moment Ryu Yeon lost his temper, he immediately searched for him. The assassin leader. The chill gently passed by the two friends and aimed straight at the position where he was about to be tortured. Which target will the male lead choose first, the evil guy who specializes in sneak attacks? Or is it the person who saved a life when he first joined the White Path shop? There really was no choice. With that high movement speed, how could Ryu Yeon not sense it? He turned around sharply, but it seemed like there was no killing intent or move at all. Just like the one-shots, Namgung Mae also quickly fell into the master's palm. Recognizing his mischievous student, Ryu Yeon felt excited. There needs to be a strict punishment or kick him out of the classroom. That will be resolved after Namgung Mae's animalistic temper is gradually cooled down. Just like the first time Ryu Yeon used it, the familiar way is to suck out all the evil internal energy that is invading the body. It didn't take too long for the body that exuded the smell of anger to be completely healed. Perhaps after the incident this male lead seriously needs to learn how to control his mind. Throwing the student's body to the ground, Ryu Yeon turned to interrogate Yu Yaoen. Can we start now? I ask if you have eaten. Why are you so crazy? Responding to the master is not an answer but fear. Go away, you damn monster. Think for yourself who is the real one here is a monster. I cherish innocent and immature people like my little disciples. You don't look at your appearance and you don't know. Ryu Yeon pointed straight and said the killer, the assassin leader, is the monster. The medicine stopped working and he became numb because of that innocuous sentence. Finally, to cover up and justify his brutal actions, he groaned. Yu Ya-oen blamed himself like this on the hypocritical political faction. "It was you who created me like this," he shouted, forgetting everyone in front of him. If it had been someone else, he would probably have died, but the master calmly listened to his thoughts before dying. "Because of the stupid actions of the martial artists of the Martial Arts Alliance, I lost everything." Yu Ya-oen is immersed in a sad past full of love, resentment in the streets. He used to shoplift since he was young and then was beaten to death by anyone who saw him all the time. To make a living and existing in this chaotic mess, he had to fight for it and live on his own until now. That's what you righteous faction has caused us to be like. It's also really pitiful and worthy blame, but this is the choice he made when he opened his eyes at birth. Injustice is everywhere and there are evil spirits. In the end, it is just a society where people have to survive according to their instincts. What he said was not wrong, so Master Ryu Yeon did not deny it. However, as said, everyone has their own choice and Yu Ya-oen chose the ending he was about to receive. There are many more pitiful people who need sympathy like this guy, so they absolutely must be removed from that list. The mysterious blue aura appearing shows that time is about to end. Monk the woman used an empty photographer to choke his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe and his body floating in the air. Yu Ya-oen's last chance was here when Ryu Yeon asked him to speak up because he didn't want to watch too much. His past. The more important thing here is to talk about who he did it for and where he got that terrible medicine. Yu Ya-oen's eyes blurred and blood flowed from his nose and mouth again, and he tried to say that it was blood inflammation pills. Master heard every word clearly, and it seemed like he also knew a little bit of information. Before he died, the leader of the assassins mentioned the address as the headquarters. Delivery of goods. He thought that if he told the truth, he would live, but not with everything he had done. This guy needs to go to hell to repent. As soon as he finished speaking, his head exploded like a bomb had been placed. Inside, each piece of flesh shot out and the brain also scattered everywhere. It's not that Ryu Yeon didn't pay attention to Yu Ya-oen's life story. More than anyone else, he understood that life and death must have a fate, life or death. Go hand in hand, so each person has the right to choose those two doors. However, once you have the answer, it will also come with responsibility. One day, not far nor near, Ryu Yeon knows he will face the court of conscience where everything he has done is judged. If the journey is short, it is already decided by God, or if it is long, it is no longer important. Everything seemed to be over with the assassins, but it was not over with Namgung Mae. Right now he was in an unknown void where he could not escape. That weak, vulnerable soul continued to I'm so deep that it's hard to find my own direction. The second time I lost control and was possessed by the monster that was always waiting for an opportunity to explode. A small internal struggle she also appeared. The dangerous thing that some stranger gave him to use, is it a danger or is it an opportunity that creates the premise for the future? Master Ryu Yeon explained like the small dandine, it is necessary to neutralize both the essence and the negative energy, but now everything is out of reach. Not even a little internal mind work from the family has appeared to protect the subject. Namgung Mae was truly devoured by that beast because of her great attachments. It is correct to say that personality is true, but it is not correct because personality is something that people are born with. That thing took advantage of the mind. The thought of wanting to protect his loved ones to completely control his body. The situation where Lady Ah-rin stuck out her body to block a fight is the pinnacle of helplessness. Who will protect whom in this situation? When others had to always follow closely to protect Namgung Mae. He couldn't even balance his own anger. So that monster was born from many inhibitions, then unleashed his full strength. Did the male lead intend for it to appear because he was too weak? For humans, the most sinful lie is self-deception, my best friend. It's despicable, but it doesn't stop at this. Namgung Mae is also haunted by not being able to satisfy everyone's expectations. But the people he loves the most, you may think differently, but your soul is tainted by evil. If the outside is the same, the fear inside has increased 100 or 1,000 times. Just like that, it nibbles like a delicious piece of cake. Then when you finish eating it, you need to serve it. But until now, I can't get anything anymore, so I have to stay in the depths of my soul. There are so many reasons for Namgung Mae to become a monster. The shame of the family. In his young life, the male protagonist has had to receive too many terrible attacks. A woman he will never forget, that person will be the driving force of his desire to develop. Limited talent development. But then we have to mention one more important detail, or more specifically, Master Ryu Yeon. For the first time, he also sucked out all the evil energy and harmonized everything. Returning to nature. And the second time as mentioned, the master was still there in time to handle the things that even his father could not do. Among thousands of evil thoughts, it is impossible to escape the vicious cycle. Just then, Ryu Yeon's voice rang out. Namgung Mae needed to wake up or else he would forever stay inside, letting the monster roam. With that gentle snap of his fingers, the male lead breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly stood up, clearly feeling the pain in his skin. The dream was so real that he wondered if it was real or just a fantasy. A very familiar hoarse voice rang out and turned out to be Yu Ah-rin. Proactively taking care of her. She gently asked after the landlord, Namgung, but it seemed a bit forced. Transforming herself into a gentle and emotional girl seems a bit difficult for the female knight. Luke Dean is respected by the whole city of Sichuan. Ah-rin silently observes the small man who herself has been criticized for love. Not even half of her life has passed, but she's not sure if it's black or red. Namgung Mae is the ideal model. Maybe he didn't realize it yet, but Ah-rin's expressions and actions were too obvious. While trying to apologize for blocking a slash, Nami's disciple ran away in panic, saying he had to go and tell the doctor to come and examine him. That bastard had injured her, so why was she so indifferent? As he thought about it, he asked himself where he was. This place seems so different from the white martial arts because it's the martial arts itself. Because of curiosity and the whispers of walking and moving completely filled the quiet space of the early morning. The window was gently pulled open. And what caught my eye was a bustling street scene. In front of Namgung Mae's eyes was a small corner in Hebei Citadel, the place where the Thiat Nguyen merchant group brought goods to trade. If we say so, then the mission completed excellently. What else? When there are so many questions, since when did Master Ryu Yeon sit on the roof and ask what you were doing? Namgung Mae was startled and almost fell over without even having time to bow and immediately asked the teacher, since when were you here? Ryu Yeon did not answer, but just reminded him that when he was absent, he told him to practice inversions. When he was not on a real combat mission, he asked him to practice hard, otherwise his luck would be easy. In a state of rage. When going crazy, Namgung Mae only remembered Yu Ya-oen's sarcastic words and the knife wound on Ah-rin's body and then disappeared. Both the priests apologized to each other. Some regretted that they were lazy to practice. Others said that they were negligent and did not pay attention to their disciples. Also, from the fight with the assassin, he made a big decision. And after the whole story with the head of the Namgung family, I decided to teach you the martial arts that I personally created. What a lucky thing, that person originally trained the snake class. Very good evidence that each student maximizes their strengths and limits their weaknesses. Dad has agreed that now it's my decision. Ryu Yeon hugged her back that was about to break and stood up as she wanted and left. Do you want to become my righteous disciple right now? Namgung Mae was quite hesitant, not because he refused, but because this was what he wanted. Very quickly, without having to think too much, he firmly agreed. So both sides volunteered for the time being. Ryu Yeon turned to go over the basic rules because he had never accepted anyone as a disciple. Just ignore the complicated rituals, after all I am the master of the entire snake class. Always keep this a secret, it's between the two of us. If the other 4 friends knew, they would definitely be jealous, and this is something no one wants. I also heard that something happened while on the way to escort goods to Hebei. I almost died protecting a child in a nomadic village. Isn't that really weird? Having said that, my master is very proud of his heart. Namgung Mae's generosity despite not having much strength. The first time being praised by others made him emotional. Many people will find it normal, but the last son of the Namgung family considered it as precious gold and silver. Suddenly there was a bustling sound outside. The doctor and his friends heard the news, knocked on the door and ran in. Actually, there was no need to do it out of politeness. Because it was Ah-rin who kicked the motel room door open. After going through many hardships, Marang Bo did not keep his distance. He proactively asked about his health, which had not yet recovered, but still wandered around. It's too much. I was thinking about saying that a master was coming, but I remembered that worshipping a master and learning about religion is a secret, so that's it. When I turned back, Ryu Yian had disappeared, as if he had never been there. A moment later, the doctor helped Namgung Mae back to bed and checked his pulse to check the situation. He has been in the profession for decades and has saved many patients, but has never seen a child patient recover so quickly. The old man's face looked unhappy, so Ah Rin gritted his teeth and clenched his fist to order whether the young master was okay or not. Seeing in front of him that the female force field was causing disgust, the doctor could only stammer and say that now he just needs to return. It's okay to restore energy. To be sure, Na Mi's disciple forced him to swear an oath, otherwise he wouldn't have to imagine the ending. Ignoring the health issue because he couldn't stand curiosity, Gal Mi had to speak up. She wanted to know what the secret was in that uncontrollable power. She pondered and thought that this was like having a second personality, or like Master Ryu Yian did when wearing a mask. That's true because in their normal state the two are quite similar, but when they go crazy they become different people. Namgung Mae was quite confused and didn't know how to respond. I found out the hidden meaning of the need to keep it a secret. That's true, if everyone knew, it wouldn't be so difficult to understand. Nothing, I said something similar to that. Everyone definitely won't understand. Only Ah Rin felt Ryu Yian's presence, but then she ignored it because she needed to be with her man. Real combat training has ended. The snake and cat classes both performed excellently, and I don't know what the results of the remaining 10 classes will be. At the highest place in the city, while chilling and enjoying the view, Master Ryu Yian met his great-grandmother again. Nyan. It's been a few years since I last saw your face. Where have you been gone for so long? In the past, Master and Elder Hong were teammates, so Ryu Yian greeted him like an alcoholic, team leader. Hong Seo Gul heard these two words were so formal, he had to laugh and refute. I was only temporary team leader for 3 months during the war, which is a long time ago. For a master is a group leader for a day, he is still a group leader for the rest of his life. It sounds a bit awkward when the story is changed to the upper and lower levels. What can I say? I have ceded that position to someone more capable. Even though we have worked together for many years, the clan elder is still quite curious. He got closer and wondered if the legendary mask would look like this if the legendary mask was removed. That's right, this is extremely important news, so that person wanted to inform the gang. Ryu Yian knew he wasn't pretty due to his terminal cancer, so he was quite shy. He changed the subject and said he was no longer the leader of the Black Flower. This was nothing. It's strange that the war is no longer there. And Hong Seo Gul has also heard about the dissolution of the Black Flower a long time ago. In addition, he is also the person who holds a lot of intelligence information in this Central Plains. Master immediately asked what the information about the blood flame pill was. Being a longtime friend, the gang elder didn't explain too much. He fumbled in his chest and pulled out the ring. The box contains a single pill. The goods are there but the ingredients are dead. I will leave here and go to the two families to investigate, so there will be news soon. There is definitely something in this sentence related to Sichuan Tangmen, a place quite familiar to Ryu Yian. You want to ask about this thing, which means you still don't know anything about it. As he spoke, the elder purposely gave it to the master to see. See if there's anything special inside. Holding the item in his hand, the master also told the story of going alone to the assassin's territory. After killing everyone and destroying the hideout, the place in the forest that Yu Yaoan mentioned is a place not far from Dongdin Lake. When I interviewed him, I didn't know much. Coming in person to make sure of a few things is the most important thing. However, it seemed that Ryu Yian was many steps late. As soon as he stepped inside, there were many brutally murdered corpses. This place was also a mess, and upon inspection, it seemed it's like some force has destroyed the mouth. The slash looks very strange. It can be said that the impact force is like tearing the body apart. If nearly 100 people can't hold back, their strength is fierce. The defenders are also quite strong. As he acknowledged the situation, he went deep inside to look for clues. The inner hall of the organization was like a pile of ruins and was attacked by strange attacks. It's been many years since Master saw this fierce battle. While groping his way back and forth, he suddenly felt something. As he walked straight into the study hall on the second floor, there's not much left. The leader of the assassins died unexpectedly with fatal wounds all over his body. Paying closer attention, it was a bit strange that made the master have to ponder for a long time. The body was covered in blood and it seemed like the killer deliberately rearranged it and created the words. The words written in blood had meaning Ryu Yeon had been here before. Listen, it seems a bit strange because Ryu Yeon hasn't really done anything and has just arrived. After listening to the clan elder, he felt like he didn't stand out at all. This is also true, but when he opened the box, Ryu Yeon knows there are many other problems. The appearance of another Ryu Yeon is definitely an imposter. No one in the Martial Arts Alliance knows that the real one is teaching martial arts in the White Martial Arts Hall. The key is the trace that the imposter leaves wherever he goes. Hong Seo-gul was startled, but it's no joke that I haven't said it yet. Every place that villain went left an inscription in blood. In addition, there were many completed forms in those places, but most of them were confiscated or destroy all of them. If one deliberately leaves one behind, then one will be dealt with, which means there are many people involved in this case. If so, then only the Middle Sky Merchant Group remains, so we need to go there quickly to understand. The elder wanted to go there quickly to punch that fat merchant group leader in the face. After all, he doesn't need anyone to escort him with such a high martial position. I just want to contribute. For a little while, reason told me I needed to go to that place. Master didn't insist, he just wanted to say goodbye because it had been a long time since the two of them had seen each other. The gang elder acknowledged that kindness, but he seemed to be able to protect himself. They both said goodbye quickly, but soon they would meet again. Only Ryu Yeon was left alone and started thinking again about the traces he left behind. Discovered. The weapon looked very familiar. He was speculating whether it was related to one of the old members of the Black Flower Giant. Before he dared to make a clear determination, the gang elder turned around. Come back. There must be something wrong for an alcoholic to do something like that. Ignoring Ryu Yeon's question, he continued to look thoughtfully into his eyes. His eyes were dark from lack of sleep, but Hong Seo-gul, on the other hand, thought it was very elegant. Now I understand why they let you be the master at the White Martial Arts Hall. As he spoke, the elder leaned on his cane and tied it to the ground, looking towards him. The children were laughing. They both used their vision to observe carefully and had separate thoughts. They had gone through a fierce war to gain peace, but they did not. From the actual combat training, it is enough to understand how difficult it is for the children to adapt to the immediate dangers. Thousands of people have laid down their lives in exchange for peace in the martial arts. We sacrifice to protect the future of our blood. Please open your heart and embrace the children well. The clan elder seems to want to send a message to Master Ryu Yeon. A very wonderful story. It's so big that they both need to drink some wine to vent their feelings. So Toy Bat's trip to the merchant group has temporarily slowed down a bit. The longtime friends eat, drink, and talk about everything. At night, everyone goes home. At the same time, Anhui City is the main area of the Namgung family. While Namgung Mae was happily practicing again, it seemed he had forgotten one thing. Before joining the White Martial Arts School, the senior brother had forbidden him, but the two of them had a promise about the return date. Knowing that his younger brother is weak and that Namgung-il also has resentment and hatred since his mother returned to immortality. With all those billions of reasons and the matter of being a small householder, this person feels dissatisfied. Compared to the fifth younger brother, who has no martial position at all, the great master Namgung is still given the title Thien Long by the world, on par with the younger generation of many of the 5 great families and the 9 sects of the clan. Surely he will not let his junior brother freely play outside without returning to the house as agreed. A group of masked people target the snake class. They are assassins was hired by the leader of the Central Thien Chamber of Commerce to destroy the Thiet Nguyen caravan. From the beginning we knew the purpose was also to spread the blood inflammation ring. To deal with them, the Martial Arts Alliance had immediately set up an investigation team and went straight to the headquarters of that trade group. However, the political faction's forces were unable to do anything or get any information in time. Because when the officers as soon as the martial artist arrived, a horrifying scene occurred before his eyes. All those involved or in the caravan were dead. There were no traces left, not even the slightest bit. Nyat. Faced with a dead end where it was difficult to find the next direction, the leader had to gather everyone. After that, Hong Kwan, under the management of Martial Arts Alliance, continued to take over the investigation. He is a member of the enemy and also a famous assassin organization of the political faction. Some more time passes at the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance. Almost all of the master who directly taught 12 classes was present, but 2 people were absent. Before becoming teachers, they were also famous masters in martial arts. Each of them had their own skills, a unique look, and come from many sects and clans in the world. Only a few of us have grasped the information after actual combat training. In addition, most of the remaining need to learn more. The snake class's field training results are quite good, but Master Ju Wei finished drinking his tea and also spoke up and asked how the other classes were. Ho Suk Ying finished listening. Then she smiled sarcastically. What a rat. She's a tiger class teacher, so she looks quite hot-tempered. Besides trampling the surrounding plants, what else can she do? Is there anything else you can do? So maybe everyone was taking the time to argue to see who was tougher than who. Master Cat's mixed beak also refused to sit still, even though she rarely did so, and even said that Ho Suk Ying was evil. Sect. I'm still upset. You guys find another place where there's no one left to continue arguing. There's a lot of people watching here. It's not fair for Master Tiger to say that Master Cat is an old ant. Don't talk like that. People call me Phi Angel Girl or Phi Hong Fairy. You can also call Father by this title when you come to paganism. Every word is like stabbing him made the anger in his master's heart gradually rise. To cool down the 2 formidable women, Ox Class Master Budong Guan spoke up. This is a symptom of a meeting, so everyone please shut up. Everyone must know that today, the martial arts leader is the one presiding over the discussion. Compared to my bad temper. For women, the horse class master was strangely calm. The leader asked for all 12 masters to be present, but why were there only 10 people? Sei Jiam Moon spoke up. Why didn't I see the 2? Does anyone know that the master of the snake class and dragon class called them for a meeting? So from a noisy space like a fish market, everyone was silent and willing to die. About 5 minutes later, from outside, the servants announced the arrival of the martial master. Indeed, Sword Master Quan Yun is prestigious in the political sect, so everyone had to stand up and pay respects. The master slowly entered the meeting room followed by the old man. This age has always been the strategist of the J. Gal family. There must have been something related to the White Martial Arts Hall, so he sent someone to call the masters. As soon as I sat down, the strategist gave it to me. Owner to read through the details of each thing that needs to be discussed with the classes. All classes of the White Dojo returned safely after the actual combat training session. We will hear each person's report. Experience this time. This will be a valuable asset for the future of our sect. Responding to J. Gal Son K, Quan Yun felt that not only the children but also the masters were having a hard time. He was too many thanks to the 10 masters here for what they have contributed to martial arts. With an unkind attitude, the master of the rat class personally spoke up. There must be a problem. That's why this person feels very dissatisfied. He requested all the masters to be present, but out of 12 people, there are only 10 here. Understand Ju's intention. Martial Master Wei didn't say much. Perhaps only those who actually met those 2 people would know the reason. Master Mio himself knew it too much but didn't want to. She understood from the beginning that everyone was not on the same side as the snake class master. All the masters of the White Dojo were top experts in the martial arts world, or else they were in a super realm. However, compared to Master Ryu Yian, it is truly a world of difference. Master Ryu Yian's level is probably the highest in the eyes of a fairy who must reach the mystical realm, but she is still so difficult to understand. What about the dragon class? According to the master of martial arts, the snake class and dragon class are exactly the masters that he respects very much. One of them is my friend of 20 years with the reputation called Ryu Yian. It wasn't until they heard the words of the master of martial arts that the masters in the meeting believed it. Each of them recognized the rumors about the person who taught them. The snake class is the truth. Surely there is still one person who knows besides the cat class master, that is Gwi MyeonDok. He himself is also a pig class master and once exchanged a few rounds that almost killed him. I'm so depressed right now. The chicken class teacher named Jang Yong thought the air conditioning in the conference room was too cold, so he saw the pig teacher shivering. The story about Master Ryu Yeon probably doesn't need to be said too much because everyone knows it, and in the end, the martial arts leader also mentioned information about the dragon class master. It's unclear how Kwon Yoon will say it. Moved to the open area solid class dormitory. Saying open area, but actually this is the training campus for 5 members of the class. Still extremely heavy basic exercises that Ryu Yeon gives to his beloved students. From early morning, the whole class had to lift weights for breakfast to exercise. Unlike basic exercises, the kids will have to lift up and put down. Up to 3,000 times. In the eyes of teaching assistant Yang, the students were all too familiar with this training. While he was giving many other exercises, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. Presence. Needless to say, those eyes were focused on the youngest son of the Namgung family. Since the day he returned from completing his actual combat training, Rin had forgotten to sleep day and night. Eat. My young master Namgung Mae looks so handsome and delicious today. The senior sister next to me must also be depressed. Can it continue like this? You really don't know anything, right? As she spoke, she showed the other person the secret technique to seducing men. This is the famous best-selling book on the street, The Third Secret Technique to Capture a Man's Heart. He is a soft string tied tightly. Hearing that gave me goosebumps, making my sisters sob because they are all at the age where they want a boyfriend. I have been too rude lately, so now I'll hide and keep my distance from him. Then later my husband will wonder why I haven't seen him yet and will look for him. It's like having telepathy. Namgung Mae, even though he's tired, don't forget to remember her while working out. A few days ago, when he was lifting weights, he saw Rin's face, but after 2 days of returning, his beauty was no longer in his eyes. Just finished lifting weights. The teaching assistant reminded everyone to take a break after packing up their tools. If we talk about the Na-Mi disciples, we also have to see if the Shaolin disciples are still sad at this time. After receiving the terrible beauty, one Pyo became vulgar and no longer kept silent according to what the staff at home had told him to do. Maybe he was trying to say anything because he returned to the temple. Will be severely punished. It turns out that's the case, but I have to sympathize with him because his ideal model has already collapsed. Just now, he looked like he was trying so hard to practice. It looked like his body was. The young master is also okay, right? Morong Bo spoke up. The whole class became more and more familiar with each other, and the young master of the house Morong also thought that the young man of the Namgung family was getting stronger. That's right, after meeting the assassins he became different. Much more special. Moreover, the effort you put in must be equal to the assassins we faced. Before Miss J. Gal's comment, the pharmacy disciples also noticed the healing wound. Dressing up faster than normal people. There were too many questions that needed to be explained to everyone in the class, so the male lead was very confused. While trying to cheat because Master Ryu Yeon asked to keep secretly, someone's voice can be heard. This place is the training area of the snake class. It is separate, so being present is impossible. The other man's voice looks in middle-aged and very sharp and serious. This kid's foundation is very solid. Let me ask what class you belong to. In the meeting room, the leader mentioned the name Ju Duk Hwa as the dragon class master. Everyone in this world knew that the storm sword was him, one of the 3 so-called 3 masters standing on par with Kwon Yoon and the legend of the evil sect. Is he really the dragon class master? Everyone was surprised by the master. Ryu Yeon is even more surprised by that master. The dog class master realized that if he mentioned the storm sword, he wouldn't be on par with the leader and evil sect leader. People like the storm sword would. How can she agree to become a small master at the White Dojo? These words of Gui show that she seems to know a lot with Ju Duk Hwa. In fact, it is just information that everyone in this world knows. I'm wondering if the masters here are all among the top 10 masters. If he is one of the transcendent trio, then he is even more powerful than everyone else. What else do we even have? Hearing the master of the martial arts burst into laughter because he was the only one who knew the reason. Even the leaders of the great sects could not endure the mystical realm or frustrated by not being able to reach that realm. The transcendent trio have all reached the mystical realm, and they are also the closest to the realm of life and death. After hearing that, the other person didn't know what to do because he was quite surprised by that power. He thought he was strong, but he didn't expect Ryu Yian to have so much spiritual energy. He was enjoying this like, is it fun? Should I take it seriously? It seemed like both sides still had no intention of stopping, so as soon as they stopped, they jumped up. Suddenly, due to liver cancer, the master coughed up blood because his body couldn't stand it. Seeing the opponent who was exposed to such a sword storm had to gradually lower his strength. Perhaps for him, this was enough to temporarily know Ryu Yian's strength. Soil and rocks fell like rain, the fresh air returned to normal. There were quite a few cracks formed after this incident. The solid layer will probably take more time to repair. Also, the two proactively let go of their swords and looked at Ryu Yian with his hands clasped behind his back and raised his voice. Maybe it's because I didn't control my strength well. Are you okay? Look, I know, I still ask my master, just coldly. Calmly saying that he is still as strong as an elephant. When I first heard that you wanted to be a master at the White Martial Arts Hall, I was very surprised. We both thought the same about this, neither of us believed that we had become a master. The world's greatest expert even teaches children. One of the world's greatest assassins actually became the master of the snake class. Looking at your face without a mask, I still don't believe that this is Ryu Yian. While chatting and all, from somewhere the beauty in Namgung Mae's heart came running with a haughty look. Square face, her features were clear and now they showed even more masculine features. Seeing other classmates coming, everyone turned their attention even though the teachers were still talking. Ah Rin squeezed Namgung Mae with both hands, repeatedly asking if it hurts anywhere. Let me take it off quickly and let me see. The whole class burst out laughing, but the only one was deep in thought. His goal was to find a disciple. I didn't expect to meet so many young people today. In Ju Duk Hwa's eyes, Ah Ren has infinite energy and a touch as hard as a rock. This is the martial arts body that God gave us. I'm dizzy. Ignoring the young couple's love story, he immediately asked Ah Ren, what's her name, where's her class, how old is she? The question seemed a bit difficult to get through, and the husband was injured and she didn't care. Look, I'm sorry, although I'm beautiful, I'm not interested in old people. Honestly, only Namgung Mae can swallow that good-looking face. Stormy Sword waved his hand and said, I'm different. Master Ryu Yian smiled next to him and took the initiative to answer. That girl is Yu Ah Rin from the Russian sect and is now a student in the cat class. Her expression started to look the same. Just like the Green Forest guys running not long ago. Looking at the appearance of the clothes, it looks like a woman, but why is it so strange? Stormy Sword now understands that the other person is a woman and not man. His face looked a little embarrassed and shy when he accidentally solicited it without success. Sorry, I guess I have to give up on you because you are a disciple of one of the 9 sects of the clan. Ignoring the matter of recruiting Master Ryu Yian, he continued to ask this master why he didn't come today. Meeting. Is that mandatory or not, because I only go around these places? If that's said so, do you also go to the meeting for masters? Thinking about it, Master Rat's words were a bit wrong when he grumbled about 10 people missing 2 people. In fact, Master Ryu Yian was still present and even left as early as possible to wait for the Master of Martial Arts. Due already as an assassin, his blood has been steeped in the profession for a long time, so the roll call is a bit different. The political roof of the Martial Arts League is where Ryu Yian is proficient in every loophole. Surely the Sword Lord Quan Yun will also sympathize. That's all because they are more or less longtime friends. The only thing missing from the meeting was the Dragon Class Master because Storm Sword was too interested in looking for disciples to teach martial arts. So I was the only one who didn't come. That old man will probably scold me and slap me in the face. Having finished speaking, the third monk left, but Ryu Yian still wanted to exchange more information but did not agree. Ju Duk-hwa muttered that you are the master. I just watched this class, nothing else is fun here. And when I finished listening, the master almost burst out laughing again but didn't dare show it. It's so interesting, especially your disciples. If you're bored, leave me alone. In the eyes of the 5 students in the class, everyone has their own unique things even though this is the first time we meet. It seems like everyone feels sorry for each other, so they should listen more. The snake layer grows like an old snake about to ascend to become a dragon. Thank you so much for praising Master Ryu Yeon, but he's confused as if he was about to express his respect and condolences but was dismissed. Why don't you talk? Let's relax a bit, even though we've never met before, but we're the same age. One of the 3 masters is probably the youngest due to his talent in martial arts. From now on, I think my candidate will be much more powerful than your disciples. Having finished speaking, Ju Duk-hwa tilted his hat to say goodbye and disappeared like the wind. As if it had evaporated in an instant, there were still so many things left unanswered that both the snake class master and his students were wanting to learn. J-Gal-Mi couldn't stand it, so she skipped the greeting and spoke up. Is that person really a storm sword or something? If it's true, it's a bit too much. Even though I've never met her, Master Ryu Yeon did not dare to deny it for a long time. Supreme Dragon technique can bring him to the level of the Transcendent Trio even though he is still very young. So I think he has to choose. Be careful of your descendants. There is no better place than the White Dojo because it is nurturing dozens of young talents who will definitely do great things in the future. Based on this situation, Master Ryu Yeon had to make very important announcements for her class. Saw Rin from another class but let it go. If she stayed then she could just listen. The news about to be told is extremely as important and not just for each snake class. According to what I understand, Master Ryu Yeon said that in the near future, all students will have to take the martial arts exam. More specifically, white martial arts, or in other words, the whole school will fight each other. I don't know the details yet, but the scene moves to the outer edge of the martial arts center. It's said to be very strong, but at this moment even the fierce swordsman had to stagger away after comparing his internal strength with Ryu Yeon. We had just met but the other person was so strong that it was hard to describe, making the third person sweat. If we punched each other with all our might, it's hard to imagine how much victory I'll get. Probably none because both of them originally belonged to the white faction of martial arts. Is he really Ryu Yeon? How interesting. I made the right choice to come here. The reason Ju Duk-hwa left so hastily was probably not to find a disciple, right everyone? With all the considerations of the dog master, that's so true. From the very beginning, Storm Sword became the leader of the martial arts league. It was nothing strange. But if you knew him well, I just figured it out. In response to the martial arts master's comments, Master Buffalo knew that this person was not in one place. The more he tried to catch him, the more he would run away, and the more he imprisoned him, the more he would run away. He will also disappear, so people call him Storm Sword. Everyone knows this, but most importantly, why did he become the master of the White Dojo? One day he sought me out and insisted on becoming a master, so I had to accept. In the eyes of the masters, Master Dragon seemed to be a childish person who was difficult to appease. It was true that one of the 3 masters would do such a thing. It's so strange. To learn more about Ju Duk-hwa's story, we need to go back in time 3 months ago. On a cool summer night while the martial arts master was playing a game of search and find difference. It was about to get exciting when suddenly there was a gentle breeze blowing into the room. Since he was a famous sword master in the world, he was not surprised when someone visited. The way the storm sword appeared was also quite special because he went straight into the martial arts league without anyone knowing. Even though he was on equal footing, Ju Duk-hwa still took a stance to greet Kwon Yoon is like a senior. Recognizing the Storm of Sword Alliance, he also spoke up to ask what wind brought him here. It must be very special to meet again after so few times without even fighting. Never learn from experience. Kwon Yoon went out the window and immediately saw alcohol bombs. Isn't he the one who is traveling everywhere to find a successor? Of course this is the intention of the Storm Sword, but finding a genius is not easy. This is really difficult, that's why I founded the White Dojo. Ju Duk-hwa did not hide its nothing because he also found a disciple, but on the contrary, that junior refused to become a disciple. After a period of monitoring and spying on his background, he knew that he had gone to that place. Hey, a person who can refuse a stormy sword must be a stubborn brat like you. That's right. Ju-duk-hwa smiled like he had a lucky break, popping the cork and gulping down wine. Speaking of the White Dojo, the story of insisting on becoming a master also begins here. Knowing that the child he likes is studying at the dojo, he decides to place his future disciple in same class as me. It sounds a bit annoying because the classes have been arranged and the martial arts leader is not an easygoing person. Because he didn't understand each other well, he chose the wrong class. One will show him what strength is. You must like him very much. Is it just for that reason or is there something else he's hiding? This old guy is also faster than me. I want to find more answers. Another candidate for my successor. What a greedy person who chose one and then looked for many other talented people as if to make money. This is also considered finding the only successor of wisdom and dragon magic, so we have to be careful in recruiting people. There was no way because we knew the character of our peers, so the leader agreed to do whatever he wanted. I thought I would have to go back and forth many times, but Kwon Yoon was a bit surprised when he approved. In the future, don't change your mind when I accept a disciple. The small condition in this matter is just to see if the child agrees or not. You can make suggestions, but the final decision is in the hands of the children. That's the way it is, so the masters here need to try their best to teach the children well. I don't want your disciples. Typhoon Sword and Ryu Yeon look down on other students. Of course everyone thinks so, but considering the martial arts realm, no one can compare to the two masters of the dragon and snake class. Back to the area snake class trainer. The students in the class are feeling a bit surprised when a stranger wanders around and suddenly appears. With a curious nature and a love for strong people, Ju-duk-hwa proactively flew to Namgung Mae's place. Even though he repeatedly asked for personal information and all, because he didn't know who it was, he didn't dare to answer. That sudden appearance only made him angry. Adding to the suspicion, Miss J. Gal had to appear on behalf of her classmate. J. Gal Mi politely introduced her juniors from the snake class of the White Dojo. Since the incident was mistaken, Master Ryu Yeon is a weak person, so she doesn't want to be deceived by appearances anymore. In J. Gal Mi's eyes, she guessed that this person must be as powerful as her master, so she asked him, "Noble character, why do people talk like that and make me feel like I'm old before my time?" Both the questioner and the listener were a bit confused because they did not receive an answer. Ju-duk-hwa snorted coldly and then began to roll his eyes at the snake class member. Perhaps he was looking to see who was the most prominent among this group to capture. Initially it was young Master Namgung, but because he was too talkative, he had to let it go. Un Ryong and Won Pyo were not special. What outstanding points, and J. Gal Mi is too talkative. Ignoring Namgung Mae for now, Ju-duk-hwa pointed at Murong Bo. Understanding what the senior meant, he also respectfully greeted him and spoke honestly. Identity. The last name is Murong, so it's definitely from the Murong family, so you need to take a look. The storm sword circled around the child's mouth, constantly muttering to remember this name. Furthermore, he even touched and checked the physical condition of his bones and everything. His actions were a bit rude and ticklish. Murong Bo covered himself with both hands. "Please, senior, please maintain your dignity. Truly a member of the family. Fame is different from physical fitness." Ju-duk-hwa nodded in praise. "If you consider this aspect, you will be stronger than the disciple I am satisfied with. But the time is still long and you need to check more carefully. If you pass the exam, carry a sack and stuff it away." Murong Bo was startled when he felt an aura about to emerge from the strange, anonymous senior. The boy unconsciously stepped back, his body stiffened to the point that he couldn't even walk steadily. Is it possible that the third venerable usually has such high criteria and chooses true disciples? The aura was so strong that it seemed to make Murong Bo's body instantly turn to dust. His expression now is exactly the same as when Jin Hyo in the nomadic village encountered the assassins. Namgung Mae is better but still afraid, so he mustered up the courage to ask to stop. Storm Sword didn't care but replied, "Don't bother me while I'm working." When he turned to look at him, he started to pay attention to Namgung Mae with greedy eyes. Look inside your body, there is a very strange source of energy. Before he could finish his sentence, he let out a hiss and the afterimage disappeared as lightly as a summer breeze. Ju Duk Hwa looked up and down and praised the layer of snakes and centipedes. There are a lot of special kids here, right? The old question keeps repeating, tell me which class are you in? The solid palm of your hand was about to continue touching it when another hand appeared. Like an invisible person. It turned out that the homeroom teacher had come and bluntly said that the children were my students. The sword storm was even more surprising than the person who needed to meet was finally seen. Ryu Yeon is like a living legend, so even the three elders have to respect a lot. The greetings of two different martial artists are shown. Each person practices in a different way. Ryu Yeon the master is an anti-airflow where there is endless chaos. And the storm sword comes from the most mysterious house in the world. The people who are affected right now are the 5 snake class students who are all about to scream. Asked for help because the ground was cracking across a large area. Who would have thought that one day one of the 3 masters would confront the #1 assassin of the main martial arts sect? Everyone in the class was, I know that my master is as strong as the person standing there. The spiritual power is too terrible, the air is so stuffy that each breath is not natural. Just stepped out of the world, but the children had to face many dangers, even the extremely powerful experts. During the climax, one Pyo suddenly opened his mouth. I had seen that person before. He went to the temple to look for alcohol and prostitutes. It's all chaos. Dare to come to a place that people value as much as Shaolin Temple. This guy must be crazy. One Pyo tried to use his eyes to recall his memory. Finally the boy, according to the host that year, called him the Storm Sword. When mentioning this name, how could those on the white side not know? But such is the prestige, and when in person after examining the strength, it is true as rumored. The climax of the battle of internal strength is probably coming to an end. Although Master Ryu Yeon's arm is okay, the sleeve is crushed. Are you planning to continue this matter anymore? After hearing that, the other person didn't know what to do because he was quite surprised by that power. He thought he was strong, but he didn't expect Ryu Yeon to have so much spiritual energy. He was enjoying this like, is it fun? Should I take it seriously? It seemed like both sides still had no intention of stopping, so as soon as they stopped, they jumped up. Suddenly, due to liver cancer, the master coughed up blood because his body couldn't stand it. Seeing the opponent who was exposed to such a sword storm had to gradually lower his strength. Perhaps for him, this was enough to temporarily know Ryu Yeon's strength. Soil and rocks fell like rain, the fresh air returned to normal. There were quite a few cracks formed after this incident. The solid layer will probably take more time to repair. Also, the two proactively let go of their swords and looked at Ryu Yeon with his hands clasped behind his back and raised his voice. Maybe it's because I didn't control my strength well, are you okay? Look, I know, I still ask my master, just coldly. Calmly saying that he is still as strong as an elephant. When I first heard that you wanted to be a master at the White Martial Arts Hall, I was very surprised. We both thought the same about this, neither of us believed that we had become a master. The world's greatest expert even teaches children. One of the world's greatest assassins actually became the master of the snake class. Looking at your face without a mask, I still don't believe that this is Ryu Yeon. While chatting and all, from somewhere the beauty in Namgung Mae's heart came running with a haughty look. Square face, her features were clear and now they showed even more masculine features. Seeing other classmates coming, everyone turned their attention even though the teachers were still talking. Ah Rin squeezed Namgung Mae with both hands, repeatedly asking if it hurts anywhere, let me take it off quickly and let me see. The whole class burst out laughing, but the only one was deep in thought. His goal was to find a disciple. I didn't expect to meet so many young people today. In Ju Duk Hwa's eyes, Ah Rin has infinite energy and a touch as hard as a rock. This is the martial arts body that God gave us. I'm dizzy. Ignoring the young couple's love story, he immediately asked Ah Rin, what's her name, where's her class, how old is she? The question seemed a bit difficult to get through and the husband was injured and she didn't care. Look, I'm sorry, although I'm beautiful, I'm not interested in old people. Honestly, only Namgung Mae can swallow that good-looking face. Stormy Sword waved his hand and said, I'm different. Master Ryu Yian smiled next to him and took the initiative to answer. That girl is Yu Ah Rin from the Russian sect and is now a student in the cat class. Her expression started to look the same. Just like the Green Forest guys running not long ago. Looking at the appearance of the clothes, it looks like a woman, but why is it so strange? Stormy Sword now understands that the other person is a woman and not man. His face looked a little embarrassed and shy when he accidentally solicited it without success. Sorry, I guess I have to give up on you because you are a disciple of one of the 9 sects of the clan. Ignoring the matter of recruiting Master Ryu Yian, he continued to ask this master why he didn't come today. Meeting. Is that mandatory or not, because I only go around these places? If that's said so, do you also go to the meeting for masters? Thinking about it, Master Rat's words were a bit wrong when he grumbled about 10 people missing 2 people. In fact, Master Ryu Yian was still present and even left as early as possible to wait for the Master of Martial Arts. Due already as an assassin, his blood has been steeped in the profession for a long time, so the roll call is a bit different. The political roof of the Martial Arts League is where Ryu Yian is proficient in every loophole. Surely the Sword Lord Quan Yun will also sympathize, that's all because they are more or less longtime friends. The only thing missing from the meeting was the Dragon Class Master because Storm Sword was too interested in looking for disciples to teach martial arts. So I was the only one who didn't come. That old man will probably scold me and slap me in the face. Having finished speaking, the third monk left, but Ryu Yian still wanted to exchange more information but did not agree. Ju Duk Hua muttered that you are the master. I just watched this class, nothing else is fun here. And when I finished listening, the master almost burst out laughing again but didn't dare show it. It's so interesting, especially your disciples. If you're bored, leave me alone. In the eyes of the 5 students in the class, everyone has their own unique things, even though this is the first time we meet. It seems like everyone feels sorry for each other, so they should listen more. The snake layer grows like an old snake about to ascend to become a dragon. Thank you so much for praising Master Ryu Yian, but he's confused as if he was about to express his respect and condolences but was dismissed. Why don't you talk? Let's relax a bit, even though we've never met before, but we're the same age. One of the 3 masters is probably the youngest due to his talent in martial arts. From now on, I think my candidate will be much more powerful than your disciples. Having finished speaking, Ju Duk Hua tilted his hat to say goodbye and disappeared like the wind. As if it had evaporated in an instant, there were still so many things left unanswered that both the snake class master and his students were wanting to learn. Gal Mi couldn't stand it, so she skipped the greeting and spoke up. Is that person really a storm sword or something? If it's true, it's a bit too much. Even though I've never met her, Master Ryu Yian did not dare to deny it for a long time. Supreme Dragon Technique can bring him to the level of the Transcendent Trio even though he is still very young. So I think he has to choose. Be careful of your descendants. There is no better place than the White Dojo because it is nurturing dozens of young talents who will definitely do great things in the future. Based on this situation, Master Ryu Yian had to make very important announcements for her class. Saw Ah Rin from another class but let it go. If she stayed then she could just listen. The news about to be told is extremely as important and not just for each snake class. According to what I understand, Master Ryu Yian said that in the near future, all students will have to take the martial arts exam. More specifically, white martial arts, or in other words, the whole school will fight each other. I don't know the details yet, but the scene moves to the outer edge of the martial arts center. It's said to be very strong, but at this moment the wind, even the fierce swordsman had to stagger away after comparing his internal strength with Ryu Yian. We had just met but the other person was so strong that it was hard to describe, making the third person sweat. If we punched each other with all our might, he would. It's hard to imagine how much victory I'll get. Probably none because both of them originally belonged to the white faction of martial arts. Is he really Ryu Yian? How interesting. I made the right choice to come here. The reason Ju Duk Hua left so hastily was probably not to find a disciple, right everyone? The White Martial Arts exam is an exam to find talented people who can lead political factions in the future. It was originally held every 3 years under the name of Dragon and Phoenix exam, or simply put, the 100 exam. Martial arts is a slightly smaller tournament. After the White Dojo was built, many talented people came, and the fighting rules and requirements of the exam were also changed a lot. Snake class listened after finishing. Some members also had questions for the master to explain in detail. After changing the name, it also changes the entire format. Is that correct, master? The rules are fine. In the 12 classes, only 6 classes are allowed to participate in the final round. Ryu Yeon already mentioned the final round. What about the parking round? According to him, the qualifying round will be held next year. In that round, you will have to compete and win as a team to advance to the final round. The difference between the qualifying round and the final round is that when you advance to the final round, you opponents will have to compete individually. If in the qualifying round, everyone will be teammates, but in the finals, everyone will become enemies. That sounds a bit too pessimistic, so the whole class will also look blankly each other and then looked at the master. Master Mio suddenly appeared without saying hello and talked about this issue. If the whole team loses, no matter how talented you are, you will not be able to advance to the final round. Again like that, it's really too difficult, it makes people frustrated. Everyone looked up to look at Eon Yeon Wee and she immediately flew down. From the top of the tree she landed on the ground, revealing long, white legs that are completely different from the disciples. The reason being in the snake class is so embarrassing. Ah Rin, why are you here? The leader of the cat class doesn't know what to say either. Maybe she should follow the call of love. Just because she's young, she speaks so rudely. You Ah Rin, you need to have your own opinion. As she said that, she looked at the bushes, meaning to call everyone. The class was huddled in the bushes. In the banana bushes, there were a few hoarse voices resounding yes. After cursing the students, Master Cat turned to talk to Master Snake. During the meeting, I didn't see you. I was about to say it again and then returned to the announcement. But as expected of the leader of the Black Flower, the news at the White Martial Arts Hall is also very quick, right? Ryu Yeon really wanted to say that she went to the meeting but didn't know how to explain. Even in the final round you will be our opponent, we will not hold back. Having finished speaking, she shouted and pointed at the group of strange women to return to the CAD training area. It seemed that Ah Rin did not want to. It must be because this woman was still very naked. In her mind of Namgung Mae, if you think about the class, everyone will be tortured to death. Without waiting for those words to come out, the other girl turned to look at him. Her expression seemed a bit I'm shy and don't dare look straight, but the words are very clear. The male lead's height is limited and he raises his neck as far as he can and waits to see what this friend will say. Maybe next time I won't be able to. I've seen you a lot, young master. Fighting with you makes me so embarrassed because now I've improved so clearly. Let's practice separately. You Ah Rin doesn't hear anything anymore, she's just sad. Why? God has torn our love apart. Now we are having to endure a long, cold winter that we don't know when it will end. But spring will finally come to us. That's it. Even though I don't know when, I will still preserve this body to wait for you. It sounds a bit thorny for Namgung Mae people, but you misunderstand the meaning. You just think now it's a difficult challenge, just try to practice martial arts and you'll probably be successful. Wait until Namgung Mae confidently says it without knowing what the deep meaning is. Young Master Mae also has it. I feel like I'm sure this is a challenge from my superiors calling down to me. So the young couple parted ways with many indescribable and indescribable emotions. At the end of the day, it was okay. By dawn the next day, the snake class had to gather very early after the homeroom teacher's order. Master Ryu Yeon emphasized the importance of the martial arts competition starting from the qualifying round. So from now on we will have to focus on fighting in formation, right? Jae Galmai has the quickest mouth, but the answer here is no. She seems confused about how to play as a team without practicing together. Last field training session we did so without thinking twice, even though we had never practiced before. Fighting in formation is truly formidable, but it also has its disadvantages. If one of members of the squad are seriously injured, what will the rest do? Or if the opponent takes advantage of the weaknesses of each member of the squad, what will we think? In the end, the squad is separated from the enemy and ambushes them. Then you will have to sit and wait to die. Fighting in formation is indeed very strong, but as long as one person is lost from the team, it is considered a loss. In the end it will become ineffective. This is the most essential weakness. Jia Cat Mi seemed to like tactics, so he seemed very upset and was immediately deceived by the teacher. In the past, the teacher Ryu Yian's father used to be an assassin. Maybe that's why he doesn't like working with many people. For an assassin, acting alone is very basic. Of course the disciple must be the same. Member the Black Flower Alliance all have their own secret training methods, and the same goes for the Black Flower Alliance. This is the most mysterious organization of the main martial arts sect that hardly anyone can know unless they have been a member. This is not just a rant for the students but also has another meaning. I noticed that from the beginning, when he entered the school, Master Ryu Yian never taught anyone, especially Namgung Mae. From now on, perhaps he will have to have countermeasures for each student so that no one loses. Qualifying round. To start, the master invited the kids to play the green light and red light game. The rules are simple. When the song sounds, everyone can move and wait until the song ends. Finish. A selected player will stand at the finish line, usually facing a wall or tree. The more he plays, the more he wraps himself around Marong Boy as if immersing himself in the surrounding environment. Gal Mi hates this type of kids. This one is still reluctant. The rules of the game are that the master will sing or say that when the light is green, everyone should go slowly, and when the light is red, everyone must stop. It turns out the secret method that makes the Black Flower famous is also thanks to this trivial game. The green light is on. The students slowly approach the master. Whoever can touch them wins. Because he has so many tricks, he knows who is in the lead and who is at risk. Lost. Suddenly the master sang the red light and one Pyo jumped out of the way before he could move. So the boy was eliminated without knowing why. Part of it was at the temple for so long that his mind was dull. Damn it, one Pyo screamed in disapproval and high-fived. You guys are far from fooling me because I'm the former leader of the Black Flower Giant. Who wouldn't? I know this, but teachers are supposed to teach martial arts. No one does it like this. Gal Mi is very bitter. But I don't know how to get the teacher to teach me how to practice. Master, this is the secret method. The true heir of the Black Flower Alliance, right? Ryu Yian thought the kids thought he was saying magic, so he immediately affirmed it was 100% correct. Seeing Gal's descendants keep frowning, he dismissed the question and explained. This training method is similar to a turtle breathing so that the babies will hide their existence. This is an important training method that the people of Black Flower University are very fast. If you can hide yourself in a chaotic battle, do you know that this is very beneficial? Just a very small difference can determine life or death. Obviously, if in a decisive situation we can hide, there is nothing better than. Theoretically, it's not wrong, but Namgung Mae is wondering. This is really hard to think about. If we try to stop moving, our body won't stop shaking. And if we use spiritual energy to stand, if you keep quiet, the amount of internal energy consumed is too great. At this point Gal Mi already has a headache, so she screams like tears are about to fall. The girl just thinks that this is just a child's game and no one uses it anymore. Here's another childish way. When practice ends, everyone goes to rest, but Namgung Mae is really just getting started. After the agreement between the homeowner and its acceptance, the two became teacher and student. The meaning of master and new disciple comes from this very moment. It was the first training session, so it also made the male protagonist very excited. Impatient and worried. Who would have thought that the weakest child of the Namgung family would have the honor of being Ryu Yian's true disciple? Just thinking about it makes me so happy. It truly is the glory of a character main. Namgung Mae raised his fists and greeted him politely. Master, I'm looking forward to today's practice. Master didn't say much but just reminded me how to practice Qigong to neutralize internal energy. You need to focus all the energy that is scattered throughout the body to the dantian. The effect is immediate when the two pulses mix and are concentrated in their right place. When all is concentrated, all the energy in the body and the dantian are becoming expanded. This is completely different from the previous exercise, and at that time he only had a little internal force. If the dantian was large, moreover, it means that you will be able to develop more martial arts skills compared to the rest of the class. Just testing it, Master Ryu Yian feels quite satisfied. He understands the first steps my student did very well, so I will start with the next steps. From now on I will prepare to teach you anti-element magic. This type of martial arts is also the most basic type of martial arts since the beginning of learning by the master. Although the internal strength of the two teachers and students are not compatible with each other, they have many similarities. Anti-element technique is something that there is still no one who can inherit at this time. The only person who is about to learn is none other than Namgung Mae, so that makes him even more interested. Ignore the martial arts of the family with times with the little he learned from his senior brother, he was able to freely perform moves with pride. In the internal mind technique of anti-element magic, it is like the way water flows downstream. Following nature is the rule. The law of necessity, and that can be said to be the law of nature. This applies to all creatures within that vast scope. It is already the rule of the world, but on the contrary, people always go against this condition. It can be said that humanity is a higher order organism standing at the top of the food chain. We have existed for thousands of years and no species can take over. Top position. From the beginning, humans knew how to plow and use fire to forge iron and steel. Instead of following the rules, humans took advantage of nature to evolve. The bottom line, the difference between other creatures is this. In the world order, only humans struggle to develop and exploit, so the method of accumulating energy is similar. Listen, being a bit long is enough to give Namgung Mae a headache because the words are a bit short. Master Ryu Yeon asked him again what the meaning of Dandine and Chuthin was. While cross-legged and neutralizing the Dantian, the male protagonist explains that the Dantian is the center of the body and the Chuthin is the circulation of energy of the Dantian in the body. This answer is not wrong, but it is only correct. Half. Dan temple is like a bowl in the human body to contain nature. Going a little deeper and to put it simply, the bowl in Namgung Mae's body is divided into high. Putting all of this together, it is very unnatural. The chaotic energy in your body is a terrible yang energy that can burn the energy veins. This is the premise for the male master to use his own internal force to separate it. If homeowner Namgung did not do so, the male protagonist's dantian and energy veins would definitely be burned. The first stage of the anti-element technique is the reverse. The beginning of the anti-element technique is also going against nature. After listening for a while, Namgung Mae finally understood that this was the reason the master wants you to use internal energy. The retrograde phase may have scared you, but this time your life may be in danger. When it comes to life and death, everyone shows the same expression as you. However, to change yourself to become strong and protect others, you can do it at any cost. Master Ryu Yeon was quite pleased and thought he would stand up and leave, but it wasn't. Child, it's really crazy for a son of a prestigious family to go against the flow. Now it's time for us to do even crazier things. Having said that, he took a basic stance and reached to hand and prepared to be a model for his disciples. Before the internal energy can be released, storms have already begun to radiate around. On the right is a blue aura symbolizing that the airflow is easily regulated. On the left, the colored energy source looks aggressive, it's called retrograde energy. Once both are present, the next thing to do is to fuse them into one. Sounds absurd, but it was convincing because it was similar to Namgung Mae's dantian. Just like that, both teacher and student focused on practicing. The scene moved to each location that enemy Wadai went to investigate. Still the scenario is the same. As soon as this organization arrives, there isn't much left to hide. Everyone in the house and alley, from the old to the young, are all dead. And there's also the words Ryu Yeon has arrived. The captain of the enemy is looking for all the clues to try to find out who is pretending to be Master Ryu Yeon. Gently touching the bloodstain is fortunate that it is still hot, and this is because the murderer did it. He immediately ordered the entire squad to spread out to find and capture him because he hadn't gone far yet. How could a villain like that let slip and continue to rampage? The whole team spread out their nets and tried to catch them to get all the information. This is very good. If successful, it will help reach the forces behind the production, trade and transportation of blood inflammation pills. From the darkness of the night, a gloomy shadow appeared in the middle of the enemy encirclement. Die. He wore the same mask as his master, but his features could never be the same. The whole mountain area was searched for every hair, lasting for hours. Compared to among the enemy members of Wadai, Perhaps Black Orchid is the stronger one, so it is difficult for her to show her aura. This time around, teaching assistant Yang is not in class but has received orders from the leader to go on a mission. Observing the black orchids from above, he recognized this person because he had had the opportunity to interact with them several times in the past. While running around looking for life and death in every corner, he suddenly stopped. Very detailed, small but enough to feel that the other person's aura is not much different from the master's. Previously, because they worked together in the snake class, Assistant Yang had enough awareness to judge the current situation. The speed was accelerated rapidly to track the place where the perpetrator had gone. That location was quite close to where the enemy had just cleared the formation. Yang Yeon-hyuk used a jump move, cliff, and then headed straight up to where there might be enemies. Just halfway through the run, the black shadow proactively appeared. The black orchid stood on the cliff above, facing the city head-on. The enemy flower eagle. He didn't say anything and immediately pulled out a very special weapon from his arm. It could be said that that thing was not a sword, but it was as sharp as a curved sword, blocking the escape route. Will the fate of the son of the demon sword escape the scythe of death? Please press the subscribe button to continue following with me. In a dangerous situation, Yang, the teaching assistant, quickly pulled out the sword he was wearing at his waist to block the attack. It was just the right moment when that sharp thing stabbed straight through. Attack directly. Seeing this scene, the black orchid laughed out loud and felt very respectful because most of the people who came into contact with it first died. Realizing that the opponent was a very strong person, Yang Yeon-hyuk gritted his teeth. Worried. Need to use excellent technique to regain the upper hand. Still the first move in the heirloom sword technique he used when fighting assassins. Bitch the monk appeared in the form of a ferocious blue lion, as if it wanted to tear the masked man apart. Because it was activated at the right time, the influence of this sword technique was relatively fast. Responding to that magic show, the villain did not feel worried and controlled the blade very gracefully. He moved upwards to take advantage of long-range attacks. Many blades flashed up and down, causing the wall master to be overwhelmed once again. After a few turns back and forth, the situation ended in a one-sided situation. Black Orchid knew the ultimate technique. Yang Yeon-hyuk's teaching assistant was intercepted. Maybe this is when he wanted the opponent to try his moves. But after saying that, when no one responded and looked over, Yang Yeon-hyuk was breathing like he was about to die. The internal strength of the body is damaged and there is not much left to fight against it. It's strange that there is no helper. If this continues, the short sword demon will have to be reincarnated in another life. Bitch Su continued to be used to rush forward as if he wanted to penetrate close enough to get a chance to eat. The rustling sound of the wind became louder and louder. The two special swords were held tightly. The black orchid was lucky. The energy that radiates around this inner force is exactly like Master Ryu Yeon. It's not wrong that he killed people and burned them, then left a note claiming to be Ryu Yeon. He started creating movements. The effects are more difficult to see than flexible swords that can display many unpredictable shapes. Just hitting the ground, everything is broken into pieces. Not only is it full of damage, but it also quickly causes Yang to assist. There was no time to react. Finally, a loud explosion rang out and he was in the center of the explosion. The top of the cliff was destroyed in half, causing many large rocks to fall like rain. When the smoke and dust cleared, most of the assistant Yang's body lay motionless. It's unbelievable that the short demon sword's level was also very high, but it was defeated in one move. Even though it was impossible to move, but he had to try to find out everything from the perpetrator who had caused many massacres in recent times. From the clothes to the mask that looked very familiar and that aura. Black clothing and pretending to be a demon is something that only the Black Flower Demon organization. Yang Yeon-hyuk tried his best to say a few words before he died. Are you one of the members of the Black Frangipani or not? Receiving this question, Black Orchid thought for a moment and then sighed. He didn't say whether he was or not, but just admitted that he was Ryu Yeon. This is a blatant lie. Yang Yeon-hyuk was about to scream in denial. You're a fake because your master is the homeroom teacher at the White Dojo. Black Orchid doesn't want to listen anymore and doesn't want to kill anyone. He pointed, turned around and left, saying that Ryu Yeon in Martial Arts League was a fake. How could anyone dare to admit that he was that high-class assassin? Yang Eun-hyuk's ears still only echoed a few times. From Ryu Yeon there is a face product. From the beginning, how can you believe that the master of martial arts was appointed as a supervisor? Although he was very inhibited, now he has no strength left and Black Orchid does not want to do anything. He just said one last time, remind the enemy team not to get in our way. Then the danger passed because the villain disappeared without saying why, sparing his life. All the pain of the body was gone. Is tormenting Yang, the teaching assistant who has too many thoughts. Ryu Yeon is really the one who killed the demon sword in the past when his father was possessed by a demon. Yang Eun-hyuk's entire family became a ruin that night more than 10 years ago. At that time, he was still just a young gentleman who didn't know much about martial arts. Because he used too many prescription drugs and it was difficult to reach the next level. That person has gone into hiding. The Martial Arts Alliance has sent many gangs, but they have to wait for Ryu Yeon to suppress them. And the real master Ryu Yeon doesn't use basic weapons or hidden weapons. Just these small details show that the guy wearing the mask is a fake. A night of failed missions has passed and the next morning at the White Dojo. For following after studying for a few months, the students in the 12 classes were able to freely go outside. Before, I was focused on practicing so I didn't pay too much attention, but now looking back, this place is too big. One Pyo listen if so, he mutters a lot of profanities and criticizes his master for always practicing like crazy so he doesn't have time to go for a walk. He feels lucky because compared to others, he's already green. Since when? Many students of the remaining classes are paying attention to the young benefactor of the Shaolin Temple because every word that comes out of their mouth is nonsense. Everyone whispers, "Isn't that group of people talking and pointing fingers a Shaolin disciple?" Some people think that not everyone with a bald head is from Shaolin. But they look really strange, they are definitely beggars from the gang. Maybe it's because of Na Mi's story that they have a different mentality. One Pyo's life became worse. Anyone who said something dissatisfying would make him scream and argue. "Damn it! You guys dare to look down on me when you see me without hair?" As he said, he took an offensive stance and waited to see which one would be rude and he would deal with it immediately. Namgung laughed and calmed down the people while trying to stop his friend. He reminded One Pyo used to be bitter because we went to meet acquaintances. When not talking about who to meet and what to do with that person, in the crowd there was also the voice of Namgung Ji-pyong. Really fortunately, after returning from the actual combat training, the boy's limbs were still intact and he became stronger. It was not too difficult for the two people from the Namgung family to greet and meet each other. "It's nice to see you again and you should go out more often." After cursing people, cursing life, cursing clouds, cursing wind, One Pyo turned to interrupt the story of the brothers in the house. Having been raised very well since childhood, Namgung Ji-pyong proactively clasped his hands together to say hello. "Senior brother's friend. Last time I was forced to greet him properly, but this time I hope he will forgive me." It also caught my ear. One Pyo introduced himself as a young monk from Shaolin Temple. Is he really Namgung Mae's cousin because he's very suspicious. When he saw that he was talking about him, the male lead quickly tactfully discussed what he was doing today. The atmosphere became bustling again. The crowd of people was far different from normal. Namgung Ji-pyong immediately told about the White Path exam but his brother said it wouldn't start for a long time. No one objected to this but no one said anything either. Even about fighting. A young scholar suddenly shouted loudly, causing hundreds of eyes to turn to him. It turned out that today was the ceremony to announce the draw of the division. Entering the qualifying round of the White Martial Arts exam. A rather large piece of paper is posted for everyone to see who to fight. The order is divided into 3 tables, each group is numbered. Letters from 1 to 12. One similarity between Dragon and Phoenix Tri-Hoi and this White Martial Arts exam is that everyone is free to bet with their own money without any problems. Besides, if you want to see the masters perform martial arts, a lot of people have changed their lives from this incident. Because it was the first time participating, the male lead, his junior brother and fellow students were a bit confused. The 3 of them took the initiative to go into the crowd to see if there's anything hot or not. It doesn't matter whether you're a student or an outsider, as long as you have money. If the classes that everyone bet on make it to the finals, we will divide it among the students. You double your money. According to the bookmaker, the odds to win in the qualifying round will be around 50%. This competition is not just about martial arts but also generates a lot of attention because everyone wants to have young talent in their hands. According to Namgung Ji Pyong, last year's contest found a lot of talent. The last winner was Namgung's eldest son. Jia Hoi thinks which group will make it to the final round. Are they confident with their class? While he was about to answer his junior brother, that bastard Tang Wei-ju of the pig class came to chat. He raised his voice and asserted that he would bet 100 silver coins on the snake class being eliminated. The reason is very simple because Namgung Mae is said to be the most trash in that group. Still with the expression of being the father of the world, he came followed by his biological younger brother Yun Mu Gi specializing in the series. Flattery. Last time he broke his arm and couldn't get revenge, so this time is probably a very good opportunity. I don't understand why he's been causing trouble all the time since he was a kid and just wants to bully him. Okay. The junior frantically looked around to see if Marong Bo or a teacher was here, otherwise he would take action. It took a while to run to ask about the situation, but by the look on his face, he must have been very happy. Hearing the good news, Tang Wei-ju grinned happily and pointed at Namgung Mae. What should I do? Now you don't have anyone to help you anymore. Suddenly Won Pyo scratched his bald head and joked that he realized that the guy in the blue shirt was the one whose arm Marong Bo punched and broke. That's a true joke. In the itchy spot, the target is no longer aimed at Master Mae. How dare you put your nose in that wretched pig? Yun Mu Gi shouted to reason with the big brother. You're from Shaolin Temple, but are you big? It's really loud, but don't think you're good. Won Pyo almost burst out laughing and sprayed spring rain in the face of the boy whose face was as red as a monkey. I think you're the one who's thinking about me, you bastard. Do you think that coming from the Tang family of Sichuan, you don't know who to fear? Different from the indifferent appearance of the monks, Won Pyo cursed that boy for being a flatterer and a follower. Dignity. That's right, just like that, we had a big fight and we all got punished. Namgung Ji Pyong, who was next to us, was equally worried, not because of fear but because of something else. The boy, please stop being so loud. The crowd watching the betting turned to look and chat. The story paused again because Tang Wei-ju noticed the male lead's expression. He kept muttering and saying, look. So familiar, I must have beaten you in some corner a few years ago, right? Different from before, Ji Pyong confidently introduced herself without any shyness. When she was little, we met and everything happened. It's been a while already. You're the kid I took care of for being too arrogant at a family meeting even though you're just an outsider, right? That time I would have become disabled if it wasn't for big brother Namgung Mae. You think that's fun, right? Ji Pyong used his sharp eyes as if he wanted to skewer the bastard from the Tuong sect of Sichuan. The two provinces of Anhui and Chengdu are quite close to each other and also gather a lot of big and small sects. In one trip, the subject of organizing parties to entertain families, unfortunately Ji Pyong was bullied due to his small size and unclear background. The boy was only the son of a concubine, not the main family, so the children always use excuses to scold. Tang Wei-ju is also among them and he is more cruel than all. Tang sect inherently gives birth to many talented generations but comes with weak morals. That year, Namgung Mae was allowed by his father to go out with him, so he came to the rescue. Just a little delay and he had to walk with a limp because Tang Wei-ju wanted to cripple him. Legs. Even though the single eating incident only passed not long ago, if we were to fight with our bodies, Namgung Mae wouldn't be afraid of anyone. At least around my age, the young master of the hall is only the age of a dragonfly. The two Namgung brothers could not forget that incident and even now Tang Wei-ju's personality is still the same. Year in the past, Big Brother protected me. But now Ji Pyong vows to protect Big Brother in return. Namgung Mae remembers that time specifically when he was possessed by a demon, so he was somewhat dominant. Sadness. The humiliation was too great for Tang Wei-ju to bear and he practiced hard and was recognized by the family. Surely for this reason he hates the Namgung family to this day. In reality, the fight is something he is looking forward to. Namgung Mae or Namgung Ji Pyong are both Namgung family. The broken arm still has Murong Bo too. The aura radiating looks very cool. Dangerous compared to his young age. Seeing his brother trembling but still confident, Namgung Mae understood that he was very scared. There is no need to force yourself to do anything because you are not the right person. Where's his defense? I know, but now I'm different. Just punching him in the face makes me happy. This is a good sentence because I also think the same. Namgung Mae's face is still very rosy. The story is so long that the supporting characters can't stand it anymore. Yun Mu Gi comes from a family living in a royal family and personally took action to gain reputation with the master. Its goal aiming at the Shaolin disciple who just sarcastically said it to his mouth. He was not losing to anyone. In terms of cursing, both were equal, but Won Pyo's martial arts skills were many levels above him. The movements were too redundant when missing the target creates too many loopholes. Won Pyo just bends over and swings his fist, hitting him until his teeth and lips are mixed up. Blood from his nose and mouth spurts out. The boy tries to endure the pain so as not to lose face and find how to get close. Just now I didn't use my internal strength, so I'm a bit weak this time, so don't blame me for being cruel. Dozens of left and right upper and lower punches aimed straight at Won Pyo's face. From now on everyone started to ignore the bookie's enticements and ran to take a look. On the podium, the young man who was trying to get people's money casually commented, "That's a solid class of people who have been invisible for a while now. Punching each other with the pig class." Moreover, he also took the opportunity to persuade the students in the school to open their wallets and bet on whether Shaolin would win or Yun Mu Gi would lose. "You're going crazy because I called you an ass. Is it right to be weak?" Yun Mu Gi was so angry that he fought until they were insulted. How could he leave it alone? Anger flared up on his face and the sword he always wore behind his back had to be done. Its work. In front of Won Pyo, the opponent was jumping up and down, wanting to cut off his candy-like tongue. Just as he was about to strike, a small throwing knife flew out of nowhere to stop him. The battle was raging but suddenly it was stopped. In the large hall, a very loud voice rang out, causing the crowd to disperse and only the people in the fight remained. Following the sound, Namgung Mae had turned her gaze to the roof not far away. The voice was that of a child around her age, but it sounded very serious and not joking. "No fights allowed here unofficially before the tournament took place. We will not allow such petty and unjust fights." Having finished speaking, he masked his face in a dark brown outfit and introduced himself as coming from the 5 great groups. The generosity of the White Dojo. According to Ji Pyong, the 5 of them came from teacher Ju Hui's rat class. Knowing that they were on the first list, group number 1 was preparing to fight, but the male lead still had to ask the teacher. You thought they were given guard duty by the martial arts hall, but that's not true. The 5 great heroes like it that way and they do it of their own free will. There are people in this world who carry prisons and are of the highest quality. 2 stars is really too much time. I also have to say that this group of superheroes is truly the standard card of the white man because they always like to act chivalrously. While the male lead and his friends are still bewildered, like another person from the forest spoke up. "If you want to fight here, then fight like 2 men to make it fair." I thought it was just that person, but it turns out there's still one left. Is there anyone else in the back? With his skinny appearance in blue clothes and the characteristic sword in his hand, he looks very majestic. Surely today the revenge of many years ago will not be achieved. One by one of the 5 great heroes has appeared. Each of them has a look, 7 colors of the rainbow. "If you want to fight, you will have to step over my body before my brother." Maybe since his master rarely let him go out, Namgung Mae didn't know how to handle it. There were people from the rat class on both left and right sides as if they wanted to ensure tight security. 5 people were enough. The weapons on hand are different from anyone else's. There is a long range, there is a short range, there is a medium range, there is no shortage. Everyone just stay silent and don't say much and things will stop until the 2 groups separate. Yun Mu Gi, I'm a bit afraid that he knows about the snake class, so I had to ask the boss. They keep running around and acting like heroes. I'm trying to teach these guys a lesson. Get down, go you rat trash. Tang Wei Ju is confident in his own merits. A clear challenge to the gallant 5, and of course no one can sit still. All 5 silhouettes immediately rushed down from the roof. They came back together and took up all the spotlight that Nam Mae had just shown. After this session ends, there will probably be many things that need to be told to you. In the snake class, the motto of the 5 great chivalries is to protect justice, assist the weak, oppress the strong, and eliminate evil. The group leader pointed Tang Wei-ju straight in the face, and then an extremely classy flex performance appeared. Out with a bang. Starting from now on, we will stop you from disturbing the order of this white dojo. It sounds so ridiculous that it will only make the Tang man depressed. In addition, the young man from the bookie has a chance to line up the opportunity. Wearing sandals to watch, the mouse class has also participated. Is this an early martial arts competition at the white dojo? The audience, students of the remaining classes, whistled and cheered enthusiastically. With that response, the leader of the rat class seemed to have increased his active attack power by 500%. But when he was trying to deploy a 1-pound-5 formation, Tang Wei-ju took the opportunity to sneak attack. He used his bare hands to use the poisonous attack of the family to aim at dangerous places. Even though it was a physical body, he could still hit the 2 sharp swords in his hands directly. I thought it would be as easy as adding 1 round of poison attack. The captain's body was about to succumb. Finally, he was knocked back to where 4 comrades were waiting. No one was surprised or worried, they quickly went in position to assist. The captain staggered but then regained his balance and turned around 2 to 3 more times. Then he used the leverage that the newly formed juniors wanted to respond to. It's not clear what these people's martial arts skills are, but the strength of the whole team is that the whole team is extremely understanding. Vio's body shoots straight forward, wanting to skewer Tang Wei-ju. Very high speed at this time. If I use my bare hands, I'm afraid it will be difficult to clean it up. In that moment, he pulled out 2 hidden weapons from his pocket, which every sect's subordinates always have on their person. The sound of the collision rang out when the viewers roared and clapped their hands loudly. Attacking by taking advantage of resilience is a very good key problem. Are they brothers in the same family? This team is really amazing. The members of the rat class really don't have that much individual skill. Ji Pyong's analysis is specifically talking about separating each person in the group individually. 5 great heroes. If they were a team, they would be very strong, but when they were torn apart, they would be nothing. Previously, that young man had faced a top expert who was very far behind in terms of internal strength and martial position. However, when one fights 5, the advantage naturally belongs to the 5 great heroes. There are people surrounding you in all 4 directions and 8 directions, making it difficult to find loopholes as well as escape route. When in this situation, the 5 great heroes are as strong as a top martial artist. Taking more and fighting less is the principle. No one is stupid enough to fight one-on-one. There were many concerns of Namgung Mae and Won Pyo that were easier to understand this time. Does that mean they are very good at working as a group? In principle, everyone knows, but we need to see how this match goes. Back to the match, this time it was Yun Mu-gi's turn to suppress his fear to go and help his master. The pressure was huge. Even though he couldn't beat Won Pyo, he still risked his life to rush in. The 3 members of the 5 gallant giants immediately moved to put their prey in a corner and kept stabbing them repeatedly. There was no time to react. Behind him was Tang Wei-ju, who was also very gentlemanly as he watched his younger brother about to be pushed back and fall to the ground. He pulled out many throwing knives from his crotch and chose a position to throw at the 3 players. The young half gets 1 full share. It seems like the 2 kids have forgotten why they are called the 5 great chivalrous people. If you are fighting with 3 people, the remaining 2 people have a lot of free time, so they use weapons create a sturdy shield. The rage dagger sounds terrible, but before it reaches its destination, it is blocked and falls to the ground. The key formation of the rat layer after being felt, it's not a false rumor. Tang Wei-ju had lost his will, so he let his younger brother be beaten until he was completely paralyzed. A great knight used the hilt of his knife to strike Yun Mu-gi straight in the face. Cried out and fainted. What a waste, this kid sacrificed everything for the boss to be so heartless. Temporarily an enemy has been suppressed. The next target is the little homeowner of Tangmon Sichuan. Those who enforce justice will not stop if he is also lying with his accomplices. Do you only know how to hide behind your allies and secretly throw away your weapons like that? It turns out that the Tang sect of Sichuan in Chengdu only has a vain and meaningless reputation. I think there is nothing that can stand up to face the justice of the five great magnanimities. Touch Tang Weiju, his family, was indignant, so he immediately used his strength to use poison to pacify him. He secretly told those five bastards to know what politeness is. Namgung Mae, who was observing from the beginning. Realizing that this move was so familiar, I was startled. The only way to win would probably be to kill the poisoner, if only to regain the dignity of the whole family. During the spell casting, the male protagonist RMC quickly told the audience MC to run far away from this place. Who wouldn't be afraid in the face of poison magic, and most of them are just teenagers. Where do they get the internal strength to resist? Again. That's why everyone shouted in worry and then ran their separate ways. Unfortunately, if they ate a little acid and lost all their beauty, the crowd would become chaos. Forget about the fish incident. The group of qualifying students from all classes ran back to the dormitory far away. No one dared to look at anything else. Tang Weiju had enough time to perform his poison, and he was aiming very carefully at the five great chivalry. If you say it like that, it's too easy. You need to do something good to see if it's justice or eating poison. It rotates in many directions, creating a whirlwind that causes poison to shoot out in all directions. Without risking his life, the captain rolled his eyes at his teammates and ordered him to use his body to block. Everyone's duty is to not let other unrelated students encounter bad things. It's easy to say but very difficult to do because Tang Weiju's weapon is poison. No matter how small the drops are, even the soil and stones on the brick floor will melt. What will the five great gallants do? They have swords in their hands, but they can't beat that powerful and poisonous force. The tornado gradually grew larger and destroyed everything in its path leading to them. The captain quickly reminded the group members to use their energy to protect their bodies. The tornado was still so no matter what the problem is, just be aggressive as if you want to make the five magnanimous people turn into dry mist. Each person looks like they are hastily moving in many directions to disperse the number of captains gathered in one place. We need to do this. If we keep huddled together, Tang Weiju will try to use hidden weapons to take them all out. In everyone's mind, justice will destroy that evil power. Look, for the time being, it seems okay because the spiritual energy is gradually closing the distance to cause damage. That's from an outsider's perspective, but in Namgung Mae's eyes, the more he does that, the more his internal energy is drained. Although it's not really related and there's some justice, but you're also a righteous person. If you don't act now, when will you see death and not save? In the storm, Tang Weiju there was enough distance to approach. He used the poison chief as a shield and planned to use more hidden weapons to attack. The offense was so perfect that there were no gaps, causing the five great heroes to buckle. It's hard for the back to support. The remaining four people seem strong enough, but member number 5 looks weak from both martial arts and internal attacks. He instinctively blocked the hidden weapon, but then the sword in his hand couldn't. Stood firm. When that sword was broken in half, the whole person fell backwards screaming in pain. The distance from the poisonous gas was quite close. Namgung Mae knew what he needed to do. He ran with all his might, hastily ignoring the danger to save that person. Luckily, his hands promptly hugged the body that had lost its balance. Even though he didn't want to look closely, it was clear that this was the man pretends to be a woman and even wears a chest strap. Turns out the captain even recruited a weak woman into the chivalrous group. The poison only shot at her body but was enough to melt her clothes if it entered on the face of it. Consider giving up. Returning to the center of the match was balanced, but now one person has been lost. As said from the beginning, the five great heroes fought hard in the formation due to lack of people, so they are at the bottom. The balance has been lost. One person intends to sacrifice his body so that his brothers can take care of themselves and run away and take revenge later. The captain shouted again in disagreement with the action. Hey, we promised not to be born on the same day and die on the same day. It's easy to say how to escape, but it's difficult to do. Because of the poison, they can't move in the right direction and the situation can't reveal the full power of the poison. It's easy to say how to escape, but it's difficult to do. Because of the poison, they can't move in the right direction and the situation can't reveal the full power of the poison. Furthermore, what should this person do? Mae thinks he hesitated for a long time. Then he saw Won-pyo scratching his nose and watching, so he immediately asked for help. He had just received a mental shock from his disciples, but now he gave it to his daughter. What was the point? Here's more. Regardless of whether he agrees or not, the male lead still uses all his strength to throw the rat class member back to his classmates. If not, Trung Nguyen Flower, it's better to just hug this male-turned-girl for now. It's like a man changing a woman. His limbs have now freely reversed the current and can use the flow of semen to flow up Mae's body. Tang Wei-ju's poisonous hand has targeted the most vulnerable target. He had an intense look on his face, wanting to strangle the guy who spoke the most about justice. I'll make you feel worse than death if you're alive. With the blink of an eye, Mae was already dead. In front of him with both hands holding its killer attack. He tried to use gentle words to advise his old friend to stop before things got worse. How can someone like you stop me? Tang Wei-ju roared and used his single palm to shoot in all directions. It must be said that this is justice to protect the weak, not the useless sacrifice that the five great chivalries aim for. Everyone must admire young Master Namgung's actions except for Won-pyo, who was busy looking at the girl. The situation returned to balance if necessary. The male lead would use evil energy to punch each other, but it was not the right time. Tang's poisoned palm blast Wei-ju is better than the others, but it's not much of a problem at this hour. When both of them gritted their teeth and bared their fangs, the dog master appeared. You guys are sabotaging the white dojo, only to be punished. Even if a dog bites, does it pull out with all its strength? Saying that, Gwi MyeonDok used his internal force to easily destroy those two opposing auras. By the way, this master also gave each person a slap to calm him down. So the battle ended and the score was considered a draw without favoring either side. Tang Wei-ju felt a bit regretful because he had almost beaten the group of 5 heroes or something. Ignore the rat class. Whether he was injured or even the class of snakes and pigs, Master Dog thought of the punishment. She pointed out the names of the involved parties and went to the palace to write a record explaining the incident. Skip the yellow superhero fainted. A total of 6 members in 3 classes had to study hard and limp along. The incident was told in great detail at the palace so that Master Gwi MyeonDok could resolve it fairly. Won-pyo and the GOAT class members also had to follow closely to see if there was anything left as a witness. Looking at the teenagers who will become full-fledged martial men in the future, the master felt a bit sad. Looking at the bright kids, why would such a person cause chaos in such a place? The captain of the 5 magnanimously quickly explained that he was just doing business, but he was immediately shouted at to shut up. From the beginning, you guys were the ones who were the first to violate the law, so please calm everything down for me. Finished speaking with her bloodless nature, Gwi MyeonDok looked around to find someone to curse again. She turned around and pointed at Mae, startling him. Please tell me whose fault is this? And the reason that caused such a situation. Every sentence and every word seemed to hit young Master Namgung in the face, making him extremely scared. If you dare to tell the truth just because of personal hatred, then dear as the dojo manager, I will expel everyone. The person who is most worried is probably Tang Wei-ju. He worked hard to get a position as a junior master. Now if he is expelled, his life will be ruined. No. Time seemed to count down every minute and second, waiting for the male lead to tell the story. The 5 great heroes were now just the 4 great heroes, also making pleading faces. Actual match originally belonged to the pig class and the snake class. The rat class was just trying to stop everything to avoid a more serious situation. The main reason was because Tang Wei-ju wanted revenge for the broken arm and arrest. Bullying Pyong and Mae. What can I say? I have to answer properly or we'll all die. Before entering the room, my junior brother warned me that the dog has a bad temper, so we have to be careful. If the mood is good, then it's okay to ignore it, but if the mood is bad, then deal with it little by little. Or if you just say the wrong thing, Mae can be kicked out of the dojo at any time. Even if the responsibility also concerns both the rat class and the individual Ji Pyong. Sighing deeply and thoughtfully, he said that the rat class did nothing wrong. "Master, everything is because of me and pig class Tang Wei Ju." Those words were like rubbing salt into his heart, so the end had come. Gu Seo also pondered and calculated the sentence. The story has been told by many betting witnesses. So that means only the two of us are responsible for this, right? Namgung Mae is confident in what he said and is determined to accept all punishment. However, he must live and die once and for all with that Sichuan Street guy. There will have to be a small duel to see who is better than the other so he can stop being so loud. I ask Master for an official duel and end the current situation. It's not necessary to know who wins, but just know that Tang Wei Ju will definitely be expelled. It was difficult to decide whether to fight or not because the two of them had already been punished. Everything is probably arranged and bad things are about to happen to Namgung Mae. Hebei is the land of many talented martial artists but also has countless bandits and robbers. Right outside the center many traces of a massacre appeared everywhere. The person who did this was none other than senior brother Namgung Il. On the way to find martial arts, he acted heroically, helping innocent people. An unfortunate old man while walking past had all his belongings robbed but he got them all back. The old man bowed down to thank the young brother and tried to ask his identity. Due to the influence of his father's personality, Namgung Il is quite hot-tempered and acts extremely coldly. "Please, my benefactor, let me hold this and pay a fee so you won't have to bear any responsibility." You mean they would forgive us if we paid the mandarins to be able to pass here?" Looking at the corpses of old men, I could only sigh. If we were military officers, I would think that would be the case. Maybe he was wrong because the Namgung family never colluded with evil bandits. Knowing that he said the wrong thing, he quickly changed his mind. "I'm really sorry. It's because he's an old fool that he doesn't know how to calculate properly. We will never do things that tarnish the reputation of the Namgung family." Namgung Il now just wants to find his brother and take him away. She went home right away. The sentence she just finished was also a reference to her youngest brother who is studying at the White Dojo. Returning to the dog master's work area while dealing with the fight. After the snake class student's confession, she understood that Namgung Mae did not blame anyone. That made the master feel quite impressed with the student. The gentleman accepts expulsion from school, and before returning home, he has to have a duel with young Master Tang. It sounds quite interesting, but it's full of danger because the opponent is from the Tang sect of Sichuan. Those who specialize in using it. Hidden weapons and poisonous substances are easy. Tang Wei Ju, will you accept this challenge? There is no reason for him to be afraid because Master Namgung's ability is already known very well. Before the duel, Tang Wei Ju asked for more conditions without any dignity. "I have a small request, Master, please allow me to use poison in the duel." At first, Tang sect liked it. Guests of the family but only often hide in the Sichuan area. To survive, this family combines martial arts and business, so it developed strongly. If it is said that the use of favorable martial arts is not allowed, then it is still true. What does it mean? Unlike other families and 9 major sects, this family is not only divided into 2 parts, swordsmanship and qigong, but also many extremely wonderful forms including poison magic and hidden weapons. Namgung Mae understood the sect very well, so he had no objection to that condition. Besides, if he did not agree, even if he won, Tang Wei Ju would not accept the truth. Master the dog heard the closing song and immediately stood up, spread his fan and announced, "I agree to allow the fight between the 2 opponents, Namgung Mae and Tang Wei Ju, quickly go to the training ground." So there's no need to wait. After a while, the punished students quickly moved away. The referee was still the dog master and the audience consisted of only the 5 gallant elders and 2 fellow disciples. In the past, it was definitely Namgung Mae. I wouldn't dare be confident, but now it's different. You have reverse current. Facing the family's disgraceful child, Tang Wei Ju was very excited. "Do you think you can defeat me in a martial arts match?" The male lead also did not deny it, but that was just before. That thought never appeared in his mind because the big brother's shadow was too big. Since joining the White Martial Arts Club and with Master Ryu Yian's careful guidance, his confidence has grown. Tang Wei-ju thinks that the snake class only has Murong Bo, so luckily, he has a lot of premises to win today. Just look at how they fight with the 5 noble heroes to know how terrible poison magic is. Is putting on a serious face and then talking nonsense like that person digging a hole to bury himself? Finally, I can freely use the martial arts of the family. Both sides have their own calculations and need to wait for the two of them to fight. Gu Seo stepped forward and shouted, Now we will start the fight between Nam Gung Mei and Tang Wei-ju and I will be the witness. The rules are not too strict, just don't beat each other to death. In short, it's still fine. Expulsion from school, so there is a high possibility that everyone wants to show off their best. Some people need to verify the results of a few days of practice with their master, others are sinister and want to be cruel. Doesn't make people watch had to put on long slippers and wait for the dog master to give the signal to start. Very quickly, Tang Wei-ju gritted his teeth and took the initiative to attack. Because he was already lucky, he immediately used the poisonous wind advantage. Defense. This move looks very familiar because it is both full of color and has quite high damage power. If you don't forget, Tang Wei-ju previously used that move to sneak attack the young man of the Murong family. Pressure using classmate Nam Gung Mei's method to solve the problem, he thought it would be simple. He thought he had to move like Murong Bo to make it not have enough range to shoot out its main force. Reversing to regulate internal force, Nam Gung Mei gathered his fists to confront head-on. This time is different from last time because the surname Tang is not a stupid person. No one bathes in a river who thinks he will be defeated by it. Did the move happen twice? Once you got close, the transformation in that move was no longer the same as before. Tang Wei-ju quickly used his left hand to lock it tightly before using the killer move. With a bang, the force of the palm hit hard at the right position of the dantian, an important place. When Nam Gung Mei got hit, blood splattered and he fell backwards. This scene proved that he was too weak in terms of experience. Real combat. Even though he had completed the actual combat lesson, he was not the only one who had improved. Along with those somewhat redundant thoughts, Tang Wei-ju did not give him time to breathe. He rushed straight forward and used his knee to give a kick. Watching one Pyo from the outside was very itchy. Damn, it hadn't even started long before he had already used poison to attack. The match was getting worse. If it lasts longer, you will be at a disadvantage, so what should you do? Pyong, who was standing with him, was equally worried, but the gallant captain had to encourage them. He affirmed that Nam Gung Mei would never lose in this match. Even though they had not met for a long time, their confidence was clear. That news seemed to be firmly held in eyes filled with justice. But he was poisoned, his body moved slowly and it would be even more difficult to use that internal force. The captain shouted that it was irrelevant, just having justice is enough. Returning to the match, luckily Nam Gung Mei was able to use his hand to block it. Tang Wei-ju was also quite surprised, thinking he couldn't withstand one attack but instead stubbornly attacked him. We can't let the enemy keep getting closer and gain the upper hand any longer. The main thing is to use energy and then use internal force to push the opponent to avoid it and then use poison magic. Basically, when they have poisoned, it is very difficult for the victim to use internal energy because the poison will invade and oppress. The more you try to do so, the more pain the body will have, making it difficult to move. The more you use spiritual energy. If you use force, the poison will only destroy the circulation of spiritual energy. That's right, because at this time, even wanting to use basic physical attacks is too tiring. Then you will have to endure even more terrifying pain. Even death. This advertisement of Tang Wei-ju is not a lie because the Tang family likes to use tricks to torment their opponents. However, the scenario is not like that because now Nam Gung Mei feels I'm as strong as an elephant, as if nothing happened. Looking at his opponent just standing there bewildered, Tang Wei-ju happily thought that he only had to hit here, finally realized, maybe you're starting to feel the impact of poison. As he spoke, he tried to use the most quintessential things to give to the male protagonist. The amount of poison emitted from the palm of his hand was more than when fighting with the 5 great heroes. With agile movements and speed of movement, Tang Wei-ju once again attacks. The position it targets is still the most important place for a martial artist, which is the dantian. How to get out his hands were too cruel, but the unexpected happened. If you pay close attention, it seems that the aura accumulated in Namgung Mae's palm has absorbed that amount of poison. The more you try to put all your internal strength into the attack is exactly like the master said, it is a bowl. Tang Wei-ju wonders why this guy can still use spiritual energy without any harm. You probably planned to end this match before toxins spread throughout the body, right? Feeling that using poison magic wouldn't work, he came up with the most perfect plan. The boy's feet stomped hard, then jumped up high and hidden weapons appeared in his palms. Nearly a dozen. The flying knife is ready to fit on the male lead's body if he dares to run away. The Tang sect is truly a perfect sect because it has everything to kill the enemy. Darkness shoots down. The sharp throwing knives seemed to have eyes and were aimed at very high speeds. Without panicking, he calmly moved to escape the rain of hidden weapons. Tang Wei-ju's agile left and right threw the number of flying knives that were completely missed. Conveniently, Namgung Mae grabbed a flying knife to check. Sure enough, that bastard had poisoned it with just one shot. If he gets hit once, there is no cure in this life. But while he was examining it, a strange phenomenon occurred that made him feel strange. Even though it was poison magic, it was clear that the poison penetrated the body and even the body. This is being absorbed. More specifically, the yang energy under the dantian has generated heat and burned. This means using poison to treat poison, as people often talk about. After observing the situation for a while, Won Pyo mumbled to himself because there were too many confusing things. He was poisoned by the other guy but didn't have any symptoms of being poisoned. Ji Pyong also added or subtracted a few sentences but still stop at the perspective of low awareness. If there are no symptoms, is it possible that Big Brother is invulnerable to 10,000 poisons? Why do you think that saying something like that doesn't sound like what the abbots at the temple often say? Both sighed in peace and then continued to observe, but also hoped that it would be like what the students in the goat class said. Faced with the expressions of those two people, although the dog master himself did not say anything, he was still quite surprised. Gu Seo felt that this match was too top-notch from the perspective of the dogs. Disciples in the White Dojo. Even though she had prepared an antidote just in case, this thing was not of much value for the time being. She thought of Master Ryu Yian and wondered if it was because of him. This has taught his students. The problem of poison is temporarily relieved, but in terms of martial arts, Tang Wei-ju still has the upper hand. It overwhelmed everyone, causing Namgung Mae to only cower. Place to resist. But then everything happened because he saw the loophole while the enemy was busy attacking. He quickly approached and ignored all the poison surrounding the opponent's body. Tang Wei-ju's fist swinging at his teeth and lips is not mixed, but pain is inevitable. Each side is injured once, and the match returns to the starting point. The whole body is staggered. He almost fell back but immediately regained his balance. Wiping away the blood from his mouth, Tang Wei-ju stared at his opponent with angry eyes. Clearly he had been hit by his poison. But the speed still hasn't changed at all. It seems that as soon as he got punched, he got dizzy, his vision clearly decreased, and his breathing was out of rhythm. With a keen eye, Namgung Mae saw this, so immediately reversed the flow of internal force. The limitation of Tang sect is that if poison is not effective, it is no longer of any value. They focus a lot on internal force and hidden energy, so in terms of physical strength, it is very poor. A typical example is Namgung Mae, who only used physical attacks and was easily overwhelmed. The battle turned around, causing viewers to widen their eyes in admiration. Even though they thought the snake class students would win, the rat class students were also surprised. Dozens of punches landed directly on Tang Wei-ju's body, causing the boy to block one side, stick to the other, bend over, and eat. The attack below. In my head, I kept thinking about using poison. Why didn't any of the Tang family's poisons work? After a while of beating, Namgung Mae gathered his strength to strike one more time. The blow causes the opponent to fall to the ground. Never been able to fight so comfortably. Tang Wei-ju is truly the ideal punching bag. It must be said that victory is very close and confidence is in the mirror. The other side had 70% of the advantage. Rolling around on the ground a few times, the The young man named Tang coughed up blood and couldn't breathe, so he couldn't raise his voice like before. Surely he had a way to deal with it. Already with his poison magic, so he agreed to allow the use of poison magic. Giving in to the weak child who in the past was always under the heel made Tang Weiju angry. He kept I think I have to be on many levels in terms of martial ability and intelligence, but now times have changed. Losing to others is okay, but losing to Namgung Mae is a shame that cannot be washed away. It has come to this point. Tang Weiju still has one last door to regain his dignity. The technique is still poison, but it is definitely something completely different from normal poison. I will use one of the 8 great poisons of Tang family as a deadly poison that can kill people. Talking about this type of poison, this is a deadly poison taken from a 2-headed centipede. If you accidentally get it or just touch it lightly, the toxin will spread everywhere. Blood vessels in the body. If there is no antidote within 2 hours, the poisoned person will die immediately. Let's talk more about the 8 great poisons, not only the deadly poison but also the remaining types. Only the little master of the Tang family can use it. Tang Weiju laughed like a crazy person and tried to do a little trick before the dog master noticed. He was like a wild animal that had escaped from its cage and was going crazy. Violently to strike a fatal blow. The atmosphere really changed every hair on Namgung Mae's body that stood up. Tang Weiju laughed while pulling up a smoke bomb to blind his opponent. Without any announcement, it threw the toxic mist hard on the ground and began to surround it. Gui Seo smelled it and immediately knew that everything on the pig class student was poisonous. She reminded those watching anyone who has a mask to wear should cover their nose and leave the arena. A few students obeyed and backed away but still used their eyes to see how things would unfold. The mist spread inside. Arrange just enough so that no one can see the situation inside. Namgung Mae is in the center and can't see anything, so he has to stay still. His vision was completely blocked, now he had to rely only on his other senses. From his side suddenly many hidden weapons shot through the fog. Not fast, not slow, just in time for him. He leaned back to avoid it, but it was just a false move. The real killer move was the one behind him holding a flying knife filled with toxic heat. The plan to attack his hand was causing Tang Weiju to recapture it. Advantage after painful punches. After the male lead's right arm got stuck in the opponent's group? He had to do this so as not to let his good master know that he was doing a cowardly thing. Once the knife was too sharp, the blood started to flow and then the pain came. Namgung Mae screamed because the poison spread so much that nothing could restrain it. Outside, Gui Seo recognized the situation after the student's screams. Immediately, the master used his internal force to destroy it. Fog to check what kind of game Tang Weiju was doing. After the fog had almost cleared, the poison spread everywhere in the fighting area. Namgung Mae's breathing sounded like a hen whining every time. Just like what was advertised, one of the 8 great poisons was extremely effective. Mr. Nam wrestled on the ground, causing his friends to scream in panic, and perhaps the match was over. The poison invades through the blood vessels, so there is no part of the body that is free of it. In addition to receiving a losing result, facing death is unavoidable. Unconscious Nam in that brief moment of remembering what his master taught. Ryu Yeon once said that positive energy and negative energy flow together at the same time. Basically this would never happen, but he did it. It's very surprising, I'm not sure because I've never seen it before. Playing with qi carries a huge risk of damaging the qi vessels because they can twist together, but when used properly, and playing against energy at the same time is much more dangerous. To put it simply, the outcome can cause the human body to explode like a bomb. This is obvious because of the conflict often leads to many effects that humans cannot tolerate. Conversely, this is just using the wrong method. Because both airstreams are deployed at the same time, it is necessary to use one circuit. Gas for both. They are inherently 2 different things but must be one even though they have nothing to do with each other. To avoid the body exploding, mistakes must not be made in these areas. Smallest detail. It sounds a bit scary, but in Namgung Mae's situation, where's there left to turn? 1. It will be successful. The other is to melt the firecracker exactly as the master described. At the moment of reversing the intertwining of my energy veins, it will explode. Having said that, the master has made a point. Prepare carefully to prevent this situation. Do you mean master will help me find a solution? To avoid your body from exploding, I have prepared acupuncture needles and medicinal herbs here. Namgung shouted like that, but he also made a killer face. Do you still want to be like that? Besides, I'm not a god, I'm always by your side to take care of every meal, sleep, and food. You tried to explain that if you've already taught it, you should just add the steps to solve it. When you were a student in the class, if you are jealous, I will definitely do that. Ryu Yeon does not apply his knowledge to the disciples in class, but this must be reserved for disciples. That person will be a true disciple, so we, like the stormy sword, also need to examine our character. The things I teach as a master of the snake class are just so that you don't let your guard down 1,000 times. I have taught you the basics along with each person's shortcomings. Sutra's experience is an essential element for a martial artist, so whether Ryu Yeon wants it or not, he has to leave it alone. You can consider your training sessions up to now as the training sessions of a black flower. Gradually, Namgung understood what his master meant. He knew one important thing was that he was not standing here as a student of the snake class. Small things should not be overlooked. If your body explodes like a bomb, if you can't do it, then you'll be fine. Ryu Yeon reminded you that you're here as Ryu Yeon's disciple. I will teach you my own way to become into a new Ryu Yeon. It seems like the master still hasn't taught enough because he also has to prepare a ghost mask for him to look like. Maybe at some point the male lead will be given a separate mask? Master said it's very simple, just hit, break and stand up with your own hands. Returning to reality is when the poison is partying inside Namgung-mae's body. The first thing is to hit it exactly as you taught. This is similar to using yang qi to burn off Tang Wei-ju's poison. There is no other way to do it now. Even if you die, if you do it, it's likely to explode like a bomb. As soon as you use your energy, two opposing internal energy streams will appear. They are also two opposing things, including hot fire energy and ice energy. Cold to the bone. The poison of the two-headed centipede is invading and destroying all internal meridians. Death engulfs Namgung-mae as if the voice of death is calling his name. Fire energy and half of the ice gas on each side releases strong toxicity. In this world, it is difficult for any martial artist to live beyond the time limit without the antidote of Tangmon Sichuan itself. Now that if you go ask that guy, God will give it to you. So one way or another Namgung-mae has to do it. Don't need many details, just burn off all that evil aura to stabilize your body. Dan Deen Nam, it was really about to explode because the heat was too high and was conflicting with the toxic heat. Seeing the scene of the student writhing and rolling around in pain, how could the dog teacher stand by and watch? She forcefully went to Tang Wei-ju's place to prepare for punishment for fighting against the rules. Ji Seo grabbed the cheek of the cheeky student who dared to go against his will because he wanted to win. What a bastard, you dare to use the 8 elements. Is it toxic to a fellow student? Are you planning to kill your comrades from the same political faction? Tang Wei-ju quickly said that if he didn't take the antidote, he would ask her to write the eulogy using you in 2 hours. He did not deny that he did wrong because he knew that if he took the antidote, his body would be disabled. I will never be able to study again. Things can't be delayed any longer, hurry up and this fight will end. It seemed like he knew he was being expelled from school, so Tang Wei-ju had a sullen face and didn't give it. Even if he threatened to expel him, he wouldn't be afraid anymore and would die if he came home, but here he'd be embarrassed. Thinking of slapping him. After a few shots, the dog master heard a voice stopping in his ear. This is just a basic exchange match. I request you to continue until the result is determined. Everyone returned to their seats. The door of the practice arena in the White Dojo. Namgung-il came to fulfill his contract with his junior brother a few months ago. The fear of being embarrassed by his family was the biggest motivation to the eldest son of the Namgung family was present. In this family, everyone knows that Namgung-il and Namgung-ji-pyong had to immediately greet their eldest son. I was also registered here. Are you learning martial arts? Knowing that the two of you are close friends, Namgung-il doesn't pay much attention to his younger brother in the house. No matter what you do, just don't tarnish the reputation of the Namgung family and keep quiet. Anyway, no one cares about a foreigner named Namgung. Finished speaking, Namgung-il walked up to the dog master when she wanted to scratch the student's face. Previously, the leader from Namgung had excellently won the championship in the white martial arts exam in the final round, so no one was surprised. Tang Wei-ju's arm was still holding tightly. Tang Wei-ju just turned around and realized that the person who spoke was the student's senior brother. Knowing that he was a member of this master's family, he immediately told the story leading up to the incident. Dangerous at the present time. Namgung Mae's condition is very dangerous and there is no antidote. I'm afraid you should take your junior brother back to your hometown to take care of the consequences. Dog Master spoke frankly, but why do you still arrest him? Must continue to fight her, she exudes a threatening internal force. I thought Namgung-il would bend down on his knees to obey, but he also used his internal force to show off his strength. The Namgung family is a family with the best swordsmanship among the 5 great families. They fought together with the 10 great sects in the great battle between evil sects and righteous sects and also proved their own strength. The leader is the person the head of this family is Namgung-jo, who has enlightened many things after going through hundreds of battles. In the end, he became the youngest family leader in history and is currently reaching the realm of Mysterious Realm. In each realm, there will be 3 levels including pre-stage, post-stage and intermediate stage. Namgung-jo reached the post-stage and was recognized as the strongest among the homeowners. Previous life. With his own strength and the strength of his family, he helped the Namgung family survive on par with the 10 great sects. Of course, as the son of the head of the family, how can Namgung-il not bring glory to the family? Although he is only a junior, his current spiritual power is equal to that of his master dog. 5 great heroes Heap and the others were surprised, but then they recognized this person. One person in the group said that that person was the champion of the Dragon and Phoenix Festival exam a few years ago. His strength not inferior to the master of the dog class, he is truly powerful. The young master of the Namgung family has the same power as fire. This is something that every young man wishes to achieve until he had a relatively young age. Gu Seo felt that doing this was too useless because there were still more important things. She looked at the student's seat and saw that he was miserable. Fighting it would be unlucky for anyone to have an older brother go after his younger brother who was poisoned and almost died and still continued fighting. Let's stop here because it's not the time for us to discuss our own strength. Then we have to hurry quickly give Namgung Mae the antidote and take him to the hospital immediately. Namgung is the strongest family among the 5 great families and is also the heavenly clan that opens the way to heaven. If that child dying honorably in a fight is the pride of the entire family. It was truly unbelievable to hear those words from the eldest son himself. Is it possible that friendship is nothing to him? Master Dog also had to sigh in frustration at the dilemma. More than anyone else, she understood that among the 5 great families, they always arrogantly considered themselves the most formidable. But then medicine the prize is no longer needed because Namgung Mae saved himself. The huge flow of internal energy is gradually spreading throughout the white martial arts arena. The 2 halves of the dantian helped the male lead burn away all the so-called poisonous heat of the Tang sect. Another lucky thing is what kind of fate was able to neutralize the absorption of that deadly thing. After this incident, Master Ryu Yian will surely must teach many new moves because the only disciple has passed the first steps. Around the body, 2 streams of good and evil internal energy are interwoven, not necessarily heavy and light. If it is normal, one is that Namgung Mae will go crazy like before, the other is that he will explode like a bomb. Even the perpetrator of the foul play is looking at his opponent with his mouth open, thinking that he has returned to immortality like this and is now normal. This match is not over yet, let's continue, Namgung Mae said. It needs to end so that nothing like this will ever happen again in the White Dojo. While he was dumbfounded wondering about the family's poison, Namgung Mae pointed straight at him. If he had used this last lifeline, he wouldn't have any martial ability left to continue fighting. His spiritual power is now quite stable. Could it be that he has overcome the poison? Is that there or what? Feeling that the match could continue, Master Dog agreed, but in his heart, he silently told himself that he had to carefully observe this child. This was also what Namgung-il expected, but it's strange that there's no smile on his face. What he wants is for his junior brother to be devastated and then take him back to the house to beat him a few times and become forever humiliated. But let's just let Namgung Mae express himself. If he does well, maybe he will be able to stay and continue to cultivate. His body is too tired, making Tang Wei-ju depressed because of that tough bastard. If he holds on for too long, he will eventually die because the poison spreads throughout his body. A fatal mistake because the male protagonist has now mastered how to use positive and negative energy. And while he was taking an offensive stance, what caught his eye was his senior brother who was standing there watching. No one dared to stand near Namgung-il, everyone admired his unruly personality. Unexpectedly, any words, wrong actions, and lack of strength at the White Dojo will taint our family. Before leaving, Namgung Mae clearly remembered that he would only be allowed to stay for exactly 3 months. I have to go back. Time has passed so quickly, how come you haven't done anything yet to learn how to get lucky from your master? Senior brother, coming here in person is also a good opportunity for you to express yourself. But this is not important, you have to prove your ability to change the big brother's perspective. In contrast to when he started in a passive position, this time he acted first. Namgung Mae of before, he died a long time ago and now he's a completely different person. Tang Wei-ju is smart, but he's not stupid enough to attack him directly because he has no strength left. He thought the poison was penetrating, so he just had to do it. If you run until the end of the hour, you will still win without losing any sweat. The Poison King's general moves help the body move quickly and escape many of the opponent's methods of approaching. Normally, he doesn't say it, but he didn't know Namgung Mae had detoxified himself a long time ago. A body as light as a feather suddenly appeared right in front of him. The result will be God's will. He needs to prove his existence in the Namgung family. The fist swung up and hit straight on one cheek, making Tang Wei-ju's running slow. The old animation appeared when its body rolled on the ground because the force of the impact was too much strong. Not letting the enemy rest, the male protagonist blinked and was right in front of him. While smashing it to pieces, he wondered if this strength was the same as when he was hit by the storm before? I thought that being exposed to the 8 great poisons, my martial power would decrease, but the more I fought, the more my strength would increase. That made the viewers even more surprised and there were too many confusing things. Namgung-il still indifferent, but inside his heart is exactly the same as everyone else. The inner strength radiating is far different from the times when he was angry and his reason was not lost. One Pyo was the witness. Both times, so I was quite sure of my own judgment. On the other side, not far away in the homeroom teacher's study room, Master Ryu Yian was leisurely enjoying tea when he felt the aura of the disciple should immediately understand that he has learned to master the reversal of fortune. That's why it is said that one should not trust the conflicting opinions of some family members. Such a talented kid, why do they keep calling him trash? The match was gradually moving towards the final minutes. Tang Wei-ju had to squeeze out every drop of internal strength to resist the powerful punches. Whatever happened, he had to let go helplessly. Accept the outcome. I lost, so how could I lose to a trash like Namgung Mae? In his mind, he thought he had to find a stronger poison, but the family only gave him a small amount and had already used it all up. The person fighting in front of him had a 10-part advantage, could that be? Is Namgung Mae? Tang Wei-ju groaned after each punch, thinking? He doesn't believe that this is the man who brought shame to the former Namgung family. Who is he and why are you beating me like that? With a thud, that weak body fell down and sank straight into unconsciousness. The match ended without much need for announcement. Namgung Mae had won. In his mind, the male protagonist had already determined that he was the winner. Is the true disciple of Master Ryu Yian. It only took a few days for him to train poor people to become outstandingly developed, worthy of being a legend of martial arts. Very quickly the young man of the Tang family, due to his poor qualifications and weak character, was taken back to the dormitory on a stretcher. Everyone was satisfied with this result, but everyone was worried about the dog master's decision. It took a long time. When she first decided whether to expel both of them or just one. Based on the results of the fight, the person specifically responsible for the last time would be Tang Wei-ju of the pig class. Please take the antidote and go back to your classroom. So this is the antidote to the deadly heat poison that he always carries with him. The grudge of many years has now been paid in full, but in the male lead's heart, there was some regret for that bad friend. Because he committed the crime of using great poison, Tang Wei-ju was expelled from the White Dojo. Nam-gung-il is his brother. The leader still hasn't given any opinion after observing the last seconds of the match. For the time being, he will find an inn outside the dojo to rest and find a suitable time to talk to junior brother. That night, after just waking up, Tang Wei-ju quietly left the martial arts league to return to Tangmon Sichuan. A real turning point in Nam-gung-mei's life. He doesn't need the medicine to cure the deadly poison because that poison has long disappeared. Thanks to the Dandine absorbing all the poison, the amount of spiritual energy has also increased abundantly. The male lead also can't believe it. What is it that can win? He wondered why he suddenly became so strong. What is that expression? Are you thinking of something dark? Or not? One Pyo thought that Nam-gung-mei was missing Ah Rin, so he quickly reminded him to go home. It was time to go to the canteen to eat. Even though you don't need to use the antidote, just keep it for now, maybe it will return later. Enemies still have something to drink. The five nobles generously waited for everyone to leave before taking the initiative to thank Nam-gung-mei for their support. I only told the truth, but about the battle, I did it for myself. Just my body. The captain didn't know what to say. This person is both high in martial arts and humble. In that situation, even if you sold out, we could understand, but you didn't lie and even fought with Tang Mon, so we were really touched. We are very happy to know that in addition to the 5 great magnanimities, there are still other righteous people. The white group taught the children very carefully for the future. Not only Nam-gung but also countless people who stood up to become pillars in martial arts. The rat class broke up with Nam-gung-mei, not forgetting to meet again and not forgetting this debt of gratitude. Before leaving, the captain did another magic trick to increase his credibility. Boom! A colorful smoke bomb shot out and the superheroes also disappeared. The 5 great heroes were so good, why did anyone tell them? Should they go to a medical clinic for examination? There were only 3 people left in the arena. One Pyo's stomach was rumbling, so he returned to the dormitory. After playing around all day and using all his strength to punch each other, how could the kitchen have enough food tonight? Nam-gung-ji Pyong also planned to go back to goat class but was afraid of facing Nam-gung-il. However, when the boy looked around frantically, he did not know where his senior brother had gone. That night, eldest son Nam-gung, so he arranged a stable place to live in a short time. He never rested or looked for old friends to drink at the table. Knowing that his junior brother had a monk, the father was Ryu Yian, so that night he immediately came to meet. This meeting of the two of them was also quite special. You came at the right time because I had just finished making a delicious cup of tea. No need to go into the main story. Nam-gung-il has shown himself to be a polite person far different from his cold appearance. Pleased to meet Senior Ryu Yian, you don't need to talk to me. I'm not like that. That sounds sweet, but I'm sorry, Master is not a flatterer. To test the temperament of the child who is said to be the most talented in the Nam-gung family, he needs to show off a bit. If you say so, then what do you know about me? Ryu Yian glared, radiating aura. With fear in his eyes as if he had never shown it before, Nam-gung-il confided in a low voice. The story of Ryu Yian coming to the family was told about the family's eldest son right after he left. In addition, when he came to see Nam-gung-il's father, there was a more important matter. Because the family was busy with thousands of things, he took advantage of the night, and even though he hadn't knocked on the door yet, Nam-gung-jo called out from outside to let him in. After hesitating for a moment, the eldest son gently opened the door to express his thoughts. Although the study space was empty, spacious and simply decorated, it shows that the homeowner is an honest and frugal person. It's already so late at night, so why do you still come here and have something to tell me? Faced with this question, Nam-gung-il mustered up the courage to tell the story. Father, I intend to go to martial arts to take my 5th brother home. As he spoke, his hands, how many rights do you have to ask people to agree? I think we've talked about this before, right? I agreed to do so, but every time my father refused, so Nam-gung-il had to kneel down. Until now I have never disobeyed my father, but this time I cannot accept it. The fifth brother's strength only looks a little better than an ordinary person. I know more about his condition than you, don't you? It's incomprehensible that every 5 times 7 times, the eldest son always oppresses his junior brother. It's the same person. Namgung-jo's father also gave him a headache. He put the medal on the table and replied with orders, "So what do you mean you will go against my decision?" It's still too early to decide the position of small family head. Namgung-il knows that, and more than anyone else, he is the one who has the ability to achieve it. In addition to the weak 5 brothers, let's not say anything, there are still 3 I'm busy playing around, so if I don't take advantage of it now, when will I have time? Although he only said a few words, his father's strength was weighing heavily on his body, making it difficult for him to breathe. To escape the pressure, Namgung-il punched himself to relieve the tense atmosphere. I don't know how many times it has been, but the eldest son still stubbornly maintains the same opinion. As long as father nods, he will immediately send someone to carry the youngest son home. Homeowner sighs sadly and create a friendly conversation. Why do you hate your little brother so much? There are no longer family heads and servants, but the words of father and son. Do you think that my younger brother is the reason why I haven't chosen the heir of this family yet? Dear father, I only care about the future of the Namgung family. Choosing an heir has nothing to do with the youngest. My brothers have surpassed my abilities when I was here. Their age and are continuing to develop. Furthermore, it's not like you've reached your peak in your 20s. The position of family leader is not something you can't get it just by your own strength. For Namgung-il, becoming the head of the family is a symbol of the whole family. In martial arts, the strength of the family leader will become the strength of the family. That family itself. And thanks to it, the family will be recognized as a force with great influence in the world. So besides strength, what other qualities do we still need, father? All the thoughts of the eldest son, the homeowner was like that sometimes. Times are different now, and your junior brother is also a member of the White Dojo. If you want to bring the boy home, you must have the permission of his master. Namgung-jo did not refuse or agree but needed his eldest son to please Ryu Yeon and then think about it later. Spin back to reality. The reason I came here to see you today is to take my junior brother out of the White Dojo. Master also looked like he didn't care much, but deep down he knew what to do. House, do you want to take Namgung-mei away like that? I will agree, but there is one more condition. He thought it would be difficult, so he enjoyed listening but did not understand what the master said. The next morning, when the whole class was gathering normally, everyone went their separate ways. We're all surprised. The exercises were still the same, just increased in intensity, so the surprise was because there was a new member in the class. Just look at the male lead's face, looking blankly like that, to understand what was going on. Master Ryu Yeon solemnly brought Namgung-il to his junior brother's classroom to observe. This is young Master Namgung-il. From today he will temporarily hold the position of teaching assistant. The master's arrangement was also reasonable because young Yoon-hyuk was on a mission and was beaten to death, lying in one place. Although his martial arts skills were very high, this was the first time he had to teach him a lesson. Juniors at the White Martial Arts Hall. The reason for coming was to bring his junior brother back, but Master Ryu Yeon came up with a great way to have more servants. Suddenly, Namgung-il felt cold all over to figure out the conditions. Is this helpful for what I want? Last night, after listening to the master's words, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Actually, our training assistant was injured. It's serious when performing martial arts duties. I think he needs to recover for about a month, so now there is no other choice. 1 month is too long, so Namgung-il intentionally wanted to refuse. I will introduce you to a martial arts master in our family. If that's the case, then what's the point? Good. The master shook his hand and flatly refused. Junior brother will be allowed to leave here only if Namgung-il agrees. Just 1 month as a teaching assistant of the snake class, and then do you want to take junior brother away? Do anything else as you like. Thinking back, it was a bit too much. Namgung-il proactively introduced himself as the Heavenly Dragon Sword and asked his juniors for help. It sounded a bit thorny, but the whole class couldn't help it. Must accept because it is the master's decision. Perhaps Ryu Yeon has his own plan to make the head of the Namgung family feel his junior brother. The person with the biggest headache is Namgung Mae. If there is a senior brother here, the pressure will be even heavier on your shoulders. Nothing has changed after the somewhat reluctant greeting and the snake class returned to study. After taking attendance and doing a few thousand prescribed weight lifts, each member was allowed to practice freely. After returning from the actual combat lesson, Marong Bo no longer complained about the weapons his master gave him. On the contrary, he became more and more skilled to the point of thinking that perform a move. When the basket of swords is released, the body bounces upward with the most relaxed feeling. The foundation is still the Marong family swordsmanship but has changed quite a lot. Compared to overusing, Marong Bo has a lot of internal strength because he doesn't lack it, but Marong Bo chooses to give up the secret. What he wants is to learn jiu-jitsu so he can be suitable for rusty swords. The internal energy is too much. If too much, the weapon can't stand it. Having nearly died many times, Marong Bo already has the right sword technique. Just after finishing a dance, Namgung Il came over because he had observed it from the beginning. Facing the famous heavenly dragon sword, Marong Bo respectfully greeted. "So you are the little tiger of the Marong family?" Namgung Il crossed his arms and looked around. The teaching is still being done, but it seems that Master Namgung has a lot on his mind. I was assigned the task of instructing you guys, so I also made a practice plan with each of you. Having finished speaking, he also asked the reason why this student wanted to give up the secret. It sounded too unreasonable. The teacher said one thing, the new teaching assistant took the position, then said another. If you only pursue jiu-jitsu, you won't achieve anything. This is the question Marong Bo has had many sleepless nights and can't explain. Just gave the example of Namgung Il picking up dried tree branches on the ground to prove. Thien Long Kiem said that hardness and softness exist in parallel and are not separate. According to common beliefs, which martial arts sect uses strength as the main force for the named moves? Hardness, on the contrary, taking flexibility as the root, is called softness. The idea of hardness and softness originates from the state of tension in all natural things. You must let the sword follow the flow of both hardness and softness does not lose erection. The interaction of all heterosexual things often produces results, and Marong Bo has been observed by Mu. Erectile is roughly called hardness. Softness is soft, two opposite adjectives used to refer to the characteristics of matter. Two tendencies that make it difficult or easy to change the world under the influence of a type of cause. That's the basic theory, and when Namgung Mae used his internal force to strike hard, the miracle was in Marong Bo's mind. The two words firmness and softness are also used to indirectly refer to contrasting states such as strong and weak, big and small, high and low, light and dark, hot and cold, fast and slow, movement and stillness, or yin and yang. What Master Namgung wants to say is that you need to transfer the hard energy into the sword and then create a connection with the soft energy. Due to the difference in state, conflict is born, and from conflict leads to strong moves. Regardless of which tendency one falls into, hard or soft is still considered a mandatory reasonable behavior. Must have. Looking at Marong Bo's face, I really understood the problem, showing that this person is truly a genius of the Marong family. When she wanted to say more things, Miss J. Gal went to greet her senior. Not only in the White Dojo, but the two have also known each other for a long time because of the quite good relationship between the Namgung family and the J. Gal family. It can be said that J. Gal Mi is also a talented person of the family clan, so the conversation between them is very exciting. Namgung Mae is different. Since he was young, he was not loved by his senior brother, so why would he go there to be hated? Everyone freely exchanged experiences, but how can the male lead do that? Why are you standing so far away from your big brother? Eun Ryong came over to ask. Because I'm a bit shy and need to sort out some random thoughts. I thought he was going to come get me, but instead he became the snake class's teaching assistant. In the end, what do you want to do? How thoughtful Namgung Mae becomes. The scene changes to the medical hall of the martial arts hall where martial artists are treated. After facing the black orchid, the short demon sword is beaten to a pulp. Should be taken home urgently. His body was covered with bandages all over his body and he was still unconscious. Outside the hospital room, Master Ryu Yin heard the news and bought fruit to visit and look after the envelopes and all. Holding the apple basket in the master's hand, making a happy face and asking how things were. Seeing Senior Yang Yung Hyuk tiredly stand up to say hello. Your condition is quite bad, isn't it? It's not a joke, I think we need to practice with the kids in the snake class. I'm sorry I'm a teaching assistant but I can't assist you. No problem, I found it, there's a very talented guy who can replace my position right now. Hearing this information, the teaching assistant was also surprised that there was no one more talented than me in Dick Hwa Dai who wanted to support his master. But that's okay. Let's ignore that because he's talking about the recent mission. Do you know how the members of the Black Flower are living now? Ryu Yin suddenly thought, why did he ask about the members of the assassin organization? Who knows where those buffalo heads and horse faces are, they are just eccentric and strange people. After solving it seems that no one will see each other again, so the master feels a bit sad. There is one person who always complains about always wanting to return home. However, there is also someone whose mind we cannot guess. Thinking about something. After the main battle, only a few of the Black Frangipani were still alive. There was a lot of sadness, but it was okay for the organization not to disintegrate during the fight. Ryu Yin felt happy about that because I am the leader who leads everyone. Because they have been freed from the life closest to death. I think those members will have a stable life. Teaching assistant Yang didn't know much, so he didn't explain the lines and said what he was thinking. I think the person who made me become like this is one of the members of the Black Flower Giant. It sounds quite strange, but if the master comes along, he will probably recognize who the person who always impersonates him is. At the same time, at the 100,000 Great Mountains, stretching from north to south, central to east. Theme this summer, no one knows that that area is the headquarters of the demon religion. With steep cliffs hanging high, someone is tired of climbing to the top. Every step of the guy seems quite familiar. Memorization shows that this guy has walked around many times. As soon as he arrived, in front of him was a large cave with the wind blowing in and making a whirring sound. Somehow he automatically knelt down and bowed. And reported the news. Someone who looked very similar to him attacked and all of our members were destroyed. The existence of the shamanism ended a long time ago, but perhaps the residual party is always hidden here. Is it possible that the number of blood inflammation pills is related to all of them? Deep in the cave, terrifying red eyes appear. He is called by that servant as his deputy. Leader. Sir, according to witnesses, that person was wearing a black uniform and disguised as a devil. It is not necessary to know whether it was a real cave or not, but mentioning those details made the guy inside the cave angry. Ryu Yin was the key factor that caused the old demon war. If it weren't for his master, the demon sect would probably be forcing even the martial arts to convert to worship the holy fire. Because they were too afraid of the servant's master's anger quickly calmed down and asked him to calm down. We not only made a contract with the Trung Thien Merchant Group but also with Luke Lam Camp as well. We have not yet made any transactions with the farmers. People and have been preparing for it for a while. Wouldn't making a pact with too many of them get us caught up? That's why we all have to start move at the same time, sir. If the entire Central Plains is bombed, tracking us will easily make mistakes. Because he had been hiding for so long, the deputy leader could not grasp the current situation. So he had to agree and give everything to his subordinates to do whatever they wanted. The scene moved to the White Martial Arts Hall again at dusk. It's about to turn dark. At the end of today's rather tiring training session, the kids start to come back to chat. One Pyo feels that this new assistant is as good as teaching assistant Yang. He accurately analyzes our weaknesses and mistakes. Morong Bo spoke up. Not only is he accurate, he also explains everything thoroughly. I also understand this teaching assistant better than anyone else. Master Ryu Yin's teaching methods are many. In response to bald Master J Gal Mi did not have an opinion because he knew that person too well. He did not know exactly because he had been at Shaolin Temple for a long time. He has surpassed the level of the students who will lead the martial arts league in the future. According to my mother, he is one of the few natural martial arts geniuses that comes only once in 100 years. Not only Nam Gung Il, but also the other descendants of the Nam Gung family. Namgung Son is the one who took down the most notorious gang in Anhui continent a few months ago. With just one, that army of nearly 8,000 people crushed the bandits to restore peace to the villagers in the village. There is also a famous story about Namgung Hee, who fought with one of the best mercenaries, and they also often caused trouble in the inn. It sounds a bit boastful, but the results were a draw, and from there are many other anecdotes. And of course there's no need to tell much about Namgung Hee. Specializes in being called names by drunkards while drunk. Marang Bo's family has 2 brothers, but it's a bit scary to hear that, having given birth to 5 children, all of them are so outstanding. Age of male brother and sister. The Namgung family's sisters are not much better than the students in the white martial arts school. The Namgung family will be a solid wall for everyone, but those who have enrolled in the martial arts school need to overcome it. Last name. These are extremely accurate statements but only slightly wrong. It seems the whole class has forgotten the classmate who also has the last name Namgung, but no one wants to mention it. Namgung Mae. I was startled when my friends looked at me with curious eyes. You also come from a family, but all the children in Namgung that I see are fragile and fragile. I would also feel small. If your child has to grow up with people like that. Namgung Mae is only embarrassed to say that he's known her for a long time. If he's good, then leave them alone. I'm good in another way. Not everyone has to become a genius. Surely you also have your own talents. There was nothing to criticize the 5 young masters. Everyone was supportive. From afar, the eldest young master also silently watched his junior brother like a shadow. Is it wrong to try to force him to return to the family home? Since coming here, that boy has changed so much. It's been many months since Namgung Il first saw his younger brother smile. It's so natural. At home, he just sulks and hides in the bedroom or practices swordplay. Did something happen? Living among a group of geniuses, he suddenly finds someone who is different from his brothers. To count from 1 to 10, it only takes other brothers and sisters 5 seconds. But for Namgung Mae, it is a difficult problem. The family loves them and flatters them to the skies as pride. And the 5th young master is just a waste of crickets with a bad reputation that makes their mother go to heaven. Someone has to sympathize for the boy, but that person is definitely not Namgung Il. Although it is good to know that the junior brother has developed very well and can use internal energy again. However, with his tough nature, young master Nam the Gung family will never change their decision. While contemplating and calculating a plan, the children's laughter has disappeared. The snake class has returned to the dormitory, leaving only the thin long sword alone to think about it forlornly. Master Ryu Yian. Master is on a nearby roof. He is having a headache because of Yang's teaching assistant claiming that one of the members of the Black Flower Eagle is involved in the single ring incident. A time of fire. I still have all my heart, but I won't let it get bad even if it dissolves. As the leader, the master secretly thinks that he must personally investigate this matter. What the fake wants to know is simple, but need to find someone else first. Ryu Yian's next goal is to find the top tracker in the old Black Flower Giant. In order not to let his rice get cold, he immediately went back to his room to change. Wandering around the streets. Like many organizations looking for information, such as the Bang or Hao Man, disguise is very basic. In some places, they are beggars, prostitutes, blacksmiths, or criminals. Carriage. In front of the master's eyes is a small building that is not very big. As soon as the second child ran out to greet him, he was lucky enough to put a small tip in his pocket. To get this, the boy had to work hard for half a year. But Ryu Yian is a person who loves children. I'm going to the 2nd floor, prepare a hot pot and 2 jars of wine. If someone pours beer, that would be good. Looking at the money in her hand, the second child bowed and said yes. Leading the way. Because of his job, his vision is quite good because there are hundreds of types of people going in and out. This generous person is definitely a tycoon or an official or something. It only took 15 minutes for the sumptuous feast to be arranged on the table, looking very appetizing. Looking at the customer who seemed a bit curious about the food, the boy took the initiative to hold the bowl and try to stir in a few pieces of shrimp. Holding the fan in my hand, I could smell the scent and my master praised it. It looks good, but does it seem like your house is missing something? I'm talking about a flower whose fragrance spreads far away, miles from the beginning of the alley to the end of the neighborhood. "Sir, actually, our restaurant is an honest business so we don't often hire bartenders." It was a very tactful refusal so the objective person had no opinion. Tunhi took the initiative to ask permission but his eyes changed quickly. Master finished his meal but only ate 3 bites and then left. The person continued to walk back and forth as if he wanted to do something. Very quickly, the master's attention met the eyes of the gangsters. "The way you dress luxuriously means you have a lot of money." So the hoodlums were very satisfied. Ryu Yeon pulled the 3 into the alley to conveniently deal with the surrounding people to avoid being curious. The leader carrying the scimitar couldn't bear to speak profanity. "Family. Who the hell are you to look for ash flowers?" Closing the fan, the master smiled with satisfaction, so he wasn't old yet, so he thought he was in the wrong place. He no longer covered his face, but used his 2 small eyes. Take a look at the scoundrels. They started to be stunned, not because they were afraid, but because they were too surprised. They thought that if they hid their faces, it would turn out to be like an addict like this, then eating a knife would be like worshipping the king of hell. There's a lot of money, but if you torture a seriously ill person, you are not a member of the gang. Ah Mao flipped his hair up and down as if he didn't know how to act appropriately. He asked the 2 boys to step back and not forget to remind them. "Don't do anything." I thought I would roll my eyes but I didn't just bow down and apologize. It seemed like the person with cancer was about to die and apologized because we looked at the wrong person. Master was also surprised. "I wonder why everyone has been criticizing my beauty since the beginning." The thugs who were about to leave secretly cursed the bastard for giving the wrong news and had to have their teeth extracted when they returned. Ah Mao is the leader of this place. Normally he is very gentle compared to his appearance. Everyone thinks he is a member of the demon religion. The minus point is that after drinking a liter of wine, he gets angry and wants to punch each other. Among the 3 guys, scoundrel left Master Ryu Yeon still doesn't want to leave them in peace. "I need to see him," the person called Ash Tree, "so will you show me the way?" Ah Mao don't bother to turn back, just listen, put it carefully into that weak sick guy. But just as if I hadn't said anything, "You can go, don't say too much." To show off his strength, he swung the familiar knife like always. The knife stuck into the ground, causing the brick floor to break, was indeed the manager of the hooligan ward. How can these things make things difficult for Master Ryu Yeon? "Go quickly, you might die." The reason is unknown. Afterwards, Ah Mao's face was completely covered in plastic surgery. 2 of his juniors did the same, one of them had his butt punctured by his master. "There's not much time left," Master just repeated one last time. "Don't let me talk too much, quickly take me to the residence of the person called Ash Tree." "Take all your courage," Ah Mao ventured to ask. "Sir, what is the reason?" "For me, you can consider him as a long-time old friend." After that, it was completely dark and the street no longer had too many people passing by. This time is for those who like to live at night. A row of houses with closed doors, no one can stay there. Some beggars, and drunkards can only sleep because they have no place to stay. Body. Everyone had to look at Ah Mao with wary eyes, in addition to the people dressed in clothes following behind. On the way, the master also asked about the servants in the Black Flower in the past. Since when did that guy become a link in the Information Society network? It seems like he punched Ah Mao too much at that time, so now his head is pounding and he can't hear anything. The organization Ash Tree is working with includes people from the lowest class in society. Despite their appearance, this place specializes in buying and selling information about everything. During the day, they can disguise themselves as beggars and thieves. Go get information. At night, the members disguise themselves as many characters to sell the same information they have during the day. "Sir, I'm only here to work to pay off a big debt to Lord Ashtree." It wasn't surprising that the 2 of them reached the entrance of the headquarters. Ah Mao coughed 3 times and then spat twice to signal the people inside. Very quickly the boy urinated. "Every morning, I opened the door and looked out like a daily habit. Although I was very curious to ask who this person was, looking at Uncle Ah Mao's face, he was bruised, so maybe I should forget about it. Don't ignore the matter here." The master stopped and spoke to the little boy. "Hey kid, I will make you pay for trying to call someone to fight with me." That's the attitude, but the master said it's over, there's no need to do anything. Entering the study room, Tam Mao asked Xiao to prepare a pigeon to send a letter to Ash Tree. The child was a bit confused because today was the day. But the two sides did not exchange any news. The reason was not much, just that Master Ryu Yian was here, but it was absolutely difficult for him to open his mouth. Instead of Master Ah Mao's words, I came here directly. To find a long-time old friend. It's very simple. The little boy looked at Ah Mao and prepared the paperwork. Sir, if you want that, please fill in that person's information in the form. The application for me. Master just laughed and dismissed it because since you're here, what else are you looking for? We don't need documents or carrier pigeons, aren't there sentences that are too close to ink to be black? He approached the wall in front and felt the possibility that there would be another empty space behind him. As the leader of the Black Flower Frangipani, it was so atmospheric to remember how to hide the ash tree's knot. While the two of them, the other person is confused and wants to stop it, but it's too late. If it's wrong, Ryu Yian will compensate for the grooming fee and the fee for damaging the association's belongings. The master's aura spread and a wall gradually cracked. But there was no explosion. Probably because they were afraid of causing a disturbance at night, the military officers came here to investigate. And then, as expected, behind was a larger room with a person sitting inside. Even the wall of the house over there was cracked. He must have used the technique of Huck Sun Bak Yao. Ah Mao seems to really like to play with words. Huck Sun Bak Yao is simply creating just enough force at your disposal to target objects or people. Ash Tree hastily put away the papers and turned around. It seems like you've recognized my presence, you're so intuitive. Voice, this is unmistakable. The master walked in without warning. He proactively greeted the former member of the Black Flower Giant. In this organization, no one has ever seen the face of Master Ryu Yian, so maybe Ash Tree is the same. Maybe the two will have to fight a few times for the master to prove his identity. At the same time, at the familiar place, Namgung Mae has just arrived. This place is a place where when it's dark, he and his master practice alone together. Before going on business, Ryu Yian leaves a letter reminding his disciples not to be lazy and neglect to master how to manipulate energy. There is no one like this master, who only guided me to practice using two sources of energy. Well, knowing that Namgung Mae has thousands of jobs, he only has to put away the letter and do it himself. First, it's familiar to have to warm up to stretch and reverse the flow, but the next step is a bit difficult. Everything the male protagonist has done from the beginning until now is preparation for learning the root reversal technique. While planning to meditate to harmonize the two streams of internal energy, a rustling sound was heard in the bushes. Because the senses have become sharp, it is not difficult not to detect. That aura was moving very quickly towards the fifth young master. I thought it was some monster, but it turned out to be Big Brother Namgung Il, who wanted to interact a bit. They both still had unfinished business to discuss. Surely he quite wanted to test his junior brother's strength. Just like that, the two brothers were fighting each other in chaos, separated for a long time. Perhaps this was the love of the big brother. Where did the habit of fighting come from? Didn't say so. Namgung Mae quickly raised his hand to block the attack. Even though it wasn't a fatal shot, it was so fast that it darkened his face. The male lead's first step was doing quite well because he didn't get hit. Let's play. It's a bit difficult, but this is much better than being at home. While busy blocking, Namgung Il asked about the martial arts genre. Man brother, why don't we use our great heavenly way? Saying this means I know I'm not satisfied, and the dantian of the heavenly dragon sword glows. The internal force that radiates makes the weight of the attack even stronger. Boom! Namgung Mae, huh? His mouth was wide open and he couldn't make a sound. Big brother used a punch to throw him into the air. I thought I would learn useful things from my master today, but instead I got beaten all the time. Namgung Il flew straight up to approach his junior brother without breathing. If it's not a family technique, then what exactly is the thing you're using? The internal force flowing back from the arm continues to pour down to the soles of the feet. Another shot on Namgung Mae's back. From the angle of view, you can't even imagine how painful it is. Body he was above, suddenly he followed the force of his senses and shot hard into the practice field. The field that used to play the game of green light and red light has now been destroyed in the center where the master was the one to catch. Knowing that his disciple had fainted, so Namgung-il decided to just take it home and interrogate him later. The behavior is unique in the Namgung family. Usually brothers will love each other, but Namgung-mae is a bit dark. Black since birth, not now. Although the other brothers and sisters are less hot-tempered, they all have the same temperament as big brother. You'd better tell Master Ryu Yeon that you're going back home. I thought I was unconscious, but when it came to returning, the male protagonist tried to wake up. The aura of the Dandine went down and the internal force from there also began to burst out. If senior brother was here, it's a good thing to let you feel pain. Since fighting Tang Wei-ju, Namgung-il hasn't paid any attention to his junior brother. Only then did he realize two streams of energy. Completely different, how could they appear at the same time? The sound of conflict resonated, shaking a small area in the training area. It looked a bit dangerous, so the heavenly dragon sword promptly retreated. Far. In the end, what did Master Ryu Yeon do to my junior brother? The soil and rocks falling on Namgung-mae are not very impervious to those physical attacks. What needs to be done now is to put all your strength into it. It is not difficult to fight back. Pros and cons. The chi swirls deep inside the palm. On the right is the essence of internal energy of Namgung's mind, and on the left is the internal energy reversal of the Uniwan that was bitten when he was a child. Namgung-mae pursed his lips. He also closed his eyes and shot to attack his senior brother. The move he used was the first double dragon combo. On the outside, it was quite impressive, but in the eyes of the heavenly dragon sword, it was different. Since childhood, I have known that you can only use this basic move. With just one hand, Namgung-il turned his wrist and used gentleness to guide his junior brother, causing him to lose momentum and stumble backwards. I thought I was going to do well in battle, but the more I fought, the more I got caught. Maybe using the family's martial arts, my big brother would know every detail. Namgung-mae dismissed it, painfully thinking that he needed to use a martial art that person did not know. The airflow reversed, he continued to jump up and attack from behind. The air power was completely different, but the way to execute the move was still the same. Old technique. Namgung-mae only changed a little in the internal force and direction of the move. Seeing the quick will of the familiar disciple, Namgung-il was also very surprised and did not show it on his face. However, that alone is not enough to be the champion of the Dragon and Phoenix branch. The heavenly sword technique has been learned to the final level, and now it's time for the boy to contemplate. Because he missed the first shot, he thought. The defensive stance exposed too many loopholes. The fifth form of the heavenly sword fell straight into Namgung-mae's face. The ground was torn into large pieces and he ate it all. Only a few successes have been achieved, not at a serious level, but perhaps more than enough. Namgung-il slowly approached his junior brother and still silently observed. There was no sign of giving up, but the body must have difficulty moving. Although Namgung-mae's martial arts are weak, no one can compare him to Namgung-mae's belief and effort. His face was covered in mud and his breathing was uneven, but if he needed to continue fighting, he would definitely play. Looking at this appearance, ill brother immediately realized that his younger brother still wanted to be beaten again. Since childhood, Namgung-mae was aware of this. His fate. Even though he was forbidden to learn martial arts and internal exercises, there was not a day that he did not rest. He once had thoughts of giving up, but now that he had just started, how could he stop? Dear senior brother, I really don't know when and how to give up. Also a martial artist dedicated to practicing martial arts, Namgung-il sees the small advantage on my junior brother's face. Besides, you also don't. How can I stop that stubborn habit? There will be no return today and neither will tomorrow. However, there must be a condition to stay here to learn martial arts. Namgung-mae is willing to pay any price if you ask for money. You can also write a loan note. As a teaching assistant for 1 month, I will try my best to teach Murong Bo. So the meaning has been clear ever since Namgung-il saw his younger brother fighting with young master Tang Wan. At the end of that time, if I can defeat Murong Bo in a martial arts competition, I will be allowed to stay in the dojo. This is the only door, but with the current level, how can it be? Normal is too lame, so what will happen after a month? No way. Namgung-mae still had to agree first and then wait for the master to come back and ask later. returned to Ryu Yian's place while he was greeting his old subordinates. The space was quiet and the city was attracted by the explosions. Ash Tree was right there shouting and criticizing why you dared to impersonate the leader. Both of you had fought 69 rounds, but it seemed like this person didn't trust you. Why are you like this all the time? I'm really the leader of the Black Flower. I don't know who sent you here, but you must have received the wrong information. Ryu Yian's leader, we are a handsome man hidden behind the mask there. Now all that's left is to use the water to make a beautiful human skin mask, then Ash Tree is lucky to believe half of it. It's strange that I haven't once revealed his face to anyone. What the hell is he talking about? Don't lie to me, I don't even know what Ryu Yian looks like. Ash Tree, flying close behind, also said that he has a way to detect what is real and what is fake. Don't underestimate my ability to gather information in this Central Plains land. Don't waste any more time using the energy in your palm to block the enemy's path. Enemy. The aura is quite similar to the Master's but seems to have changed and transformed a lot. Having been a longtime teammate, the Master also found it very simple to find loopholes in a series of leaders. That force. All the roofs of the people in the street were blown away. After Ash Tree hit, he exclaimed that the opponent looked weak but also very agile. So he immediately pulled out his weapon to see if he could avoid it. Can I do it again? Looking at that action, Ryu Yian immediately realized what his subordinate was trying to do. In Ash Tree's hand was an odd coin, but it wasn't for any purchase. The soul coin bullet magic shines a powerful ray of death towards Ryu Yian. Is this a strength that has no restraint when the two are no longer teammates? The damage is so great, it's a pity for those the people were sleeping but there was no peace. I thought we were going to hug each other dearly, but we unexpectedly greeted each other with a scene of blood and fire like this. While we were engrossed in one ray, 3 other rays immediately shot out. Is about to skewer Ryu Yian. Master uses all his strength to lean to the left and then moves to the right very quickly. Let's see how long you can dodge because I still have enough money to use that move. Are you planning on gossiping? Every time it's shown, ordinary people count the coins they just threw. Ash Tree stopped after hearing this because this is a secret that few people know. The battle was chaotic. Stopped, you really know too much about me. Who are you, a member of a gang or a demon sect or a martial arts alliance? At this point, the Master is tired of having to explain to that stubborn guy. Great. What you just experienced is more than enough. Why bother giving in anymore? Forget the questions and I will force you to believe that I am Ryu Yian. Infinite power radiates everywhere, the place that made Ash Tree's eyes widen in surprise. If it wasn't the leader, no one would have foreseen this move. The original reverse jutsu is something that Ryu Yian has been stirring up the demon sect for many years. The time to strike the attack also took a bit and was enough for the subordinates to calculate. Ash Tree quickly jumped from the roof to get close to stop that devastating blow. As he got closer to the offender, because the higher the impact, this is definitely not a good way. If there was a mask, the Master would have worn it but just beat this insolent guy to death. The energy put into the finger is enough for the Master. Ryu Yian waved his hand and slashed horizontally forward. The blue aura shining in the night sky looked very illusory. Since he was in such a hurry, how would he avoid that dangerous thing? Here, when shooting through the body, it is divided into 2, the legs go in front of the head, the legs go in front of the head. Unlike other experts, the Master's moves only damage the target, not the environment. Around influence. Ash Tree fell immediately to the ground but he did not cry out in pain at all. The sound of breathing was also not detected on the side where the upper body was cut. The pools of blood that would normally be seen did not appear where the body lay. Looking at it, I know it's the type of guy that just waits for the opportunity to sneak attack someone. Master Ryu Yian looked bored for a while and then said, "Stop pretending to be dead." Suddenly Ash Tree he opened his eyes as if he had already planned. He waved his right hand and shot out a powerful palm to kill without saying a word. At first, it was possible to avoid it, but now these types of energies are only worth scratching the Master's itch. It all disappeared in the palm of Ryu Yian's hand without any damage being created. No one caught playing Ash Tree, he did not hide it and stood up to talk. He asked the other person why he was not a person of the Black Flower Giant but still knew how to breathe. The source of energy of the person who just attacked me was the old leader's reverse magic. Confirmed 4 or 5 times, now the mask has been removed. Are you really the leader of our Black Flower Giant? After that, no one said anything anymore and both natures needed to find another place to talk. With the mess they just caused, the people living in the street certainly wouldn't be able to sit down. It's okay. Master Ryu Yian found the highest mountain peak where no one passed by to find out the news. It took a while to get back to prepare for the ash tree to appear, so it also made him feeling dissatisfied. The reason for being late was just to run to the night restaurant next to the neighbor's house to buy wine and meat to sweeten his voice. Actually, that was just a lie because the dwarf came back one by one. I had the wits to pick up the coins I shot out just now. Did you follow me correctly? Indeed, this is our leader. Master grabbed the wine bomb and got straight to the point. Happened. In the past, if I said it was Ryu Yian, my subordinates would believe it, but this is different because of the mask and that strong body. Understanding this, the master drank 3 or 4 sips. Who doesn't have a beautiful past? Ashtree also replied, you don't take off your mask because of your appearance because there are also people spreading rumors flattering your handsomeness. Whoever has such a foul mouth. Ryu Yian has never really shown her face to anyone. Where can she describe it? Where the hell did you hear those nonsense rumors? Tell me so I can sew her beak back together. You are the person responsible for the information of the Black Orchid. How can you believe in such things? According to the Black Orchid, in the past he had peeped on the leader changing clothes. Not only yet he meticulously sat down to look at it and then sketched out a very handsome picture. I think I have to get rid of all these things now because they have no value. What a cliché story of 2 people being mean. Take 1 sip and gulp it down. The sky tonight is so beautiful, the wind is cool and fresh, and you can sip it with a trusted subordinate. Suddenly Ashtree asked the leader why he came here to look for him. I thought it would be good if we never contacted or met each other. You must know what the other members are doing and where they are, right? Received this question. Ashtree also knows the purpose of the leader being here. Some massacres of people related to the unit and there are always traces clearly stating that Ryu Yian has been there. No one is stupid when right like that and the leader doesn't. I heard that there is currently a guy named Ryu Yian impersonating me to act as a gangster. Master looked into the distance and said the goal that needs to be found got that bastard. Ashtree doesn't speak or laugh and doesn't let his emotions show. Do you know anything? Our leader has no grudge against you for abandoning you. I know this is the personality of people but please clarify this. When I was a member of the Black Flower Giant, helping was a matter of course, but now I am no longer a member of the organization. That's true. Pragmatic person, Ashtree smiled evilly when he knew the money was about to flow into his pocket. His intention was that if he wanted to know anything, even the leader would have to vomit money here. News of many massacres had spread throughout the Central Plains. Luke Lam bandits, one of many communist groups, were almost completely eliminated. Their bodies were found in many places and many areas were rumored to be involved in the crime. Involved in a single complete. The traces left on the body and the fighting areas were too chaotic, including swords, spears, and spears, so it's really unknown. There are tens of thousands of suspects in martial arts. So martial arts min is quite difficult to trace the true identity of the person who did it. Many people believe that it is an evil sect, some say it is a demonic sect, but nothing is clear. The only clue is sad. After the massacres, there are only words engraved in blood. The text everywhere says that Ryu Yian has been there, a big question mark for the strategists. At Ashtree's desk, there is full evidence but still a dead end. I also agree that it is possible that the fake Ryu Yian was once in the Black Flower. But with the traces of the weapon, it is impossible to know who it is. Among them will do this. Before disbanding, Master Ryu Yian trained all members to be able to use all weapons fluently. Because of that, only he is the only one who can recognize the perpetrator. If we meet face to face, we can keep our identity very well. Those are also scandals where the experts follow us harder than leeches. We didn't do that because you dragged everyone by their hair and led everyone around. It's true that the team spirit was so happy to see them again after a long time. Anyway, Everyone where the fake Ryu Yian always appeared, a familiar object. As Ashtree spoke, he also fumbled through the pile of evidence. Finally, he pulled out a box identical to that of Hong Seo Gul of the gang. "Leader, have you ever heard of blood inflammation uniring? Who wouldn't be familiar with these things? The clan elders gave them to them before and even had the opportunity to kill Yu Yaoen's assassins. This is the medicine that has been secretly spread throughout the Central Plains. It is known for its ability to increase potency immediately after swallowing, so everyone is looking for it. It's true that people only focus on the benefits and then forget the harms." Master nodded and told me that he once saw a person who ate that pill. After fighting for a while until he lost consciousness and consumed all his internal energy, he still did not stop. Is that right? It must be a common medicine, but why are people looking for it so much? Ashtree listened and his head jumped continuously, his eyes blinked. At first, I thought that drinking it would increase my power, but that was just a side effect. The feelings of the Black Flower Warriors were very sharp when they learned about that miracle. Increasing internal power is also good, but on the other hand, its harm is too unpredictable. Perhaps the leader wants to use an army to make his soldiers fearless of death. Perhaps the demonic cult is underground, plotting to cause chaos once again after 20 long years of lying quietly and breathing softly. The master was also thinking the same thing but still needed a lot of evidence. That single pill must have been the next choice. When pushed into a corner. In this world, there are many people who are lucky to survive and try to live to come back for revenge. So you say that medicinal pills are found in places where Ryu Yian fakes appeared or what? Ashtree affirmed so quickly that he agreed with just hearing the leader's question. I don't know the reason, but we will find out when he personally meets that person. Above the sky suddenly heard the sound of pigeons calling. This was a sign that the news had arrived. Ashtree's new organization worked very well, just had a few sips of wine and was done. Mr. I asked Tunhi to open the door and receive information from the other bird. This form of communication is quite basic in Gypsy, it is fast and does not harm the sender or receiver. The only important thing what you need to do is just raise the bird and train it well. Or with assassins like Black Frangipani, you can also leave signs with special characters. Put the pigeon in your hand. Ashtree quickly removed the thread and opened it to see. You can find out the identity of the fake Ryu Yian faster than I thought. The news that came in seems to be related to simple blood inflammation. Complete. From the beginning, if you want to find a trace, you only need to know the location of the force that is hiding it. Only when you clearly understand this information will the real Ryu Yian find the fake Ryu Yian. Just like that, time passed until the next morning at the snake class training area. Marong Bo had been here since the rooster had not yet crowed. After the lesson from Senior Namgung Il, the boy has been applied in practice a lot. On the surface, the new teaching assistant claims to train each person individually, but in reality, he prioritizes Mr. Marong more. Because it is necessary to make Marong Bo strong quickly to the dead guy left the intestines and brought them home. Seeing the teaching assistant coming, Marong Bo quickly calmed down and greeted. Sorry, teaching assistant, why are you here at this hour? Namgung Il didn't want to say much, just remained silent and then spoke up. He asked why young Master Marong wanted to become a strong person. It's a short question, but it will take a lot of time to answer it. In Namgung Mae, it's not enough, but in Marong, if you're strong, you'll be the ruler. Before joining the dojo, my father engraved in his mind the need to glorify the family. So the reason I work so hard now is to stand above the others. Namgung Il. After listening, I was quite surprised that Marong Bo wanted to dominate. Surely this boy also intended to become the next small family head when the old man retired. Thinking about it, his talent he is on par with his brothers and sisters. In his head, the eldest son suddenly had a thought that he wished the youngest son would be like that. It sounds a bit miserable, but it is extremely reasonable in this situation. Present. To be able to surpass everyone else you need to be much stronger than them. Show me what your current state is like. This means wanted to ask Marong Bo what his current level is at the dojo. I think I can at least surpass all the students at the White Dojo. Seeing this, Namgung-il told the story of Tang again. Wei-ju lost a fight with his junior brother Namgung-mae. "Since you know that, are you confident in defeating our junior brother?" Marang-bo nodded confidently but understood that Namgung-mae is improving day by day. "With skills that can only defeat Tang Wei-ju, he cannot compare to me." "That's right in one go. Tang's martial arts combat is only average. But if he was someone who could use all the deadly drugs and hidden weapons, could you defeat him?" Perhaps this question is saving some dignity for the family because Marang-bo thinks he can eat Namgung-mae. Tang Wei-ju or even other members of the Tang sect can use it. Can use deadly drugs and hidden weapons. Everyone understands one thing about this family that is truly scary: it's not that they are proud of martial arts. Over many generations, the Tang sect has developed hidden weapons, more and more poison, and even deadly organ traps. The Holy Temple in Sichuan is a place where not everyone can enter. Although it is very famous, they rarely wander around, and that is also the reason. Always living a closed life and holding many secrets. Namgung-il knows that Marang-bo will not dare to say that he can 100% do it. Because all it takes is one scratch from the 8 great poisons. Will also end. Without creating any loopholes or mistakes, do you think you can do it? There are so many profound things here that the great master Namgung wants the other person to understand. "You know I was the champion of the Dragon and Phoenix branch exam, right? It is a place for the elites, those who stand out among the geniuses to compete with each other." That means Namgung-il is ranking Marang-bo with the best in the world. These words seemed to lift young Master Marang up into the clouds because in the snake class in particular and the dojo in general, he was very suitable for the top position. "I will help you put you above everyone else in this white dojo." The goal is very clear. Namgung-il has given the condition that he must defeat his junior brother within the next month. Shortly after dawn, the remaining members gathered. Today, the new teaching assistant gave a common exercise for everyone. The bamboo trees were built upright and the disciples must be in the most balanced position to avoid falling down. With not much experience, not much Namgung-il walks back and forth talking about how to use the senses. If this balance cannot be maintained, it will never be possible, it must be felt mentally. This exercise helps martial artists always have a certain balance in every situation they encounter. Yes, some people are difficult. Some people are simple because everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses, and the teaching assistant continues to increase the difficulty of the training. He looks around and looks for the first position to be where Gal Mi. She looked quite stable, so she picked up a few pebbles and shot them hard to see how she would react. As expected, young talent Gal turned out to have quite good senses when discovered felt dangerous. The bamboo tree swayed in the wind but was flexible. Miss Gal Mi did a few somersaults and avoided it all. In addition, the way she lowered her body was also very experienced, so there was no problem at all. The senses are quite sensitive to changes around the training environment. This makes Namgung-il satisfied, adding 1 point and then looking for the next targets. Next positions are 1 pyo and each person's Marang-bo has a different posture. The chubby Shaolin disciple thought he would stagger, but he did better than Gal Mi. Talking about Marang-bo, there's not much to discuss. This is a common thing in the family. Unlike his friends, he chooses to confront rather than avoid. Even though it's just a few pebbles, if it's a hidden weapon, it can easily cause danger to the family. The snake class itself is also full of class members, most people can grasp the basics. Namgung-il thinks so, but wonders if his biological brother can overcome it? Look at Namgung-mae's very serious attitude, no different from the rest of you. A slightly larger number of pebbles are flying up to test his agility. Those things all have a purpose. When aiming for many important positions, it is difficult to block. If it were before, the male lead would have staggered and fallen to the ground like this. It would be different. He used a little internal force and simply destroyed it. The stones of senior brother. Marang-bo on the side thought he would fail, but in front of him was a huge change in his fellow students. His confidence in being able to defeat the 5 masters Namgung became even greater. Should be more suspicious. I thought I only felt it during that martial arts match, but actually you have grown up. Namgung-il didn't praise or criticize because it wasn't enough, so he continued to shoot rocks at the spot of medicine disciples. I was thinking about finding a place to sleep because I thought Eun Ryong would make it, but she fell down. Unlike her friends, Eun Ryong's martial arts and internal strength are almost the worst in the snake class. I was also worried because the height was 5 meters and I was lucky to fall without breaking my leg. Faced with the expression of the disciples, Namgung-il shouted and ordered everyone to stay in place. Why is this attitude strange? Too normal and cold to say anything, but also a bit difficult. Ignoring Eun Ryong, who was holding her leg in pain, she groaned and walked over to look at it with suspicious eyes. She didn't even understand. Now that you've covered the basics, let me know which sect you come from. The medicine sect is a small sect made up of skilled physicians. In the past, during the war, they had to create their own martial arts to protect yourself. In addition to knowing how to cure diseases, martial arts medicine is also simply about protecting physical training. What is the scale of the medicine sect? Eun Ryong happily returned the favor. The medicine school is located in Gansu, so perhaps you don't know it. Hearing that the name has nothing to do with martial arts, when the disciples wanted to share their hometown, Namgung-il dismissed it because he was not interested. What I'm curious about is how this useless sect taught her without even grasping the basic skills. It sounds a bit thorny and impossible to swallow. Respect is almost non-existent just because Eun Ryong did not complete the test. It seems that the teaching assistant did not find the strengths of the medicine disciples but only focused on the surface. Eun Ryong's body is quite weak and is not suitable for certain types of blacksmithing. Training like this, her field is to save people or use poison, and her senses are very good. I know your senses are better than everyone here, but if your body doesn't listen, then it won't matter. It's just incompetent. Another moral lecture is about to happen. Mr. Namgung comes closer and pays close attention to his face, which is scared and doesn't dare to look at him. The heavenly dragon sword screams at Eun Ryong, which is the worst thing. It's that you don't have the determination. Tell me why you can stay in the white dojo with such a short-term way of thinking. If you curse, it's okay, but here you curse and curse at the same time. The internal strength is really too much. The aura that overwhelmed even the students above was about to make the 4 of them unable to stand on the bamboo stalk. Seeing his classmate sobbing, Namgung couldn't hold back. Okay, go down and stop me. If you're teaching anyone, you've had enough of cursing other people's sects, brother. This isn't the Namgung family. You can say whatever you want to someone else. It's great to help you, but it seems like strong Namgung has forgotten what the snake class is like. Namgung-il is here as a teaching assistant so he can talk and do and then give lessons. The accompanying training is that you are allowed to punish 5 people or individuals who do wrong. Take advantage of the fact that you don't like the younger brother who is by your side and purposely leave without further instructions. We will stop it here. In this class, I'm the only one allowed to move around freely, eat, play, and sleep. Just like that, the snake class is allowed to retire early when the sun has not yet risen above the sky, making it very comfortable. Who stays? Practice by yourself, but if you don't want to, just go play digging for mice and catching birds. Namgung-il said with a calculating expression, looking at Bo. What is the purpose of the heavenly dragon sword in this class? I really miss Master Ryu Yian's exercises. Since the day I joined, Master Namgung class always favors Bo the most, probably because of the idea of bringing his junior brother back. So the more time passes without practicing, the better, and young Master Bo continues day and night. Privately trained. Coming back early in the morning. If you want to become stronger, the students in the Bo dojo need to defeat Namgung Mae. From now until the end of the month, there will definitely be a formal martial arts match taking place. It sounds a bit unreasonable, but because Master Ryu Yian assigned everything to the teaching assistant, it makes sense. It was really good when he overcame the hidden weapons and poisons of the disciples. Based on from what I observed, he wasn't poisoned because he had a special ability, right? The observation is quite good because few people pay attention to the reason why the 8 great poisons are useless against the male protagonist. If he uses a certain amount of internal force, he will change into the second personality. It creates a strange type of energy that is different from ordinary martial artists. After hearing this, Namgung-il pursed his lips in annoyance, remembering the time when his 5th brother was still at home. That energy was compatible. inside my younger brother's body when he was young. That's why we stopped Nam Mae from learning martial arts and internal mind techniques. Although he didn't say it, Thien Long Sword understood that type of internal force, which helped junior brother completely eliminate it. Full of poisonous heat on the way out. In this person's eyes, the mother's death was too unjust. If she had not helped the child absorb the poison, she would probably still be living a prosperous life. With the above conditions, I don't think why I would lose to him in an official martial arts match. My little brother has only been at this dojo for more than 3 months. What do you think that means? Marang Bo is angry because this time is too short, but in fact, Nam Mae has developed significantly. There is no need for us to say much because in the past time he has cultivated his martial arts on his own. Quite a lot. Returning to reality in a private area deep in the mountain, those two people continued to practice together. The first step Nam Mae needs to learn is the Marang family's swordsmanship. Need to see the score. What are the user's real strengths and weaknesses? What Marang lacks on the surface is that he has an extremely abundant internal source of energy and comfort. Although he is not in the same family, Nam Mae has done certain research on Marang swordsmanship. This swordsmanship is purely simple, but it is the type of swordsmanship that destroys instantly. Like the Nam family, the Marang family mastered it. Their own strength raised the level of the family to enter the 5 great families. In the past, the two fought many times and actually did not like each other very much because of many problems beyond martial arts. 1. What is the sword that favors speed? What is the essence of instant destruction swordsmanship? The theory for Marang Bo is very simple because every day he has it firmly in the palm of his hand. The nature of Marang's swordsmanship is like a destructive storm that can kill at any time. It's true that the naked eye cannot see it, but the senses can recognize the power in it. It has the power to even knock down a giant tree with its roots deep in the ground. It sounds a bit delusional, but the Thien Long Sword does not dare to underestimate the family that is on par with its family. Talking about Namgung swordsmanship, it is completely different because the inner work of the mind contains hot air like fire. Wind and fire are two opposite forms of these two families. The essence of Marang swordsmanship is wind. On the contrary, the foundation of Namgung swordsmanship is to overwhelm the opponent, causing the opponent to always be in a state of trying to find a way to fight the fire. In addition to helping Marang Bo become stronger, Namgung also wants to deter it to know its position. Where is my intelligence? Even though you say that, if you put aside your identity and family, the two of you are quite compatible to become brothers. What they have in common is their guiding principle of clearly knowing what is enough. And also stopped at the right time. Namgung shot strongly from the air, his body exuding the power of wanting to strike down hard to test the defensive ability of his juniors. While performing a magical sword technique, this is leaning towards the Marang sword. There is only a little of Namgung's internal attack, but each movement is absolutely very high speed. A slash of the sword creates a shock that destroys the area. Practiced by both of them. The wind around the weapon splits into 3 separate waves and turns in many different directions. This is the difference between masters and elites. Real combat experience, it's a bit small, so Marang Bo can't see the heavenly dragon sword in any specific position. With strength and agility, become an endlessly rich existence. Namgung wants Marang Bo to become the huge storm swept away all the obstacles ahead. But before doing so, we had to take a beating first. In case next month we tortured Namgung Mae too much, consider this as a response. Another sword. Young Master Marang was overcome with pain. His clothes tore and blood spewed out because he was unable to prepare in time. The winding path of the sword created many large molten patches under the position where he lay motionless. It is necessary to discover and record the true truth in Marang swordsmanship, then no one can stop it. Stop pretending, quickly stand up and continue fighting, Namgung said seriously. Thinking of playing the master's tortoise and rabbit trick had not yet been noticed, so Marang Bo coughed and crawled up. Did he foresee the nature of swordsmanship that destroys instantly in such a short time? This is the power of the strongest sword of the younger generation of the Namgung family's heavenly dragon sword. Although it is quite painful, there are many things that Marang Bo wants to learn from this young senior. Young Master Namgung's teaching style is quite suitable, as if they were born for each other. Their eyes become more steadfast. In addition to winning over classmate Marong Bo, there are still many walls to overcome. The foundations left by the heavenly dragon sword he will definitely apply to himself. Temporarily ignoring sword fighting, in Shengyang clan. This is a small clan that is not very famous but is in the Master Ryu Yian's investigation trip. It's not clear what happened, but the whole gang is littered with dead people. A disciple is lying barely alive due to being stabbed in the chest by a blade but still trying to maintain his meager life. He had just woken up but in the inner hall there were many familiar crazy growls. The leader of the Shengyang gang inside was going crazy with the use of blood inflammation single reign. In recent times, Shengyang gang has developed strongly and it seems that it will become a gang that is about to be on par with other sects in the world. Shaanxi province is the gathering place of many sects including the Shengyang gang. In order to become strong, they need a teacher to teach and become a representative of the clan. Everything changed when this disciple found a medicinal pill that is famous in the present. They didn't know where it came from, but when they showed it to the gang leader, he confirmed that it was a high-class medicinal pill. It's amazing, just smelling it is so good, it must be something worth making. Who can buy it? Being a merchant among the merchants accompanying you, Lord, that's just a coincidence. This is so lucky, now use it because now it will be yours. How could Ah Tam think like that? Otherwise he would have bitten it without telling. The main reason for bringing the blood inflammation pill was to give it to the master. If without the Shengyang clan, I would probably have become a gangster on the streets assisting thugs and robbers. Please accept this medicinal pill and raise the reputation of our clan to the sky. Bang. After listening, the owner stroked his beard and felt satisfied with the delicious food in his hand. Why wouldn't he use it? And then when he put it into his mouth with joy, the beast was untied. From then to now, Shengyang was sent to the golden stream by the leader of the gang. Ah Tam felt helpless and extremely regretful, but fortunately for him, Master Ryu Yian came. Knowing he couldn't save people, his master told him condolences, please rest in peace and then I will deal with all the corpses. Gang leader Shengyang's symptoms are exactly like those of the assassins. As expected, this poison is about to spread throughout the entire center. Nguyen. Before closing his eyes, Ah Tam silently thanked his benefactor for stopping the gang leader from committing many of those crimes. After that, everything was handled smoothly without alarming the people. This job is familiar to the master because in the past he also buried quite a few comrades. He has lost count of how many times he has dug holes to bury people and lit incense for them to escape. I thought that since the end of the Great War, I wouldn't have to do it, but times have changed. Every time a person dies, the master is even more anxious to find out the specific reason. According to the words of Ash Tree, the places where the fake Ryu Yian passed had exploding vessels there. I thought we could find a guy like that quickly but I didn't know there were so few of them. The goal after Shengyang Bang is Sichuan, the place where the master is so obsessed that it's boring to listen to. Then he left, not forgetting to pay his subordinates a few gold bars as a gift for meeting and working. Seeing the boss look at the salary, his eyes lit up. The little boy was also curious. While cleaning up the documents, he also wanted to ask a few things. Because he was in a good mood, Ash Tree felt comfortable. Listen, sir, why did you lie to that skinny, starving man who looked like he was about to die? It turned out that Ash Tree was also not honest because money made him open his mind to repay Master Ryu Yian's kindness. The guy that guy was looking for had also come here several times before. What? The question is not too difficult to answer because the pile of gold in front of you is the important reason. Working for martial arts Master Min has no shortage of money, so what's the point of this little bit? We could make more money if he took the time to find that guy. It sounds so wretched, it's really a greedy and stingy old man. The little boy is depressed and returns to his job. Since working here, the boy hasn't even earned a few dimes because Ash Tree also had his salary deducted for being dirty. Actually, playing both sides like this also helped Ash Tree find more information about the surviving members after the Black Flower was dissolved. Go back at the martial arts school. The snake classes training sessions are increasingly being made more difficult by teaching assistants. Instead of teaching in the old way of assigning each person to practice according to their strengths, Namgung-il has allowed 5 people team up with me. If this was a real battle, everyone would have been killed. The qualifying round was done by the whole team, but everyone didn't have any spirit called companionship. J-Gal-Mi had to shake the dust off her shirt and speak up on behalf of the class to refute. Master said that instead of attacking together, we must take down each enemy to break their formation. That can only be done when each of you has the ability. Master can trust the snake class, but sorry, I don't. After many days of testing the ability, perhaps the heavenly dragon sword did not. He also wants to focus on each and every Rin. In his eyes, besides Marong Bo, there is no one who is good or outstanding. Especially Ryong is always weak and is left far behind by the other 4. Forget it. Everyone, think about whether or not you will be of any help to the squad during battle. If no one dares to say anything, the whole class will be allowed to take a break to regain their strength to continue the torture. She said she couldn't help, but in reality Ryong worked non-stop to bandage and heal her comrades. Just go to the forest and pick some herbs to bring back to bandage and treat them like bruises. He healed quickly. Due to the change, Namgung-mi also apologized for his teaching attitude. Don't worry anymore, because at home he always thinks of himself as the center of the universe. Knowing what her strength is, Ryong doesn't think twice. Don't worry, it's just because I'm weaker than you guys. After saying that, she went to Marong Bo to check her wound like always. Unlike the other 3 young masters, young master Marong Bo showed a true attitude of being like a teacher, like a student. The idea that the strong win over the weak has been instilled in his eyes. From the day Namgung-il arrived, in addition to changing the exercises also made many people unhappy. It's a shame that people treat him so well. Look at that guy and see how much he can repay. After the incident, one Pyo returned. So profane and swearing all the time. I wonder if there is any Shaolin disciple in the world who is as talkative as him. Marong Bo showed the same attitude as when he first came to the dojo. He closed himself off and did not socialize. Having sex with anyone. I thought the class would be close after so many times of life and death. Maybe because the qualifying round is near, so she must be very sensitive. Ryong also understood, so she just looked down, said that he would try his best not to let everyone down. Forget about practicing for now. Namgung-mi was happily curious about what kind of sect the medicine sect was. This was the first time someone asked and paid attention, so you have the male protagonist also proudly introduced. The medicine sect originated from a village that used medical techniques passed down from generation to generation. It's not really called a sect because they put a lot of emphasis on treatment. For patients rather than being a martial artist. To treat those injured in war, medicine men were merged by martial arts and sent to the battlefield. Faced with bloody rain and bloody wind, how could doctors survive with needles mixed with herbs? So after many years, the master researched and tried to pick up each type of martial arts and teach them to everyone. And finally from then on, the name of the medicine sect was recorded on the martial arts record map in this Central Plains. The history of formation seems a bit small and unremarkable, so everyone just kept quiet. Then they gradually became much stronger within 20 years, isn't it amazing? Ryong waved her hand and laughed, denying it because her purpose was not to come here for medical treatment. The reason for applying to join the White Dojo was just that the martial arts roots of the medicine school were still too young and weak. The master at home sent Ryong to improve and practice, so I'm trying my best. We're in the same class, so don't have to worry, we'll help you. J-Gal-Mi speaks up. Everyone has many different goals and ideas to come to the most professional training place for martial artists. Namgung-mi has many other curious things because his 3 classmates already know. After a month, besides, after punching each other, it doesn't matter what the result is. I'll ask Marong Bo. Now, maybe it's not very reasonable because if he accidentally hit him to death, it would be crazy. The influence of the master, you are too old, so this time will not be appropriate. Instead, you need to practice. At the same time, in the arduous training area of the cat class, besides the 2 classes of snake and cat, every class is self-contained to practice. Waiting practice is shown in the qualifying round of martial arts competition. Why are there so many herbs here? An old man is diligently picking medicine to bring down to the foot of the mountain to sell to make money to buy rice. He does this every day, but then suddenly the sky gets dark. Is there a lunar eclipse or something? Spine suddenly cold, and when he turned back, the giant rock seemed to be about to collapse and crush him to death, making him scream. In extreme fear, he also wondered who did this. Am I dreaming in the middle of the night? It looks more like a small mountain than a rock, and it doesn't move very fast. It turns out Yu Ah-rin and her sisters were doing light exercise. Master Mio gave. The requirement here is to lift up and down, walk 20 kilometers and then return to the original position. Seeing Sister Ah-rin whispering tiredly and not wanting to practice as a monk, Sister screamed. What she said was too weak, unlike her normal days, like a buffalo ramming a grave. My disciple screamed and couldn't stand it, not because of the weight but something else. While my sister was breathing harder. What else is he thinking about carrying the stone in time? Yu Ah-rin shouted, right now, I really want to go find Master Namgung no matter what the master scolds. The voice echoed all over the mountain, making the storm sword sleeping soundly pay attention. It's incomprehensible that one of the three nobles would wander around here without focusing on training the dragon class members. When just paying attention when I got down, I immediately realized that Nami's athletic beauties were doing weightlifting, so it wasn't too surprising. Ah-rin figured she needed to go find Namgung Mae, regardless of what spring or winter the two of them had been having. Promise each other. Senior sister, this might be a secret from us, so don't let her know. The other girls are both upset and confused, not knowing what senior sister wants to do. Having said that, Yu Ah-rin threw it away. He immediately piled up rocks and ran straight into the forest to find a shortcut to the snake lair. It's true that love cannot be separated. If she was in the North Sea state, far away, she could still find a way to Namgung Mae's place. Ju Duk Hwa watches and sometimes can't hear what the cat class is saying, but he likes to hang out. It's good, I don't know how, but I'm about to get bored of this white martial arts shop. Fong looking at Ah-rin, who was speeding away to find her lover, he thought of a good plan. Immediately he also disappeared to chase and want to warm up his muscles with his disciple Na-mi. While he didn't know anything about Namgung Mae, he woke up very early to practice reverse flow as usual. After the fight with Duong V-do, he was able to freely move his energy at any time except when going to bed. It's said that it's fluent, but it doesn't seem to come too easily for someone with special dantian. Before going on a trip, Master Ryu Yian reminded him very carefully that if he did it wrong, the consequences would be hard to quantify. The explosive sound that rang out was the result of the inverter reversing the wrong details. Fortunately, unlike a bomb, Namgung Mae was only pushed back a few dozen meters due to the conflict of two internal currents. Gas. From now until now there must be dozens of times like this. Without a master I couldn't do it. It seems easy, but it's so difficult that I can't imagine when it gets to the final stage it's wrong. Ryu Yian only left the correct letter for his disciple, so relying only on words is not simple. Perhaps this is a new challenge for the fifth son of the Namgung family to see if he can do well when master is absent. It can be seen that Marong Bo has been going out at night these past few days. I think he is practicing hard with Big Brother. When reading the second letter, it means are you familiar with the two-way flow of internal energy? The next step of two-way channeling is to combine two sources of external energy. We call this step anti-rose. It sounds a bit confusing and curious. Ryu Yian always uses flowers to create meaning. Characteristic for each subordinate in the black flower die. I don't know what the master's purpose is in always giving examples like that, but this is not important. Every sentence and every word in the letter sounds like simple, so Namgung Mae is trying to find out more details. He realized that he should maximize the thrust of two different characteristics to increase true energy. This action also means that it will simultaneously contrary to the operation of nature. When both hands radiate good and evil auras, the conflict begins again and it is difficult to hold on tightly, let alone think of controlling it. True Qi is very strong, I really don't think about it. There were so many fields of martial artists who had just learned the internal mind technique. In the bushes, Yu Ah-rin promptly ran up and shouted to call her husband's name. But then she saw the man in her heart was just keep quiet when practicing Qigong. It's early in the morning but he's been practicing so hard, it's not surprising that he's the man of his life. And when he took a closer look, Rin realized how can anyone have their luck and energy reversed like that. Because he was worried that Namgung Mae would become disabled, he deliberately went to express his desire to practice dual cultivation for happiness. When he was about to get close, the storm sword stopped him. I really don't know how long he's been here. I thought it would be easy for just 2 people to do business and all, but Rin gave up that idea. Namgung Mae tried to hold on to the 2 streams of internal energy, but it seemed that the huge mass of energy was too much. The reverse flow of air dispersed everywhere, creating powerful blows that destroyed the entire ground. No, if we keep our physical bodies like this, will we lose our husband in this life? Rin brushed off the dragon-class master's hand and ran to support Namgung Mae. The reversal force exploded again, causing his body followed the force of inertia and flew backwards. Fortunately, her 2 muscular arms were able to hug her frail body, which had bruises on it. The young couple hugged each other, then fell hard onto the rock lying motionless inside the forest with a thud. Lady Rin, what are you doing? The male lead suddenly turned confused. Because I wanted to see you, I came here. Young Master Mae, are you injured? Coming back early in the morning, if you want to become stronger, the students in the Manhwa Bo dojo need to defeat Namgung Mae. From now until the end of the month, there will definitely be a formal martial arts match taking place. It sounds a bit unreasonable, but because Master Ryu Yeon assigned everything to the teaching assistant, it makes sense. It was really good when he overcame the hidden weapons and poisons of the disciples. Based on from what I observed, he wasn't poisoned because he had a special ability, right? The observation is quite good because few people pay attention to the reason why the 8 great poisons are useless against the male protagonist. If he uses a certain amount of internal force, he will change into the second personality. It creates a strange type of energy that is different from ordinary martial artists. After hearing this, Namgung Il pursed his lips in annoyance, remembering the time when his 5th brother was still at home. That energy was compatible inside my younger brother's body when he was young. That's why we stopped Namgung Mae from learning martial arts and internal mind techniques. Although he didn't say it, Thien Long Sword understood that type of internal force, which helped junior brother completely eliminate it. Full of poisonous heat on the way out. In this person's eyes, the mother's death was too unjust. If she had not helped the child absorb the poison, she would probably still be living a prosperous life. With the above conditions, I don't think why I would lose to him in an official martial arts match. My little brother has only been at this dojo for more than 3 months. What do you think that means? Manhwa Bo is angry because this time is too short, but in fact, Namgung Mae has developed significantly. There is no need for us to say much because in the past time he has cultivated his martial arts on his own. Quite a lot. Returning to reality in a private area deep in the mountain, those 2 people continued to practice together. The first step Namgung Mae needs to learn is the Manhwa family's swordsmanship. Need to see the score. What are the user's real strengths and weaknesses? What Manhwa lacks on the surface is that he has an extremely abundant internal source of energy and comfort. Although he is not in the same family, Namgung Mae has done certain research on Manhwa swordsmanship. This swordsmanship is purely simple, but it is the type of swordsmanship that destroys instantly. Like the Namgung family, the Manhwa family mastered it. Their own strength raised the level of the family to enter the 5 great families. In the past, the 2 fought many times and actually did not like each other very much because of many problems beyond martial arts. 1. What is the sword that favors speed? What is the essence of instant destruction swordsmanship? The theory for Manhwa Bo is very simple because every day he has it firmly in the palm of his hand. The nature of Manhwa's swordsmanship is like a destructive storm that can kill at any time. It's true that the naked eye cannot see it, but the senses can recognize the power in it. It has the power to even knock down a giant tree with its roots deep in the ground. It sounds a bit delusional, but the Thien Long Sword does not dare to underestimate the family that is on par with its family. Talking about Namgung swordsmanship, it is completely different because the inner work of the mind contains hot air like fire. Wind and fire are 2 opposing forms of these 2 clans. The essence of Manhwa swordsmanship is wind. On the contrary, the foundation of Namgung swordsmanship is the overwhelming force that makes the opponent always in a state of trying to find ways to put out the fire. In addition to helping Murong Bo become stronger, Namgung Il also wants to deter it to know where its position is. Even though you say that, if you ignore yourself in terms of fate and family, the two of them are quite compatible to become brothers. They have similarities in their clear guiding principles, knowing enough and stopping at the right time. Namgung Il shot strongly from space, his body exuding power, wanting to strike down hard to test the defensive ability of his juniors. While performing this wonderful sword technique, he leaned towards the part similar to the Murong sword. There was only a small amount of Namgung's internal power, but each movement was absolutely very high speed. A slash of the sword created a commotion that destroyed the area where both of them practiced. The surrounding weapons are divided into 3 separate waves and turn in many different directions. This is the difference between the masters and the junior warriors, with little real combat experience, so Murong Bo did not see the heavenly dragon search in a specific location. With strength and agility become an endlessly rich existence. Namgung Il wants Murong Bo to become a huge storm that sweeps away all obstacles ahead. But before doing so, you have to take a beating first. In case next month you torture Namgung Mae too much, consider this as a response. One more sword, young Master Murong. Because of the pain, his clothes tore apart and blood spewed out because he had no time to prepare. The winding sword path created many large molten patches under the position where he lay motionless. It was necessary to record the true truth. In Murong swordsmanship, no one can stop you. Stop pretending, quickly stand up and continue fighting. Namgung Il said seriously. I'm thinking of playing the master's tortoise and rabbit game, but it's okay. Being recognized, Murong Bo coughed and crawled up. Did he foresee the nature of swordsmanship that destroys instantly in such a short time? This is the power of the strongest sword of the younger generation of the Namgung family's heavenly dragon sword. Although it is quite painful, there are many things that Murong Bo wants to learn from this young senior. Young Master Namgung's teaching style is quite suitable, as if they were born for each other. Their eyes become more steadfast. In addition to winning over classmate Murong Bo, there are still many walls to overcome. The foundations left by the heavenly dragon sword he will definitely apply to himself. Temporarily ignoring sword fighting, in Shenyang clan. This is a small clan that is not very famous but is in the Master Ryu Yian's investigation trip. It's not clear what happened, but the whole gang is littered with dead people. A disciple is lying barely alive due to being stabbed in the chest by a blade but still trying to maintain his meager life. He had just woken up, but in the inner hall there were many familiar crazy growls. The leader of the Shenyang gang inside was going crazy with the use of blood inflammation single reign. In recent times, Shenyang gang has developed strongly and it seems that it will become a gang that is about to be on par with other sects in the world. Shaanxi province is the gathering place of many sects including the Shenyang gang. In order to become strong, they need a teacher to teach and become a representative of the clan. Everything changed when this disciple found a medicinal pill that is famous in the present. They didn't know where it came from, but when they showed it to the gang leader, he confirmed that it was a high-class medicinal pill. It's amazing, just smelling it is so good. It must be something valuable. How can you buy it? I'm a merchant among the merchants accompanying you. Lord, that's just a coincidence. This is so lucky. Let's use it now. Go, because now it will be yours. How could Ah Tam think like that? Otherwise he would have bidden it without telling. The main reason for bringing blood inflammation pills was to give it to the master. If it weren't for Bang Shenyang, maybe I have become a gangster on the streets, assisting thugs and robbers. Please accept this medicinal pill and raise our clan's reputation to the sky. After listening, the clan leader stroked his beard with satisfaction. Why wouldn't you use the delicious food in your hand? And then when he put it into his mouth with joy, the beast was untied. From then on, the whole Shenyang gang has been sent away by the gang leader. All went down to the golden stream. Ah Tam felt helpless and extremely regretful, but luckily for him, Master Ryu Yian came. Knowing he couldn't save people, the master only offered his condolences, please rest in peace. After that, I will deal with all the corpses. Gang leader Shenyang's symptoms are exactly the same as those of the assassins. Indeed, this poison is about to spread throughout the entire Central Plains. Before closing his eyes, Tam silently thanked his benefactor for stopping the gang leader from committing so many crimes. After that, everything was handled smoothly without alarming the people. This job for the master is familiar because in the past he also buried quite a few of his comrades. He has lost count of how many times he has dug holes to bury people and lit incense for them to escape. Thinking about it, since the Great War, the end of the ghost will not have to be done, but times change. Every time a person dies, the master becomes more and more impatient to find out the specific cause. According to Ash Tree, the places where Ryu Yian faked every time we pass by, there are exploding metal objects there. I thought I could find someone like that quickly, but I didn't know that there were so few of them. The target after Shenyang Bang is Sichuan, where the master was so obsessed that it was boring to listen to. Then he left, not forgetting to pay his subordinates a few gold bars as a gift for meeting and work. Seeing the boss looking at the salary, the little boy's eyes lit up and he was also curious. While cleaning up the documents, he also wanted to ask a few things. Because he was in a good mood, Ash Tree also felt free to listen. "Sir, why did you lie to that skinny, hungry man who looked like he was about to die?" It turned out that Ash Tree was also not honest because money made him open his mind to repay Master Ryu Yian's kindness. The guy that guy was looking for had also come here several times before. What? The question is not too difficult to answer because the pile of gold in front of you is the important reason. Working for martial arts Master Min has no shortage of money, so what's the point of this little bit? We could have made more money if he had taken the time to find that guy. How miserable that sounds. It was a greedy and stingy old man. The little boy was depressed and returned to work. My job. Since working here, the boy hasn't even earned a few dimes because every time Ash Tree deducts his salary for being dirty. Actually, playing both sides like this also helps Ash Tree find looking for more information about the surviving members after the dissolution of the Black Flower Dye. Returning to the martial arts studio, the snake class's training sessions are increasingly being made more difficult by the assistant instructors. Instead of teaching in the old way of assigning each person to practice according to their strengths, Namgung allowed 5 people to team up with him. If this were a real battle, everyone would have been killed. There. The qualifying round was done by the whole team, but everyone didn't have any team spirit at all. Gal Mi had to brush the dust off her shirt and speak up on behalf of the class to refute. Master spoke for her, because attacking together we must take down each enemy to break their formation. That can only be done when each of you has the ability. Master can trust the snake class, but please, it's not my fault. After many days of testing his abilities, perhaps the heavenly dragon sword no longer wants to focus on each of our Ren. In his eyes, besides Marong Bo, there is no one who is good or outstanding. Especially Un Ryong is always weak and is left far behind by the other 4. Forget it, everyone, think about whether you can help the team in battle or not. No, if anyone dares to say anything, the whole class is allowed to take a break to regain their strength to continue the torture. She says she can't help, but in reality Un Ryong works non-stop to bandage and heal her teammates. Just go into the forest to pick some herbs and bring them back to bandage them and the bruises will heal quickly. Due to the change, Namgung Mae also replaced his boss and apologized for his teaching attitude. Don't worry anymore because at home he always thinks of himself as the center of the universe. Knowing what his strength is, Un Ryong doesn't think twice. Don't worry, it's just because I'm weaker than you guys, right? Having finished speaking, the girl went to Marong Bo to check her wound as usual. Unlike the other 3, young Master Marong Bo showed his true attitude, like every teacher, every student, strong in mind. The weakness of losing has been instilled in the eyes. Since the day Namgung arrived, in addition to changing the exercises, many people are also unhappy. It's so miserable that people treat you so well. Look at that guy. Looks like he can't repay the favor at all. After the Na Mi Mon incident, one Pyo became obscene and cursed all the time. I wonder if there's any Shaolin disciple in the world who's as talkative as him. Marong Bo showed the same attitude as when he first came to the dojo. He kept to himself and did not interact with anyone. I thought that the class would be close after many times of life and death, probably because the qualifying round was near. So she must be very sensitive. Eun Ryong also understood, so she could only bow her head and say that she would try not to let everyone down. Forget about practicing for now. Namgung Mae was happily curious about what kind of sect is the medicine sect. It was the first time someone asked and paid attention, so the male lead's friend proudly introduced it. The medicine sect originated in a village that used medical techniques passed down from generation to generation. Another life. It's not really called a sect because they put more emphasis on treating patients than being martial artists. To treat those injured in war, the sect was established by martial arts. Imported and then sent to the battlefield. Faced with the bloody rain and bloody wind, how could the doctors survive with needles and herbs? So after many years, the master researched and tried to pick up each type of martial arts and then teach them to everyone. And finally from then on, the name of medicine was recorded on the map of this central plains by martial arts. The history of its formation seems a bit short and uneventful. They stood out so everyone just kept silent. Then they gradually grew stronger within 20 years, isn't it amazing? Eun Ryong waved her hand and laughed, denying it because her purpose was not to come here. Is for healing. The reason for applying to join the White Dojo is just that the true martial arts roots of the medicine sect are still too young and weak. The sect master at home sent Eun Ryong to improve and train, so I'm trying my best. We're in the same class, so don't worry, we'll help you. Gal Mi speaks up. Everyone has many different goals and ideas to come to the most professional martial arts training place in martial arts. Namgung Mae has many other curious things because his 3 classmates already know. After a month, when we finish punching each other, it doesn't matter the result, I'll ask Marong Bo. Now maybe it's not suitable, it's very reasonable because it would be crazy if he accidentally hit you to death if you don't live or die. Big Brother's influence is too great, so this time will not be appropriate. Instead, you need to practice. At the same time, in the arduous training area of the cat class, besides the snake and cat classes, every class is self-contained and trains waiting to be shown in the qualifying round of the martial arts competition. Why are there so many herbs here? An old man is diligently picking medicine to bring down to the foot of the mountain to sell to make money to buy rice. He does this every day, but then suddenly the sky gets dark. Is there a lunar eclipse or something? Spine suddenly cold, and when he turned back, the giant rock seemed to be about to collapse and crush him to death, making him scream. In extreme fear, he also wondered who did this. Am I dreaming in the middle of the night? It looks more like a small mountain than a rock, and it doesn't move very fast. It turns out Yu Ah Rin and her sisters were doing light exercise. Master Mio gave. The requirement here is to lift up and down, walk 20 kilometers and then return to the original position. Seeing Sister Ah Rin whispering tiredly and not wanting to practice as a monk, Sister screamed. What she said was too weak, unlike her normal days, like a buffalo ramming a grave. My disciple screamed and couldn't stand it, not because of the weight but something else. While my sister was breathing harder. What else is he thinking about carrying the stone in time? Yu Ah Rin shouted, right now, I really want to go find Master Namgung no matter what the master scolds. The voice echoed all over the mountain, making the storm sword sleeping soundly pay attention. It's incomprehensible that one of the 3 nobles would wander around here without focusing on training the dragon class members. When just paying attention when I got down, I immediately realized that Nami's athletic beauties were doing weightlifting, so it wasn't too surprising. Ah Rin figured she needed to go find Namgung Mae, regardless of what spring or winter the 2 of them had been having. Promise each other. Senior sister, this might be a secret from us, so don't let master know. The other girls are both upset and confused, not knowing what senior sister wants to do. After saying that, Yu Ah Rin threw away the pile of rocks and ran straight into the forest to find a shortcut to the snake lair. It's true that feelings cannot be separated. If in the faraway palace of the North Sea, she could still find a way to get there, by Namgung Mae. Ju Duk Hwa watches and sometimes can't hear what the cat class is saying but likes to hang out. It's good, I don't know how, but I'm about to get bored of the White Dojo. This is it. Storm Sword looked at Ah Rin, who was speeding away to find her lover, and thought of a good plan. The next moment he also disappeared to chase and want to warm up his muscles with his disciple. Na Mi. The person who didn't know anything was Namgung Mae and woke up very early to practice reverse flow as usual. After the fight with Duong V-do, he felt comfortable at any time except at bedtime. It's said that it's fluent, but it doesn't seem to come too easily for someone with special dantian. Before going on a trip, Master Ryu Yeon reminded him very carefully that if he did it wrong, the consequences would be hard to quantify. The explosive sound that rang out was the result of the inverter reversing the wrong details. Fortunately, unlike a bomb, Namgung Mae was only pushed back a few dozen meters due to the conflict of two internal currents. Gas. From now until now there must be dozens of times like this. Without a master I couldn't do it. It seems easy but it's so difficult that I can't imagine when it gets to the final stage it's wrong. Ryu Yeon only left the correct letter for his disciple, so relying only on words is not simple. Perhaps this is a new challenge for the fifth son of the Namgung family to see if he can do well when master is absent. It can be seen that Marong Bo has been going out at night these past few days. I think he is practicing hard with Big Brother. When reading the second letter it means are you familiar with the two-way flow of internal energy? The next step of two-way channeling is to combine two sources of external energy. We call this step anti-rose. It sounds a bit confusing and curious. Ryu Yeon always uses flowers to create meaning. Characteristic for each subordinate in the black flower die. I don't know what the master's purpose is in always giving examples like that, but this is not important. Every sentence and every word in the letter sounds like simple, so Namgung Mae is trying to find out more details. He realized that he should maximize the thrust of two different characteristics to increase true energy. This action also means that it will simultaneously contrary to the operation of nature. When both hands radiate good and evil auras, the conflict begins again and it is difficult to hold on tightly, let alone think of controlling it. True chi is very strong, I really don't think about it. There were so many fields of martial artists who had just learned the internal mind technique. In the bushes, Yu Ah-rin promptly ran up and shouted to call her husband's name. But then she saw the man in her heart was just keep quiet when practicing qigong. It's early in the morning but he's been practicing so hard, it's not surprising that he's the man of his life. And when he took a closer look, Ah-rin realized how can anyone have their luck and energy reversed like that? Because he was worried that Namgung Mae would become disabled, he deliberately went to express his desire to practice dual cultivation for happiness. When he was about to get close, the storm sword stopped him. I really don't know how long he's been here. I thought it would be easy for just two people to do business and all, but Ah-rin gave up that idea. Namgung Mae tried to hold on to the two streams of internal energy, but it seemed that the huge mass of energy was too much. The reverse flow of air dispersed everywhere, creating powerful blows that destroyed the entire ground. No, if we keep our physical bodies like this, will we lose our husband in this life? Yu Ah-rin brushed off the dragon-class master's hand and ran to support Namgung Mae. The reversal force exploded again, causing his body followed the force of inertia and flew backwards. Fortunately, her two muscular arms were able to hug her weak body, which had bruises on it. There was a child who was in dire need of pure ice, so I risked my life to come here to borrow it for a while. That thing was a dangerous item, but the leader didn't worry too much because Ju Duk-hwa's children chose it. Not average. So he's not as stuck as rumored. Did you give me permission to take him away? I'm sure you understand the information about this item, but there's no way you can borrow it with your bare hands. It sounds like there's going to be a small exchange, so it's true that the longer you live, the better you'll be. Sinister and unpredictable. Back inside the dark secret room, only the young couple were groping. Ever since then, Ah-rin still refused to hold her husband's hand even though she really wanted to. Because it was too dark, Namgung Mae just thought of taking him out quickly, but if he stood and waited, he wouldn't see clear ice until morning. The air was a bit cold and musty and was being burned by something, so he also made both of them sweat. Ah-rin's face was red with embarrassment since she left the customs to the white martial arts hall until now this beauty doesn't know what a man smells like. I'm sorry, it's so rude, it's so natural holding hands is too weird so let's stop. Namgung Mae is also quite a gentleman so he just loosened his clothes for his classmate to hold and the two continued their journey. Yu Ah-rin shedding tears of regret. She blamed herself for being fat to the point of a cat's mouth. Why did she have to be so stupid when she ate? Ignoring the matter of men and women, this woman immediately asked the fifth young master why he could see without the light. On the way, Master Ryu Yeon also complimented my eyes quite well and is also trying to find a skill that can sense a small amount of true energy. Why is my vision so sharp that my master said that the eyes are the factor? The most important thing in real combat is Ah Rin's fate is so lucky that the man in my life is truly a special and extraordinary person. The young couple walked for a while before the last steps ahead. Right next to the wall, an open door appeared, revealing a small amount of light. Not only the light but also the cold air from pure ice somewhere, although quite a bit. Fortunately, it was safe because the leader did not install any traps here. Namgung Mae sniffed and then used all his strength to push open the door separating him from the outside. There was no need to see the pure ice without stepping into the piercing cold. Bones had invaded every corner. Deep inside the center of the vast room, pure ice hovered above a glowing incense burner. With those first slow steps, the more he walked, the more he felt too cold. The cold air from the pure ice makes the man's body want to fall into many pieces. Turning to Ah Rin, she has been silent since opening the door and also walks slowly like a person. Lost my soul. Is this aura too strong? Is it okay, Miss Ah Rin? Not receiving an answer when I turned around, my eyes were glowing. No matter what I said, I remained absolutely silent. Previously, Ah Rin told the story of how she was almost frozen while entering Na Mi's unconscious kinetic technique. The first sign of being invaded by pure ice was her eyes glowing and her mind being controlled. This is too dangerous, Namgung Mae screamed to stay awake, but that was not enough. Lady, please don't come closer because it's very dangerous, he tried to tease her to attract attention. Response: it was a very strange action because his fist was swinging to crush his beloved husband. Unconsciously, to defend, Namgung Mae raised his hands to block, but it didn't seem to be very effective. Normally this beautiful woman, already stronger than an elephant, now with pure ice to increase its strength, nothing can stand it. The force of the push was so great that it caused Namgung Mae to slide on the slick ice and the weight of that punch. The whole body flew unconsciously and then collapsed towards the wall. Otherwise, it would have flown even further. The ice fragments that began to fall into space also shook slightly, making it difficult to detect. I was able to block the punch, but was the trauma still this severe? Need to find the best way to stop Ah Rin before she touches the pure ice. The male lead's body glows because he is using the flow of air to block the opponent's legs. Because the floor is slippery too much, so the approaching speed now won't be as fast as the outside environment. The closer she is to pure ice, Ah Rin's body is about to freeze from her fingertips to her entire hand. Two streams of air are overflowing, the positive energy rushes in at the exact moment she is slowly embracing the treasure. The only way here is to punch Ah Rin once to make Ah Rin unconscious and then take her outside and close the door. But in a moment, but Namgung Mae really doesn't want to take action. Besides Eun Ryong, there's no one as good as Ah Rin, so I can't bear to trample her. Damn it, I can't just punch her like that. If he knew later, he wouldn't have the face to face him. With his weak thinking, Namgung Mae had to pay a very heavy price. Ah Rin grabbed his wrist tightly, then pulled it down and thrust it hard. The cold ice ground. Yes, this is the near future if the two of them become friends in the future. Beat them to pieces. Ah Rin continues to move towards pure ice because now no one can stop her again. Master Na Mi's success in creating jade ice and jade bones has been greatly influenced by ice and snow. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand that the subordinate Emmy is so eager to take over. Ice pure. Or maybe it is ice pure that is the magnet that attracts that internal mind technique, causing most people to lose their reason. Namgung Mae saw that he couldn't use physical impact, so he turned to hug that hard body, tried not to let her get too close to danger. Please don't touch it or I will do something very rude. Ah Rin shouted with bright eyes as if she was also fighting to regain control of his body. Outside, the two masters were still leisurely drinking, but the storm of swords was unfamiliar. Because he was too upset, he only asked to finish the cup. I am curious and now I have to do this troublesome thing, my lord. Just as the glass of wine was brought to his lips, suddenly the senses jumped up, startling this person. Right at the location of the study room. There is an extremely large source of strange energy appearing in that secret room. If Kwon Yoon is sitting in front, then only the children are the ones doing it. I really don't know what they are plotting. The loud scream from the secret room spread to the outside. With a body that was not very big, Namgung was pulled away by the weight of his girlfriend. He should have been hit on the back of the head to make him unconscious from the beginning. But now I don't have time to think. If I don't find a solution, Rin will freeze after touching pure ice. This person said before that if he touches the ice with his bare hands, he will unconsciously die. I can't let Miss Rin be in danger. The range of approaching the ice is very close when the cold air was trying to tear them both apart. I thought the break-in mission would be a good way to absorb the gas, but ironically it was beyond calculation. Namgung was able to think of a temporary solution, so he immediately let go. Rin, the two accelerated to touch the pure ice because everyone had a desire for the treasure. The choice was extremely slim because the storm sword itself had warned not to touch. Taking advantage, then he pushed Rin hard to the side and then grabbed the cold piece of ice with his hand. The effect of the cold air immediately reversed and poured all the way inside. Namgung didn't had time to express his emotions and then everything turned white. Fragments of memories suddenly appeared right in front of the viewer's screen. That year when he was about to die due to trying to eliminate the poison in the prescription, her mother still has no regrets. She looked at her sobbing little youngest son and comforted her, "It's okay, don't be like that. It's only because of you that everything turned out like this." Namgung, the lady, held her son's hand. Her face was covered with bruises and veins, showing signs that her life was about to end. Before leaving, she told her everything and told her that this was not her fault. Child. Namgung afterimage appeared right at the scene of the separation of yin and yang between him and his mother. It's hard to understand why it was pure ice that brought me here. The scene flashed again outside after the family announced that the eldest lady had not survived due to a serious illness. The eldest brother was the angriest as he brutally beat the youngest brother to the ground and landed in the fields. Namgung, tears welling up in my eyes, blaming Namgung for everything. You are the main cause of our mother's death and the source of the weakening of the Namgung family. All the sins in the world are related to at that time. Everything related to the family was thrown at the weak youngest son. At first, the father also kept his distance because of the sadness of losing his wife after many years of hardships. Also from this incident, the distance between the 5 young masters and the other brothers and sisters became more and more distant. Inside the Dandine, chaos arose again when the evil aura appeared. For the past few months, he did not understand. Why do you think that when you return, you think that the reverse flow of cloud energy has successfully eliminated it? There is a voice inside your heart. Have you returned to the place where you originally belonged? You must have forgotten something. It's important, but I haven't remembered it for a long time. Soon I think you'll be able to remember everything that happened. There's a secret that Namgung can't find deep in her memory. But there's not enough time left because the cold air is quickly invading the Dantian. From a tiny dot in the middle here, it has swelled up like it's about to fill the whole body. Back to reality, pure ice fits in the palm of the male lead's hand. However, it will not be easy to tame because contrary to its small form, the volume of cold air is extremely huge. The impact force is so strong that Rin, who wants to compete for the robbery, is pushed back. While planning to stand up and fight for the robbery, the cat class disciple slipped and hit his head on the floor and fainted. So no one bothered Namgung and leisurely enjoyed the cold air of pure ice. Right away. At that moment, the dragon class master panicked and ran over to check the situation. His eyes glanced around and stopped at the center, which couldn't have been more surprising. Obviously I warned him not to touch it, but now it voluntarily touches the pure ice. The situation is too dangerous. Ju Duk-hwa rushes to stop it. If Ryu Yeon comes back and learns that his true disciple died in this secret room, he will have no choice but to run away. You should quickly drop the ice block right away, he screamed but could not approach. This thing's reaction force is too strong. The more you try to approach, the more it will be pushed back like 2 magnets. What should we do? This child is about to freeze to death. Even though he really wants to keep it, it's too slow. Before being absorbed, Ju Duk-hwa's luck wants to destroy the ice crystal. Mr. I use my claw to disperse with hot yang energy to break through the defense layer to attack pure ice. Although the strike is simple, I don't understand how it instantly crushed that cold and terrible thing. What a lucky body. But Namgung Mae also did not stand still in one place but shot out to another place. Fragments were about to gather. Ju Duk-hwa quickly used the void photographer to adjust the ice a bit. Things gradually change. It was okay, but it seemed like he had scratched it too hard, leaving only a tiny piece the size of a cucumber. Paying a little closer attention, he blamed himself for having done something wrong. Not really. Namgung Mae was frozen or possessed, but it was the opposite. When he was almost done absorbing, with that action the storm sword ruined a good thing. The giant cold thing was lying peacefully inside the dantian and glowing. The boy has absorbed all the pieces of pure star ice. This source of energy is too great for him to withstand. Let's make sure of our opinion. Ju Duk-hwa come and use the internal ultrasound to see if that's true. Indeed, there is indeed a cold air inside that is taking over so much that the reverse flow of the semen and explosive chi all run away. The heat of the internal the gong is burning all the small pieces that are trying to penetrate fully. But no, the Dragon Master is a step behind because the mouse is still in the cave. If you try to pull it out now, the 5 gongs will the son of the Namgung family is not very good, let's see. Very quickly the cold energy became stable and then slept peacefully inside the dandine. How the hell was it able to assimilate with this boy's spirit so quickly? That's it. There are 2 choices. If you pull out, you will die, and if you don't pull out, you will probably die in the future. The storm sword sighs, it's also fate, consider yourself lucky, kid. Having said that, he used the true energy of the dantian to help Namgung Mae regulate and withstand the cold. With the flow of internal energy from the flowing true body, each piece of ice was condensed and then gathered into one corner. Basically, the male lead's current cultivation level will not be able to do it like thanks to the storm, everything will be easier. With Master Ryu Yian, it will be even more leisurely, the pieces of ice will rotate and connect to create pure ice. Inside the body, the outside is hot and the inside is cold, but absolutely no conflict appears at this moment. The freezing air is gradually being cooled down due to the heat of the Dragon Master. With the thickness experience is not too difficult for him to control for snake class students. If he were a few steps slower, this Namgung kid would probably be me. Ju Duk-hwa breathed out cold air and sweated. He pondered many opposing things, although it was okay but still not okay. If you can't control it, the negative energy will clog the meridians and cause shortness of breath. But if you can do that, then this is the destiny of this brat. After thinking about it, the storm sword pulled out the notebook that records the list of talented people in the world. As long as Namgung Mae can master the ice, he can temporarily one of the candidates to become a true disciple. Because he was the first to commit a break-in to temporarily borrow treasures, he is now also the one to clean up. And Rin's huge body too. How can I carry it out after cleaning? Later, the martial arts master himself went down to the secret room to check to see if the storm sword was stolen. Even though it was still intact, it had been there for a long time. I didn't go into the room, so I was a bit confused. It seems like the size has decreased compared to when the gift was given to me, or maybe I'm old and docile. At the same time, outside, it's very far away from Hebei City. An unaccompanied horse carriage is slowly moving in the dead of night. Behind is dragging a cage with children chained by their limbs. The old man silently nudges the animal's butt to speed up to the designated location. As soon as they arrived at the city gate, the 2 guards loudly felt dissatisfied because they were going so slowly like a turtle. Usually they would arrive in the evening, but it's past 2 a.m. It's okay, it's safe. The old driver explained that it was because the tire was flat, but one guy shouted, "Don't stand in the way, just step aside." The other guy asked about his friend. "What do you guys think about this new batch of goods? The kids look so weak, I'm sure no one can survive this test. We'll be scolded again. If the test is a sloppy one," he reminded the coachman to lock the cage door tightly and then lead the allowed horse inside. The carriage slowly moved through the main gate and it was hard to know where this was. After going in a little, there began to be some. The guy walked over, opened the door, and arranged to go in line. They kept urging the children to hurry up. Anyone who didn't listen to me showed the king of hell. Hey old man, before leaving this place, please take the corpses and dispose of them. Listening to the song, he looked around and saw dozens of corpses lying on mats, guessing that they were all underage children. The old man coughed, then said yes, please rest assured, gentlemen. Tonight's work seems to be finished, but it seems the driver doesn't want to leave yet. Normally, he would always be busy, but hey, what's so strange about today? If you pay close attention behind the torn hat, it seems like this person is wearing a human skin mask. Because it's dark, no one notices him taciturnly following the soldiers leading the crowd. The child went deep inside. It turned out that from the beginning the real person was still somewhere else and the disguise was also very professional. Ash Tree personally went to investigate and discovered that this was the place where blood inflammation monotonic pills were sold. Out the most. First I'll save all the children and find out what they're planning. It's hard to recognize except for the short appearance due to being shy, so that mask looks very handsome. Ash Tree disappeared into the night to continue the mission. In the stronghold in the prison where there are all kinds of torture. The children were brought before at this hour. They are also being brutally tortured. If they do not follow the instructions of the oppressor, the children will be beaten to death. The general manager is recording the victim's symptoms after using the medicine. It has some effect when used on people who don't know martial arts at all. On the contrary, the person next to him is a martial artist, so he is always crazy. That expression is no different from when he saw the leader of the Chamois gang personally massacre the disciples in the gang. The chain is made of special metal, so I wish you luck many times in the future. Having finished speaking, he reminded his subordinates to give the bastard here's one pill to ease the attacks. Those actions were all in the eyes of the Ash Tree. So they were secretly testing the effects of the blood inflammation uniron. If this place has any with such a large amount of medicinal pills, I will surely find the source soon. While waiting for the medicine to take effect, a guard with the children also came over. He informed the general manager and then directed at the children. Every single one of them cowered, so scared that they couldn't scream. This was a different number than originally expected, so he quite liked it. Ages from 15 to 17 will be very interesting. It's useful, but we also need to see what happens to the younger kids. He took the pill and went to the innocent little girl who was curious. He forced her to open her mouth and swallow it, otherwise her nails would be pulled out. His feed almost made him cry. Fortunately, another servant ran in to report that the order containing the blood inflammation mono capsule had arrived. Sir, the partner has arrived, so I will personally go meet him. As expected, Ash Tree impatiently wanted to follow. I will be back soon. If you don't want to do anything, just give everyone a drink. After giving the order, he clasped his hands behind his back and whistled and left to meet the transporter. On the ceiling the ash tree moved gently and hid in each wall. If he had this information he would definitely be accepted. Ryu Yian's father paid a lot of money. And the fate of those weak children seemed to be arranged. They all screamed and writhed, "Please shut up and blame your parents for selling them." Before he could take 2 steps, Ash Tree pondered about safety. Since he was about to leave, he clearly said to himself that he must save innocent people. If he didn't do it, he would be so wrong. Now this is important information. More than these lives. There is no shortage of men and women in the world. I promise that next time if I have free time, I will save you. Biting his lips and grinding his teeth, he quickly walked away to keep up with the general manager because he was about to lose track of them. Go back to jail, you bastard, you resisted well, or should I give you a few punches? Having said that, he grabbed the youngest and the loudest kid by the neck and slapped his ear a few times. The sound of hitting people echoed continuously, making the viewers feel heartbroken because it was so pitiful. Ash Tree had no choice but to turn around and stop it because his conscience couldn't accept it. When he was thinking about breaking all his teeth, he promptly squeezed the villain's wrist. Thinking back, the mission is no longer my top priority. The human skin mask has been taken off, now I still belong to darkness. It's not like he's on duty all day long. When the guard saw someone on duty, he immediately shouted to warn his comrades. As soon as he opened his mouth, a heavy punch hit his face and broke it. The bridge of your nose faints and wakes up. Having said that, you still have a long way to go to know who I am, now endure the pain. Outside, the general manager is very satisfied because the amount of goods this time is too large compared to calculations. Besides, the delivery guy is indeed young and talented, but I'm not too concerned about that issue anymore. This quantity is enough for 100 people. What will happen if the martial arts world becomes chaos? When he was about to return to the prison to continue torturing the children, there was a noise. Right on the way down to the place where the unknown victim was being held, his entire body was blown away by a very strong force. Black. Unfortunately, some of the broken pieces fell onto the carriage containing the goods. The blood flame pills fell from the ground, causing him to panic. If he damaged these pills, the superiors will definitely cut off the blood and take care of the entire family. Ashtree came out like a god and greeted politely. The transaction was completed, right? I'm sure you know a lot of information. It's worth the money. In the end, you've wasted so many pills. His mouth looks like it's made of steel. His face hides his ghostly appearance, but he looks like a 7-year-old child. Guy the general manager, you bastard, who are you to dare to destroy? Throw the corpses of evil soldiers into the ash tree and want to eat him right away. Maybe it's been a long time and you don't remember when I want to be arrogant after seeing this face. What the hell is he talking about? The general manager waved his hand and several security guards ran out with swords to block the way. The life-killing soul coin appeared on the ash tree's hand. If you don't know, it's best that you all die. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people the coin shot out both causes damage and causes the opponent to lose sight. Why is that bastard still standing here? Hurry up and stop it. Receiving the master's order, the 3 martial artists aggressively drew their swords. Jumped in and wanted to split the ash tree into many pieces. It seemed like they really forgot about the black-clothed people wearing demon masks, so their actions were too stupid. Before they could get close enough to do anything, their bodies fell apart one by one. Was beaten to pieces by the force of the palm. The pursued rays shot out dozens of rays, creating a death spiral that made death unbelievably painful. Pieces of bodies fell down, making the general manager tremble with fear. He was so scared that he didn't dare to cough. Now he was alone and the former member of the Black Flower organization. Ashtree was already angry and slowly approached to ask if he had anything to deny before he died. I don't care about your business, but touching children is too much. A familiar blue aura appeared on his palm. While he was still sleeping. If you know anything, death will be like a noose hanging around your neck. This action is definitely intended to stop the real imposter Ryu Yeon because as long as he has complete information, he will appear. The stronghold area is large. Most of the large trees were destroyed by ash trees to the point where their identities were unrecognizable. Master Ryu Yeon also came but only observed from afar inside the forest. Previously, the servant had given wrong information, so this time he wanted to blame a bit. But if I think about it, I need to wait a little longer because my head hurts. Soon the scene was in chaos, leaving only the children inside. Ashtree is currently cleaning up and wants to take all the refunds into his hands to bring home and sell to make money. Master appears and complains about how you can make this place such a mess. Always shooting coins out and then picking them up again looks like a lot of work. Please find something else that has no value to use as a weapon. My martial arts are money and bullets, at least I have to perform them in a way that matches my name, leader, right? Just picked up a few coins and suddenly Ashtree spoke up as my master. Feeling that the image of the kidnapped children made this person secretly sympathize. Has time passed so long, has this person become older than me? He's right because the members of the Black Flower Dye are all orphans without father or mother. Wherever there is blood inflammation unerring, that fake bastard Ryu Yeon will appear. I wonder if you often mention him when you meet him. Is this really Ryu Yeon? Ashtree listened and bowed his head, denying that I didn't understand what he was talking about. If you keep lying to me over and over again to make money, your life will only last today. As you can see, leader, I think the circulation of the medicinal pill has changed, so I'm going to investigate now. The blood inflammation single pill is quite important and now it is spreading throughout the Central Plains in large numbers. Large amount. Are you saying that the connection between the medicinal pill and the fake Ryu Yin is gradually fading? That's true, it seems like we're tracking him down because this guy is the culprit of many massacres. But from the subordinate's point of view, the blood inflammation unit is the center of everything. Problem. To put it simply, Ash Tree feels like an invisible hand is manipulating. As soon as I collect more information, I will immediately send the leader a letter reporting the situation. Why have you not returned to your true role as a teacher until now? This statement makes a lot of sense, but the master secretly regrets the blood and inflammation pills falling all over the ground. It's been 2 weeks since I left, maybe it's time for me to return to the children. Just like that, without saying goodbye, the master took the initiative to leave but did not forget to warn his subordinates. Even though he had reminded him many times before, Ash Tree had to tell him a few times before he remembered. Don't lie about the fake Ryu Yin information or I will chop you into 1,000 pieces. The two of you parted ways again, but soon you will meet again after your first meeting. Watching the leader leave going deep into Ash Tree's heart, he is struggling. He has plenty of information about the fake Ryu Yin, but now there are difficulties. The Black Orchid is the one who pretended to be because he was angry at his corruption. Witchcraft, but at this time the two should not meet. Not far away, hooded men with their faces covered and leading horses is the unit transporting the complete package. It takes a lot of time to get there. This place, and when the transaction was completed, they also received information that the receiving area was attacked. Some guys really wanted to investigate the perpetrator, but above all, this was not the most optimal thing. That was the place. We just finished buying and selling. Why don't you come down and collect the loot, brother? Don't worry about it, don't you know it will take half a month to get home? After being expelled from school, Tang Wei-ju was given permission by his tutor. Working as a bodyguard, Tang Mon Sichuan must have something to do with this issue because that family knows how to prepare medicinal herbs. Speaking of Namgung Mae's old friend, the previous trip back home sounded very sad. The homeowner heard that his son was expelled from school and didn't know where to dig a hole to hide in to avoid humiliation. Worth it if it weren't for this incident, Tang Wei-ju would definitely be worthy of taking the position of small family head. The events that occurred made Tang Jigik, even though he was the father, unable to forgive his son's sins. To come up with a reason for being expelled from the dojo, the boy thought of a million tricks. Dear homeowner, because Namgung Mae used tricks, I was forced to choose the 8 great poisons. Don, I mean, it's allowed. But how can the head of the Tang sect believe what his subordinates reported? Even though you used heat death poison, which is one of the 8 great poisons, you still lost to the child who is considered a disgrace to Nam Gung of the family. The children and sausages raised for food reported harm, he shouted, radiating an aura as if he wanted to kill him to be angry. On the first day of school, he ate and drank dozens of trays of pigs, chickens, buffaloes, cows, and meat enough to treat guests. But now he's like a dog with his tail between his legs in the house. With his cold-blooded nature, only when Tang Wei-ju makes a difference will his father calm down, otherwise it's certain. What will outsiders think? Come back to the family home and come back here without even bothering to take revenge on him. That's right, because according to the rules, if good is rewarded for good, evil is returned for evil, but when Tang Mon returns kindness, it's 10 times more, if there's resentment, it's returned 100 times. Tang Jigik called his son a disgrace to the Tang sect, so he immediately demoted him from being a small householder. Don't explain too much, just disappear quickly before I can't control myself. So Tang Wei-ju's fate ended as the head of the family. He also had his own sufferings, but above all, losing in a fight was wrong from the beginning. The family's affairs are one. After finishing the pile, it was his son who took advantage of it. The homeowner secretly regretted that in the past he was born and strangled him to death. Then he turned to ask the strategist how the current source of goods was now. Dear homeowner, source the palace in the family is being carried out without any obstacles. Tang Su-ha felt urgent, so he immediately mentioned his partner who was urgently urging the production of extremely large quantities. This must be there as a reason. It's not natural that the demon sect would force the Tang sect to do so. It seems they are being hunted down after discovering their whereabouts, so that side is asking for help distributing goods. This method helps distract those who are searching from the martial arts league, which is considered an enemy organization. Thinking about the subordinate of the deputy leader of the demon sect, that guy is quite cunning, right? In a moment of thinking, he saw that the young master was free, so his advisor advised him, what if he were to become a bodyguard? Anyway, this is quite important, we need someone we really trust to entrust the task. If the young master acts with the Dark Moon team, I think the shock of being expelled will gradually subside. It's okay. I'm over 70 years old and it took me a while to give birth, so I'm a bit worried, but it's okay to do as you wish. Outside, Tang Wei-ju hasn't gone yet because she wants to see if her father still scolds her. I don't. But after hearing that, it's okay. Anyway, I don't have to stay at home and let my neighbors curse me. Looking at that pile of rubble, I thought that this was the last chance to have a chance. Only after pleasing my father can I hope to return to the position of a small family head. Let's temporarily ignore the 5 sons of the Namgung family, drop out of school and return to the countryside. We have to build a career from here. At some point when he is determined to hold a grudge in martial arts, he will find Namgung Mae to pay in full. The transport group of Tang Mon in Sichuan quietly walked out of the dangerous delivery area. The next morning at the medical clinic of the Martial Arts Transparent Martial Arts Hall, the male lead fainted, so he was brought by the Wind Sword to treat him, so the situation got much better. After falling unconscious, the 5th son of the Namgung family finally regained consciousness. Mae came out. Are you okay? A true beauty was in front of his eyes, her white, red cheeks were very pleasing to the eye. Perhaps because he was too invaded by the air, he seemed to have misread and unconsciously moaned and called out the fairy's name. In fact, the person on duty all night last night could only have been Rin, and there was no way it could be said to be a fairy or a fairy. The first time someone complimented her on her beauty, Rin almost cried, and the one who spoke was Namgung Mae. But then when he heard that hoarse voice, the male lead also woke up from his dream. Because he was so happy, he was punched by his unofficial girlfriend. Outside, he heard the sound of a storm coming in because he was also impatient and afraid that something bad would happen. While he was about to ask about weapons and all kinds of things, he suddenly realized that the situation was not good. Obviously the person who just woke up can still talk, but why is it like this now? Immediately the doctor was summoned to come to rescue Namgung Mae. While waiting for Ju Duk-hwa continued to use dragon energy to help regulate your internal energy. Perhaps if you don't accept Master Ryu Yin, you will probably accept this person as your master because the level is no different. Because the true dragon energy is contained in around the fragment of pure ice, so at least it doesn't spread to the body. However, that's not the reason to be subjective. You're in a dangerous state and don't know when that thing will explode. Rin sitting next to her was so regretful because her emotions were so strong that she almost killed her future husband. I'm sorry, I almost lost my life because last night the person tried to save me from the ice. Maybe because of this, how about I be responsible for him for the rest of my life? Forget it, you don't have to do that because I've already taken care of everything with my own hands. Namgung Mae doesn't pay much attention because I'm very curious about the piece of ice inside my body. Listening to my master, it sounds terrible, but why does my body feel unusually light? To get rid of the pain, he needs to braid. Your strength must be hot or it will cool down. After trying to stop her for a while, Rin and Ju Duk-hwa had no choice but to follow. Go to the training ground of Namgung Mae snake class and create a basic attack position to prepare. Using internal force. The results obtained are beyond the author's expectations. Yang energy is at a stable level and relatively balanced compared to the already meager yin energy. In this state, Namgung Mae is very confident to maintain it for as long as possible. The cold energy crept into the cathode and began to neutralize, then stayed in one place and did not hold a wild party like usual. This is very suitable for you to move to the 3rd step that your master once taught. The origin reversed to the limit and then reversed the polarity to convert the airflow. It was so extraordinary that it seemed like this kid was finally able to absorb all the pieces of ice and bind himself to deal with it. Maybe Namgung Mae began to be in the sights of the storm sword in her search for the true disciple, and Rin did not know what to think, but anyway, the great credit belongs to the disciple Na Mi. This wonderful moment there was another person who accidentally witnessed. It turned out that Master Ryu Yian had been running all night, and fortunately he was able to see his disciple reaping the first achievements in his quest to become a master. Number 1, Martial Arts. This is so scary, what happened? The master made an evil face looking at his precious student. Seeing the master return to Namgung Mae, he had to try to explain. With her suspicious eyes, how could Ryu Yian immediately believe it, because the time to leave the martial arts hall was very short. It was a waste of time to teach countercurrents, but now the disciples still listened to other people's instigation. Somewhat dissatisfied. So the bandage has been absorbed into your body, right? The master walked back and forth. The male lead had to scratch his head and honestly say that it was all because of the help of the wind storm sword. Did the true energy of the 5 sons of Namgung family get the bandage, also known as the treasure? Of the North Sea Ice Palace. Not only that, there is also the true energy of the true dragon, and somehow they all work together to stabilize the flow of positive energy. There is no character in this world as talented as, so even Ryu Yian herself is having a hard time maintaining 2 streams of energy. The joy that comes is too late to celebrate when the disciple continues to gossip. He has successfully reversed the polarity. Knew just being away from home for a little while is like that, so the master asked me to show it right away for contemplation. Just got the achievement. Namgung Mae is very comfortable to move the energy. 2-dimensional energy arises from in the dantian and then radiate a large amount around the training ground. This is the polar transformation that Master Ryu Yian taught, but only in the form of a letter left behind. Polar transformation is the step in which reversing the channeling is applied, is a little more technical than reversing the external cause. This stage is the premise to be able to understand and absorb the body with other senses in the body. The internal energy was so abundant that it was about to be unbearable. Namgung Mae asked the master if he should release it. The master was thinking so hard that he was startled and didn't understand what the boy meant. Using a large amount of internal energy also creates tremendous growth. With the actions of his team, Ryu Yian saw that something bad was about to happen, so he tried to stop it. But he could do it. What else can I do when Namgung Mae has only done it a few times and is so inexperienced? The internal force shoots forward strongly like the experts who use it so much that it's hard to measure. This is it. Is the first explosion when the male lead knows how to use polarity reversal. I thought it was just some trivial thing, but who would have thought that it was so powerful that it could not be controlled? If we say this is from, you can believe what an expert did, and how can you believe the words of an immature child? The training area of the snake class was heavily destroyed. The forest was burned to cinders just like a duel. Just happened. Successfully created a polarity reversal, but Namgung Mae's body was not yet ready to release it. He turned to look at his master with eyes that wanted someone to explain the severity of the destruction. Hey, that's right, this skill is really scary. If you do it a few more times, I don't know where the snake class will go to practice. Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly Namgung Mae's eyes and nose turned upside down. The body suddenly swayed and was difficult to control. The master had already predicted that he would be able to endure such terrible power. All the internal energy inside the dantian gradually dried up, but soon it was gone. Will be full again. After that, the master let the disciple rest and bandaged the wounds in the palm of his hand. It took 2 sessions for Namgung Mae to slowly open. Eyes regained consciousness. Knowing that his disciple was very tired, Ryu Yian had to do a quick analysis. The game's passive has increased a lot thanks to the pure ice and true dragon energy of the wind storm sword. At this time, it is definitely too difficult to handle it so that it can be unified smoothly. This the important thing in the process of switching polarity is the balance between the air currents. Although the air currents are usually naturally stable, now the player's body cannot handle the load, so receiving damage is expected. Common sense is like a scratched palm. Master was right. Namgung Mae was too hasty, so he was afraid to apologize. It seems that such a change of mood is also partly male. He had his own reasons. There was no way he could hide this from his first teacher, so he had to tell the truth. The two talked about a lot of things until it was dark and the chickens went to the coop to sleep. Having received information that he will fight Murim Bo in almost a month, the master is quite excited. To be honest, I was expecting the same thing. However, unless I give permission, it can be used. Use destructive skills, otherwise it is absolutely forbidden. From now on we will focus on training the game's body first. Let's come here today. Let's climb to the top of that mountain and then run all the way back to the sign. The dormitory will rest and will continue tomorrow. It is true that in order to endure the huge energy of many true chi, you need to have the strength to withstand it. Namgung Mae agreed and ran as fast as she could. Follow the teacher's instructions so you can get back to eat, drink, and get some sleep in time. The snake class arena now has only the master left, but it doesn't seem like that. Namgung Mae's shadow disappears. Ryu Yian expressed her gratitude. Thank you Fong Fong Sword for enthusiastically helping your disciple. Needless to say, one of the 3 monks is also present, but he doesn't want to show up because it takes time for the teacher and student to talk. Mr. No need to thank me, after all. I was thinking of making him a candidate for the position of true disciple. From the moment we met after the ice incident, Ju Duk Hwa must have been looking forward to it. But unfortunately Namgung Mae is already Ryu Yian's biological brother. Don't you think that he can become my disciple if his master disappears? What a storm. I already know that my master's illness is in the final stage. Don't misunderstand. I'm only saying this because I'm worried about your health. Just like my disciple Ryu Yian is also sick. Encountering some irreparable problems, he partly has the unique power and internal power of the righteous sect taught by the leader. Thank you for taking care of me, but it's not necessary, I will suffer later. Responsible for the boy until the end. You don't have to worry too much about losing anything because it's just one of many candidates. The top candidate from my dragon class really likes it. He's a genius that hasn't been seen in 1,000 years and the winner is certain. It's definitely that kid. You found such a good disciple, but why do you keep spying on other people's disciples? Frankly speaking, Ju Duk Hwa is a bit greedy, but it's okay. Many of these people aren't that bad. Time passed slowly, and a few days later it was time for the qualifying round of the martial arts competition. Hebei Street was bustling with people coming back and forth from everywhere like an annual festival. It's been a long time since everything was so peaceful, but I don't know how long it will last. In the center of all eyes is the arena of Martial Arts League. In addition to coming, it seems that the opportunity to get rich is too much if your wallet has enough money to bet. The opening match is usually well received by the audience, so there are too many people coming. They sit tightly. The auditorium is full and I'm curious which class will stand above everyone. I think just being accepted into the White Dojo is enough to prove their strength. The students come from many sects. And families that failed the entrance exam must register for Tan Mart at the second base of the White Martial Arts Hall. It turns out that the Martial Arts Alliance's talent training system is also divided into many zoning levels. I'm sure they will all show us some truly elegant martial arts competitions. There's no news yet on which class fired the first shot. The snake class was present early. Their opponent will be the buffalo class. This is also the class with the most debts that J-Gal Mi wants to repay the most. Seeing that extremely majestic atmosphere made Namgung Mae overwhelmed. It is an opportunity for young boxers to compete, but it is also an opportunity for shops and even selectors. The competition will entail many things, but above all, it will arouse the principle of the political faction to protect righteousness. Miss J. Gal said that if she goes deeper into the inner circle, she will get the attention of many seniors. If that's true, then people from Shaolin Temple might also come to watch the match. One Pyo expressed fear because he thought that if the monks saw that he did not stop speaking, when he returned to the temple, he would be full of blows with the staff. Why hasn't Marong Bo been seen since morning until now? Shouldn't he be here before starting? Fifth young master knows that because every night his friend sleeps very little to practice frantically with his senior brother. When he has a headache and is not sure what kind of tricks young master Marong is up to, something else happens in front of him. A few things. People were huddled together cursing in various ways. There must have been some kind of petty theft. The beggar's piece of meat fell to the ground due to being pushed, causing the boy to scream silently in regret. I saved it for 3 days and just smelled it until I was full. Why did you step on someone else's meal like that? It turns out the high school students were also on their way to the ring. How dare you stop me from going to the match for such a trivial reason? Gung Yian screamed loudly and then wanted to punch that unlucky boy to death. With a quick mouth, he is also clever. the warrior of the white dojo is trying to kill a poor beggar, everyone. No matter how much he screams, the class leader of the buffalo class is still unmoved by many things. Curious eyes. When he was about to achieve his plan, fortunately one Pyo was disgusted and took action. Gung Yeon turned around and cursed anyone who dared to stop him from teaching the beggar this lesson. Shaolin disciples realized that they should keep quiet so that in case the monks came to watch, they would avoid being scolded. How miserable are these snake-like class? One Pyo's arm was pushed away. Why do you guys interfere? Do you want to die before the match starts? The question sounds a bit scary, but it's not enough to scare everyone. This time one Pyo stood up on behalf of the whole class to talk about morality. His actions just wanted to remind there is no living person in this world who wants to die. Although it's a bit fussy and lengthy, it somehow makes the buffalo class forget the beggar. You bastard are mocking me first. Is the discussion of the people of the world correct? Hyoger quickly advised Big Brother, there are too many people here. These guys are still opponents in the qualifying round, we also need to warm up. Gung Yeon found his brother's analysis a bit reasonable because if there's a fight, there's no need for a dog master, people will immediately report to Martial Arts League. Both bastards left but did not forget to make an appointment to take care of everything. There are indeed many fates. One Pyo opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue to annoy him while Nam Gung Mae went to the scene of the incident. He asked about the little beggar boy who was whispering on the ground because he regretted the piece of meat he had saved for 3 days that he had not eaten. Thank you, sir, for helping me. I know how to repay you for saving my life. Since I already missed it, could you please help me in the end? It sounds a bit blunt, but since I've done it, I have to give it a go. Later, the male lead led the hungry boy around dozens of food stalls. Since enrolling in school, I've been able to save money. Quite good, but now it's empty because of strangers. After eating until full, he asked for a few more coins to survive until tomorrow. Ah Joan knelt down to thank the young hero. Thanks to the day, the beggar deserved it. Only with this love will I not starve to death. Surely one day I will pay back the debt. Beggars, when will you be able to pay? Nam Gung Mae regretfully waved his hand. It's okay, you're full, then I'm happy. On the other side, after Gal Mi finished speaking, she also urged the whole class to hurry up because they might be late. Going inside, the people were excited to dance, and there were many strange martial artists who also came to watch. Master Ryu Yeon sat in the coach's position and had been waiting for a long time because this was also a meaningful day for him. Seeing the children who loved their master smile with satisfaction, they waited forever. The whole class was full, but Morong Bo still didn't know where he was at this time. The atmosphere is so exciting, it's just the qualifying round, but there are already so many people. Nam Gung Mae is very curious to see how the other classes have prepared. Just thinking, he turned to his opponent. The face is where the snake class is sitting waiting for their turn to fight. Not only the opponents of the qualifying round, but other classes are also waiting. There are quite a few outstanding members from the 9 sects and the clan seems talented. The ability is not inferior to Morong Bo. The format of the first round is to play in teams, so the whole class must be present. If just one member is missing, it will be considered as not a match and will be immediately defeated. Immediately, the horse class will fight with the goat class, then the next match will be between the snake class and the buffalo class as on the announced list. Due to the feud from the previous round, the faces of the members of that class are the same. Very unpleasant. Nam Gung Mae really doesn't know what he did to make them frown like that. The opening moment of the White Dojo's qualifying martial arts competition has arrived. Master Gu Mok Ho majestically walked up to the podium to deliver a speech. Even though it's not the final yet, everyone is welcome to come watch the match here. The qualifying period will be extended in 2 days with a knockout format. The event that everyone has been waiting for so long. I asked for permission to begin. The horse class and the goat class quickly stepped into the ring. Very quickly the names of the 2 classes were announced. Went straight up in the joy of the audience. It was the opening match, so surely every class really wanted to win. That would help them gain more confidence if they entered the next round. According to Master Ryu Yeon was watching and asked the whole class where Morong Bo had gone. If anyone knows, please quickly call him back here. since a few days ago he and his assistant Namgung often disappearing without a trace. Seeing Gal-mi say that Ryu Yeon felt very interesting, surely the two of them were plotting with each other. Above, the match was held in a breeze. Because it seems like Ji Pyong's goat class is a bit weak. Do you remember what I taught you since you entered the White Dojo to study? The whole class said yes in unison because each individual has greatly improved their own abilities. There may be unexpected actions that the teacher will carefully advise. Class, the snake roared again. If in that situation we would definitely destroy the team spirit of our opponents. Just after saying a few words, the opening match of the annual martial arts qualifying round had ended. Class, the horse class was the winner because the goat class was too weak to stand the heat. The teacher of the pig class above turned around and then announced that the next ones were the snake class and the buffalo class. In Nam's eyes, Gung Mei is showing tension deep inside. He knows he needs to concentrate on the qualifying round to get to the finals. However, the difficulty here is that the Morong guy is practicing all the time. The knight hasn't come back yet. As soon as he finished mentioning it, Morong Bo immediately appeared. He apologized to the teacher for being a little late. His body was covered in wounds and he was still wearing iron bracelets on his arms, proving that the intensity that Namgung gives is too harsh. Pay close attention, the sandalwood is molded to fit the size of Morong Bo. With all the limbs, you have to imagine what horrors that he has been through this before. I knew it was terrible, but I was really surprised at Mr. Morong's physical and martial arts changes. That further showed that the senior brother really wanted Namgung Mei to pack his bags and go home with him. Every time the snake class takes a break, Namgung always asks Morong Bo to practice without taking a break even for a moment. All the members are full, so Master Ryu Yeon has to come up with a planned fight against the buffalo class. The team leader is also chosen as Eun Ryong for the death potion. She will directly give orders to each member during the fight. It seems that this announcement is too unexpected, neither Morong Bo nor Gal-mi. Before that, everyone had a secret vote and decided at the master's place. After returning from places related to the explosive petition Ryu Yeon created, that means gathering the snake class. Of course, this vote will be based specifically on the opinion data from the members. If there are 5 people in the class, the person who will be the group leader will definitely have 2 votes. When looking at the paper, it's quite confusing because Morong Bo, Gal-mi, Namgung Mei are all 1 and Eun Ryong is 2. The Shaolin disciple seems to have missed it. Before that result, the 2 people who stood out the most, the class doesn't want it in their hearts. Even the person who was chosen doesn't understand the reason why. It's difficult to know who elected to sell, but it's still necessary to congratulate them on their death after a long time. Practice. Namgung Mei and Won Pyo were very supportive of this result. Eun Ryong at that time repeatedly waved her hand and refused. I believe you will do well because you are always our strong rear. A monk in Shaolin said that a person who always helps others is an honest person. Gal-mi also went to congratulate her, but deep down she was quite upset. In terms of her intellectual and martial arts abilities, this girl surpasses Eun Ryong in many aspects. Of course, there is also the moral and lifestyle aspect. Only Morong Bo objected. He thought that if this person commanded, the whole class would be ruined. It was decided that if you don't like it, you have to like it, so Eun Ryong also accepted. Sorry, in the future I will act seriously in accordance with my position. Morong Bo is right, we need to change to become if you should be strong. Tell the members so they will listen. Now that we have chosen a group, from now on you will follow Eun Ryong's instructions. The whole class chanted the slogan in unison. But Namgung Mei was startled. He wondered who the crazy person voted for him according to that poll. Regardless of who it was, the game ahead is now. The main goal is to destroy opposing ranks and turning it into hand-to-hand combat. Based on the characteristics of the Buffalo group, they will deploy attacks on the ground. According to the words, Gal-mi means yes, let them out and disrupt the formation. Master Ryu Yeon felt very satisfied because it was so accurate. Based on the rule of wood overcoming earth, how could earth be ignored? Won Pyo broke the precepts again when I want to give my opinion on tearing apart the buffalo lair, but probably no one cares much. After that, the discussion ended and the members went up onto the field. Master Gu Mok Ho still firmly took on the role of MC but rarely commented. The second match in the qualifying round begins. The battle is between the Buffalo class and the Snake class. Yang San observes and calculates that considering the strength of martial arts, he only needs to grab Morong Bo's neck and the rest will leave. Go. I will deal with that bastard behind you guys, just make them look bad. They all screamed after receiving the order, corresponding to every member's stupid name. The corn came out healthy and brown. Previously, Gung Yeon was dismissed as group leader, so he was quite bitter about Nam Gung Mae on the street. Yang San reminded the juniors that the true strength of the class is the attacks from ground. Team spirit is up for everyone and the battle will begin without forming a formation. Everyone please advance. Above the jury podium, Pig class master Gu Mok Ho also appeared the signal for battle. The Snake class already had a strategy planned out from the beginning by team leader Eun Ryong. 4 people flew up high after Jae Gal Mi's voice. The solid wall is 1 Pyo, the last support is Eun Ryong and the remaining 3 are the leading spearhead. The clan move is played to help teammates get the best position at the top. Fruit is the most anticipated battle in the qualifying round on the opening day. The pressure has been significantly reduced, so to some extent we can see good signs. Nam Gung Mae is happy to have the players' team like this. I think I need to remind everyone not to let the other class regain their balance on the ground, it would be too slow. The Buffalo class moves in a unified manner, creating an infinite balance of balance. Both are sure. The staff in Shaolin said the gang can do well, but it's far different from what 1 Pyo applies. You can't defeat our class with that cowardly trick. Having said that, Yang San ordered his juniors to turn the situation around. The entire Buffalo team relaxed and began to create a pincer situation. The current formation followed the locality in front of the group that had received the meal. 2 younger sisters, on both sides. There are Hyo-gur and Gung Yeon to take care of 1 Pyo and Morong Bo, and the last 3 guys will chew the heads of the 5 sons of the Nam Gung family. Considering that they have practiced too many times, so putting the opponent in this situation is not surprising. There is no clear goal and the Buffalo class's motto is to become a unified whole. The 5 members immediately approached and attacked. Like a storm, the tough class knew how to defend themselves. Knowing that the squad was surrounded, the group leader intentionally used hidden weapons to open an escape route for the members. Eun Ryong shot 3 darts to remove the first blocking position where the group of buffaloes stands. It seems that the plan is very good but the actions of the girl are not very feasible. The health of the buffaloes is being exploited. Significant use and all disadvantages do not exist. We have to create a way out by focusing on one point, Jae Gal Mi shouted to remind 1 Pyo. Shaolin Master quickly understood and withdrew. The 3 areas of the stick are available at the waist up. He alone rushed into the formation of 2 Buffalo class members. The remaining people fought and moved behind 1 Pyo. It sounded quite safe and did not encounter any problems. Snakes can run freely. No one in the Buffalo class took action. It seems like they wanted to do so. Twisting the weapon in his hand, 1 Pyo was satisfied because he thought they were afraid he would hit his head, so they didn't dare. Ho-he. Maybe the boy was wrong because the 2 most important blocking points, Nam Gung Mae and Morong Bo, are now beyond help. Yang San calculated the miracle when everything went right. Prediction. Immediately the whole class of buffaloes jumped in to attack Morong Bo because he was sure that this person was his only strong point. 10 years of punching him but still did not see him resist or intend to dodge the attack. In just a moment, the group's second and third group of buffaloes was broken into pieces. From the group leader to the members, they screamed miserably because they underestimated their strength. Who would have thought this? The continuous scale was destroyed in just a few blows, causing even the snake class to widen their eyes in surprise. Just giving each person a Morong Bo punch completely brought victory this time. Luckily there was none. If not, I would have killed everyone. Backtrack a bit. When the 2 snake class people were about to be beaten, Nam Gung Mae realized that he and Morong Bo were the ones being imprisoned, not the other 3. While he didn't know what to do, he stopped him. Morong Bo told his fellow students that there was no need to do anything, just leave it here and I'll take care of everything. A bracelet on the arm is fine. take it down and almost break the floor of the arena. You can consider those things as a new strength restraint that Mr. Morong learned from the great master of the Namgung family. The posture is ready to break the position. Pincers and the Buffalo class only aim at Morong Bo anyway. The sacred two-earth complex that everyone confidently rushes forward without letting the enemy see the gap. That's just their thoughts and the truth is a world away. Like a wind, Morong Bo passed by at breakneck speed, not forgetting to punch everyone, knocking them to the floor. Just as he said, he did. Managed to do something that left the other four having headaches. Master Ryu Yeon glanced sideways at Namgung Il and saw that his face was quite satisfied. It was true that the teaching assistant did a very good job during his absence. But only with Morong Bo. The people of that family are truly different, knowing that the boy is a talented child. Master Lean argued that in the snake class, everyone is good with many strengths. Maybe it's just that Namgung Il doesn't care and doesn't bother to teach. Discrimination only makes them grow up slower, so you have to look at the children with a broader perspective. Isn't it too foolish to judge the world by what your eyes perceive? Perhaps this statement has struck a chord in Namgung Il's heart. Grand Master Namgung is actually called the Thin Long Sword, who reached the peak realm faster than others, but he couldn't break through to the next realm. Could it be that the words heard in that ear were the master's thing? Ryu Yeon's mother knew the pain in her heart. If so, then the fact that the Namgung householder recognizes the master's qualifications is too obvious. Putting aside personal matters in the snake class, the Buffalo class's master is very angry. Budong Guan, try your best, asked the whole class to quickly stand up to regain their spirits. The group leader heard the master's words and endured the pain, trying to put aside all his dignity. Representing the physically strong zodiac animal of this school, nothing happened. One by one, each person in the Buffalo class proactively returned to the match. Teacher Budong's exercises made those people who were normally confident, now have a towering spirit. How can they push them down? They really have strong will, even though they were punched to pieces, but how can they be underestimated? The Buffalo class changed their tactics after the shouts from the captain. The members all split up to get closer to each snake class member. Realizing the danger was approaching, Eun Ryong continued to use hidden weapons to prevent the members from falling into hand-to-hand combat. The hidden weapon flew in quickly, but the accuracy was too high. The damage was not very effective, but it somewhat reduced the attack speed of the other five. Gal Mi was on the side receiving, gave the open signal, so he immediately counterattacked. Along with this person, one Pyo on the right wing also rushed to hit many exposed positions. In the immediate future, it is necessary to reduce the sharpness of the nose. Attacking the Buffalo class were two guys, Hyo Gur and Gung Yeon. They were being eaten by hidden acupuncture points and couldn't hurt them, so they could only stand still and get punched. Each movement was fast enough and the force was quite good, so everything becomes easy. Before that, Eun Ryong's vitality and blood have been restored to the correct effect of acupuncture and medicine. However, this is only a positive part of the pile of problems that are about to arise. Yong San, after using his flesh body to no avail, now begins to use his energy. The hidden weapons embedded in his body are knocked out, and now it is time for the battle to enter the key stage. The secret attack that can only be used in special cases, is about to be used. Even though he threw a few more hidden weapons, the more he threw them, the more the body bounced back. Ignoring his teammate Yong San's injury, exuding tremendous weight, just like a bull trying to blow away an obstacle. That move not only increases strength but also increases movement speed. With a strong body, he is alone the leader of the Buffalo class. Rushed straight into the 3-2 formation of the snake class. No one had time to do anything or take a stance because he was too fast. Gal Mi thought she was being punched, but no, Yong San's target was someone else. It turns out that the Buffalo class received information that they had to preemptively target the group leader Eun Ryong. Able to buff their strength and stop the enemy, but the girl is limited in defense. Look, too, the person above was helpless. The two most important spearheads promptly took action. Left and right, Morong Bo and Namgung Mae gathered their body's strength to knock Yong San away. One person was probably reluctant to block. But 2 against 1 is over. The leader of the buffalo class has now fainted and fallen to the ground. The pig class's master announced that the second match was won by the snake class. Up in the stands, the audience whistled and shouted because this match was a good match. 2. Master Budong Guan sat on the chair neither sad nor happy. Being defeated was normal because the snake class was taught by the legendary master Ryu Yian that Namgung Il, who was always proud of Murong Bo, gave that boy was an important person, but now he was wrong. That girl slowed down the opponent by pressing acupuncture points, causing their blood to be unable to control. I really didn't expect that he had that ability and the things he did. The other kids did the same, they did better than I expected, so does that mean I was wrong? Gung Yian lay on the floor feeling frustrated. She never accepted this result because of her own hatred. Has not been returned yet. How surprising is it that a disciple of the buffalo class has a single blood pill? Because of their victory, the snake class is still busy celebrating and doesn't notice the danger that is about to happen. Only Nam Gung Mei was a cautious person, so he felt the familiar aura. Gung Yian's whole body was covered with muscles. Her body was pale, her face was paler than a banana leaf and stood up. This appearance is no different from when Yu Ya-oen swallowed the pills and then broke out. If that situation happened, the audience would also be in danger, so he immediately turned to remind his fellow students. What a shame. The first target that Gung Yian aimed at was Nam Gung Mei. Surely in this crowded place, how could he act so rudely? Master Ryu Yian disappeared like a ghost, promptly blocked the killer move, so that thing has also been spread within us. He said nothing, just raised his hand to his forehead and flicked Gung Yian once. Even though it looked simple but enough to make the buffalo class's disciples lose all their strength and their violent aura was no longer there. Seeing the student collapse again, Budong Guan ran up to ask with a face. He was also surprised no less, so I immediately asked my colleague what happened. Master Buffalo, I'm going to take this kid away for a while and don't know when I'll bring it back. Master Ryu Yian doesn't want to tell the terrible secret, so he could only wink and signal. Then he disappeared, leaving a huge question mark in the mind of the master and everyone who came to see. Very quickly the news reached the master of martial arts and other vocal parties. Master Ryu Yian threw Gung Yian in the inner hall and said that he was investigating the case of a single ring. I think the Martial Arts Alliance should also know about this, so I came here to announce in a loud voice. The leader of the Wadai enemy really couldn't believe that one of the elite students of the White Dojo would use a banned substance during competition. Ryu Yian nodded because of his tiny eyes. Observed the situation from beginning to end. If the disciples of the White Dojo could possess that thing, it would certainly have been spread all over the Central Plains. I also heard that the enemy is currently doing mission to find clues about fake Ryu Yian. Instead of that, they should investigate the circulation of blood inflammation pills. The leader really doesn't believe that this is a secret matter. Could it be that the master is late? Also came under my bed to eavesdrop. The leader wasn't surprised. He just asked how many of the enemy's people were looking for the fake Ryu Yian. Sir, this matter is top secret. If you tell him, then what if the whole White Martial Arts Hall knows tomorrow? Except for those protecting the Martial Arts Alliance, all other members were assigned to search. From now on, let's change the target from the fake Ryu Yian to the blood inflammation one ring. Immediately take this child to the medical clinic to take care of him and then start the interrogation. The order is supreme, so the enemy leader Wa Dai did not dare to disobey the master's wishes. Carrying the heavy body of the buffalo class student on his shoulders and leaving. At this time, only the two teachers and students remained. Kuan Yun was no longer polite. Status and rank. The old man stroked his beard a few times and asked how his master's cancer was now. Ryu Yian was neither happy nor sad, but replied that the situation was still the same, but it could get worse. Since you are a teacher at the White Dojo, I want you to stay away from all things related to the Martial Arts Alliance. Previously, I wanted to reward you for your great contribution to this alliance. However, now I can't do that anymore. Can't you just spend the rest of your time for yourself? Master Ryu Yian doesn't want to go into the details of the disease disabled, still has many sins in the past. Perhaps this is the price he has to pay because his hands are stained with the blood of thousands of lives. The leader knows that, but for the sake of the overall situation, how can he accept loyal subordinates? His most trusted friend passed away due to illness. Kwon Yoon didn't mention it anymore, just comforted him that no matter what, he would always be by his side even if he couldn't help much. Returning to the results of martial arts competition at the White Martial Arts Hall, the horse, snake and tiger classes won the qualifying round and entered the semifinals. On the second day of the qualifying round, the cat, mouse and dragon classes clearly won. Only 3 weeks left, which is quite a short time for everyone to practice to enter the semifinals. As soon as they learned the competition list, Namgung Mae frantically rushed into physical training. Even though she had become quite strong, but his body couldn't handle it, so even if his internal energy increased, it wouldn't be of any use. Before Morong Bo's classy performance with the Buffalo class, he thought he wasn't old enough to fight with it. Besides, there's a time limit of 1 month coming up. If you lose, Big Brother will grab you by the neck and take you back to your hometown to repent. Every day, Namgung Il always follows his fifth brother's every move. Master Ryu Yeon, also present, realized that even though they hated each other, they were still brothers. He knew that Thien Long Sword was very worried about his younger brother. Forget about fighting and teaching the snake class for now. How do you feel? Except for Morong Bo, I already know the limits of other children. Gal Mi is too arrogant about her own intelligence and always tries to surpass the rest and refused to cooperate. Won Pyo is an impatient person, and unlike the Shaolin disciples, I think he will become the biggest obstacle in the qualifying round. As for Eun Ryong, very poor thinking and basic shortcomings in terms of strength will definitely put the whole group in danger. These are all extremely one-sided, erroneous judgments. Master Ryu Yeon is not very surprised because this teaching assistant has nothing. I admit that I once misjudged my thoughts based on arrogance and discrimination. Miss J. Gal's self-esteem is too great, but she understands the importance of teamwork. With flexible thinking and the ability to make quick decisions, she is like a snake's head. Won Pyo speaks rudely but is very determined. The boy often cares about the members, which is suitable for a monk in Shaolin. He has the body of a snake. Eun Ryong seems weak but is more reckless than anyone else, so his inner will is she is very strong. She is also the snake's tail. Because of those children, Morong Bo and Namgung Mae can act as the snake's fangs. I hope this will expand the knowledge within your head. Everything is connected to each other, whether directly or indirectly, and has a certain function. This is not just limited to the scope of activities of the whole class. Family or natural sect likewise, everything in this world has its own role and effect. Namgung Il understood that his master assigning him the job of teaching assistant was to teach him a lesson. The story revolves around 4 people who excel in their strengths, like the 5 young masters, who are stuck at the bottom door. Surely no one wants to betray them, even if they are their own disciples and their own brothers in the family. After that, it got dark and the scene moved to some unknown place. At this time, the enemy was in hot pursuit of the man claiming to be Ryu Yeon, but in fact he was a fake. Teaching assistant Yang also returned after the injuries caused by the black orchid that nearly cost him his life. He as well as the other members followed the leader's orders to be captured alive or brought back for corporal interrogation. Every time, so almost all the action teams couldn't keep up and were always defeated. Black Orchid this time did not act cruelly and promised not to interfere in the affairs of Martial Arts Alliance. On the contrary, the enemy Hwa Dai also had good sense, will not pursue this fake Ryu Yeon anymore. Our mission has changed to collecting blood inflammation pills, so you can rest assured. Black Orchids finally understand this secret news. Knowing that the Martial Arts Alliance has become wise. All he did was basically to make the biggest force of the White Path understand the urgent situation at this time. The annulus was found on my body. Tu Bok Dojo is the place where the martial arts world operates. Master Ryu Yeon personally reported this matter to the martial arts master. Listening to the Black Orchid's anger, it seemed like it was about to explode. It was true. Damn it. Why do you dare mention that person who always pretends to be me and hides in Hebei City? He's not a fake. Based on what you say, he's a fake. Aren't you part of that person's dark side? Our legendary leader will never teach the brats at the White Dojo after the disbandment of the Black Flower Giant. He is stronger and more upright than anyone else. He is also the image our great old father, who always puts us above all family relationships. Just snaps his fingers and the sea will challenge the two mountains and they will be broken. And when the enemy sees his face, he will have to pee in his pants. Retreat. Yang Yung-hyuk grimaced and slashed because it was just right. Master Ryu Yeon is not that cruel. Even if his hands are dirty, he will never stop destroying evil. And also not someone who sits in the back and teaches those children. But why do you all call that fake bastard our legendary Ryu Yeon? The Black Orchid was angry because he couldn't believe that the leader of the Black Orchid class in the past would be sent back to the garden and do such nonsense work. He shouted angrily like a child and promised, "Must personally check." The luminescent light spread throughout the entire area, causing the enemy to be unable to resist. The suspect disappeared in an instant and they had no choice but to collect the Bloodflame single rain. About research. Time passed again. Master Ryu Yeon didn't teach much to Namgung Mae. What was on his mind was just the reversal of airflow and things related to internal force. Perhaps the master thought that was enough, so Namgung Mae was also very confident with the little knowledge on the most important day. Today is the day the male protagonist fights Murong Bo. The blade is sharp. The senior brother who wanted to cut off his faith in martial arts. As soon as he stepped into the competition, the other two teachers and students were already waiting very early. "It's surprising why you are here." Master Ryu Yeon and Namgung Il spoke up. "Of course they had to come because they are my disciples." Master used the head to turn a rock onto where he was standing and then crawled up to make an observation spot. He allowed it to begin and promised that he would do nothing but watch the clouds and wind. As a teaching assistant, a teacher, and the one who made a contract with his junior brother, Namgung Il himself would also be the one to start the duel. The rule is that when either side accepts defeat, the match will end and weapons will not be used. Murong Bo of the Murong family wants to challenge him. Namgung Mae stood on the opposite side, representing the Namgung family, accepting that challenge. Both of them's readiness was clearly seen on their faces and there was no need to buy more time. Namgung Il waved his hand to signal the start of each opponent's meaningful battle. What he showed in the tournament is not everything. He will certainly become more agile each time he removes each piece. Iron bracelet. Namgung Mae only knew that the object was a restrainer but didn't know how to fight. I thought the opponent would remove each one until the end of the match, but that was not the case. Dozens of bracelets fell. Going to the ground showed that Murong Bo would preemptively attack. The movement speed was pushed to its peak due to the restriction being removed. In the blink of an eye, Murong Bo was approaching to attack the opponent. Instinctively, Namgung Mae raised his fist to block, but it seemed a bit passive. With that reluctant defense, the male protagonist was pushed back a few feet away. Countless punches and dozens of punches to catch him. The pressure of the head made Namgung Mae instinctively cower and endure. Finally, due to too much pressure, the first punch hit him straight in the face, nearly blowing his two front teeth. Then followed by dozens of punches. Continuously, making him just stand still and take the beating. Could it be that he was just coming here to show off? The male lead shouted and then used the airflow. The river chief launched with his right hand, but Murong Bo calmly turned it on. Jumped up high. His foot landed on the ground and kicked him straight in the neck, causing Namgung Mae to stumble and fall to the ground. Even though the moves were not killer moves, if they hit him, they would reduce his strength. Attacking the weak physical strength and body is also the most important decision of Murong Bo. If it was the beginning, the fifth young master would probably have collapsed for a few days, but now it's different. At least he can withstand a number of strong attacks, but the difference also starts from here. Namgung Mae's problem is that he knows very few types of martial arts since he entered school. He has only read a few types. Basically because I was still focusing on my master's inner work and heart method. In less than 5 minutes, my clothes were already dirty and covered with mud, and blood was also flowing from the corner of my mouth, making the viewers not believe that today was the case. Where is the victory? As expected, the future head of the Murong family is more talented than anyone else, with abundant internal strength. If he had a sword, the end would be faster than this. Just like that, Mr. Murong is lucky. Continue to sell dozens of pounds of onion to the fifth young master. There will be no mercy because we are fellow students here. When Murong Bo wins, he will be considered the strongest among the students in the White Dojo and Namgung Mae. Then he had to pack up and go back to his hometown. Seeing his younger brother being punched but Namgung-il showed no mercy, he only asked Master Ryu Yeon who was watching but didn't realize the result yet. Probably not like that, that's not it. I think the boy's eyes still say that he still wants to fight. Is the fifth brother the one who gives up so easily? Why did the master pick his nose and ask about the thin long sword, making him confused? Up until now, I've beaten him to death, but he still stubbornly refused to give up. Master Ryu Yeon himself also experienced that when Namgung-mae asserted that he would change anything, at any cost to use the internal force in the field. Both were silent again to watch the next one-sided developments of the match. Namgung-il said Marang-bo was as fast as the wind and now he did the same. With the strength of internal strength, if there's a lot of power, it's not strange to hit a few powerful blows. On the contrary, on the opposite side, Namgung-mae only knows how to show his face and eat it all, and the small amount of internal force he just wants to save until he can beat it. In the end result was that he was gradually pushed to the shore and down to the field, fainting. Marang-bo just fought for a while and felt very tired, but he couldn't believe what was in front of him. Every time he punched the opponent and knocked him down. This person will never admit defeat. There must be a reason why Namgung-mae always tries to stand up like that. The more he looks at fellow student Marang-bo, the more he remembers his past. It's sad that every day he tries to erase it. In the past and now, Marang-bo is known as the talented little dragon of the Marang family. He is praised as the child who inherited his ancestors' martial arts talent. Marang is a fairy and always receives high expectations from his family. Unlike his older brother, Marang-ji only possesses mediocre talent that is far different from his older brother. Because he is placed on the comparison scale, Marang-ji always tries every day to catch up with big brother. One day in the past, Marang-bo really felt sorry for junior brother. Please stop quickly and let's go eat together. I still have a lot left. If you love less, you'll practice a little more. Just eat, drink and rest. Unlike the Namgung brothers, the Marang brothers have brotherly love as abundant as the river and the sea. If so, then we'll lie down. I'll wait here until I feel comfortable practicing. The story of the Marang brother is so strong that everyone almost admires him. However, it is because of this that the homeowner Marang-jang is itchy. He is an autocratic and hot-tempered man who only puts his own interests first. Only when Marang-bo does something wrong will he be beaten to death, regardless of the boss. Even though he's young, the training intensity is extremely high and intense. You think you have talent but you waste it. Is this a good thing? The sound of the rattan whip keeps hitting his body. Marang-bo held his head in silence, but only groaned that because his father had appreciated him too much, the homeowner scolded him for being scum. Dear father, every day I am trying very hard to change myself to become like those people. What do you expect? Before these rude words, Marang-jang couldn't even put a single word in his mind. Okay, I will personally correct that rotten thinking of yours. Jia Master Marang is known to never be satisfied. He always wants the family to become the strongest. All those expectations are aimed at the eldest son who is also the future head of the family. Marang-ji is also very familiar with the daily scene of watching big brother get beaten. When father leaves, he is always the one who brings red bandages to bandage and cure. I'm so used to this, so you don't have to worry. I can't do anything. I know it's like that, but actually Marang-bo is trying his best beyond his limits. Taking on such heavy responsibility is normal because I am the successor of the Marang family. In the future, I only feel grateful to my father because he never used a whip on me. From then on, it was the most important and unforgettable day in Marang-ji's life. He told himself to share his father's expectations and lighten the burden on his senior brother's small shoulders, but that was just one misfortune in a series of tragedies about to happen. Time peacefully passed and day by day the two brothers became closer and closer. Whenever the homeowner was absent, they would find a private place to hone their martial arts skills together to perfect themselves. As said before, Marang-bo is truly too talented to overwhelm everything his junior brother always strives for. While fighting, Marang-ji himself must secretly admire his senior brother. Both are evenly matched. They were the same age, only a year or two apart, but by this time Marang-bo had mastered how to create afterimages. It wasn't too difficult for the eldest son, Marong, to knock down and overwhelm his younger brother. This was not surprising, because tonight is like many other nights. I don't know how many times Marong Ji lies on the ground and accepts the outcome that he lost. It can be said that this is the joy of two brothers when they are comfortable. Do what you want. In the match there will be winners and losers, but deep down both of you will always be satisfied. You're so classy that you can create a few shadows, we still have a long way to go, can catch up. While Marong Bo was comforting, the second brother suddenly asked if the big brother had a dream. This is a far-fetched story, but Marong Bo still has quiet longing in his heart. Due to being confined to the house, the boy only wants to have time to travel around the world in the future. It's a coincidence and enviable that Marong Ji also has the same dream. Second young master Marong secretly hopes that one day he will be like his senior brother. He knows his place and life, this guy will forever be stuck with the label of a roadrunner. Marong Bo doesn't feel that way because their brotherhood is inherently stronger than ever. If we go out there to explore, let's follow it's because we are twins. Knowing that, no one wants to be like that, but with little talent, not to say weakness, how can Marong Ji dare to dream? I'm not as talented as you, that's why my father doesn't expect anything from me. Not only the two of us, but the whole family knows about this. To balance and make you happy, Marong Bo thought come up with a good plan. This is also the idea that will make the eldest son Marong regret until his death. Marong Ji then also agreed and the two planned to defraud the homeowner. As usual, the two of them would fight on average every month so that Marong Jang could test each child's ability. More than anyone else, he knew the results, but that night was the last night. The head of the Marong family will never see his eldest son win. Both brothers secretly planned for Marong Ji to overwhelm and gain the upper hand. With quick movements Marong Bo deliberately attacked first and his junior brother avoided it according to his calculations. With that childish way of thinking, it is not difficult to realize. Marong Bo took a punch and suddenly Marong Ji got his father's attention. With that, it wasn't enough for the homeowner's doubtful eyes to gain confidence. The wish to wander the river, the flash in Marong Bo's head always flashed. You have become stronger, my little brother, because he has not taken any theater and film classes. Marong Ji is taking on a pretty bad role. The homeowner knows it all, but for now, he needs to give in to give his eldest son a chance. Through the use of physical attacks, Marong Bo continues to channel his energy using pure spiritual magic. His energy increases, so his attacks, the boy's behavior became faster and more accurate. But then because it was too painful for the homeowner's eyes, he couldn't stand it. This pretend game, not to mention Marong Jang, but the guards in the house would see anyone who saw it. Realized. In the past, it only took 1 or 2 blows for Marong Ji to immediately collapse, so the homeowner came forward to stop the test. He forcefully pushed his second son away and glared at his successor. While the son was still bewildered and did not understand anything, he immediately used his palm to speak. The homeowner slapped the son a few times, but Marong Bo still did not know anything. Why? How dare you all dare to act out a childish play right in front of me? After listening, the boy understood that the plan had been discovered and now was the time to suffer. Don't think I don't know anything, Marong Jang used angry words to warn his son. From now on, if you dare to compromise, I will punish your junior brother instead of you. Marong Ji tried to explain and admit his mistake but was dismissed. This is not the place where you can speak up. Because I want to be recognized by my father, I asked him to show mercy. If you want to punish or scold me, just do it to me. Forgive him. At that time, the homeowner realized that it was all the weakness and cowardice of his second son. Of course, the punishment that Marong Ji received was the same as the times his big brother suffered. Not only that, the boy was also severely punished by the homeowner right in front of Marong Bo's eyes. How could he bear to see his little junior brother being brutally tortured by his biological father? Marong Bo screamed and immediately attacked the homeowner to free his younger brother. Anger was present in that young face, so Marong Jang was impressed. This was exactly what he wanted to do. Honing the eldest son into a cold-blooded person. Be furious to the peak and absolutely not show any mercy. Senior brother is no longer a senior brother in Marong Ji's eyes. The where has that gentle and kind person gone because the main reason is him. The determination to make his father recognize him has now become murderous. In front of Marang Bo is not the homeowner, he considered that person is the enemy that must be destroyed. If you are a Marang man, you must be like that in order to hope that the family will be at the top of all families in the future. Faced with the great strength of the family, Marang Bo does how can I resist? The path that little homeowner Marang has to go through is too uneven, with too many invisible and tangible obstacles. Marang Jang needs to do that because the important thing to him is only strength. If he has strength, then will become the ruler. Giving birth to this talented child is a blessing, but raising him to become a copy of himself is extremely difficult. Marang Jang accidentally got chance to make the wish in your heart come true. Even Marang Ji, although younger, understood the situation of the story. The plan the two brothers made together had collapsed. By his own hand I lost that kind brother without even realizing it. And also from his own eyes, Marang Ji knew that in addition to the most powerful demon in the family, a second demon in the Marang family had been born. And the next time was an extremely terrible time. Marang Ji and Marang Bo were famous for being close, but that bond was severed. They no longer saw each other much every day because there are so many reasons. Each person has their own sufferings that cannot be expressed. The dream of wandering around the Central Plains has disappeared. Even Marang himself Ji also doesn't understand why his big brother behaves like that. Their brotherly relationship has deteriorated significantly and they consider each other as enemies. Back to reality with each thought about senior brother Marang Bo putting everything into his fist. Namgung Mae can only endure the anger and regret that cannot be erased from his fellow disciples. Perhaps this is the motivation deep in Mr. Marang's heart when always wanted to be the strongest. On the opposite side, Mr. Namgung didn't know that the more he hit the opponent, the crazier he became. The hook punch from below made his vision change and he was unconscious. Backing away without mastering the center of gravity. From the solid foundation of the heavenly dragon sword along with that great obsession, the desire to win is burning brightly in Marang Ji's heart. Until now the battle is still in the same position. One way because he took up all of his internal energy from martial arts. After all those sufferings, Namgung Mae also had an endless desire to win. The reverse flow of air neutralized the two streams of internal energy he used. Using his fist to respond. Faced with the double dragon fist technique, Marang Ji's body suddenly transformed into two magical shadows. He left an afterimage at the position receiving the blow and the experimenter flew out. Look elsewhere for the weak point and fight back. Namgung Il, who was watching from the outside, had to exclaim in his heart how classy it was. Marang's technique is truly amazing, but my junior brother also has an equally reliable vision. The match drifted to the most exciting moments when Marang Bo used everything he had hidden from the beginning until now. Moving too fast, Namgung Mae's eyes could still see it but his limbs could not see it. How to defend? With a fist, many blood sprays followed, startling Namgung Mae. Marang Bo needs to take advantage of this moment to end the battle that was already won. Predestined. Maybe he thought so, but there was no way the other person would stand still and let him do whatever he wanted. Namgung Mae immediately applied his internal force to his arms, causing two streams of breath. Flows strongly outward. The best way to make the enemy unable to react in time is to destroy all the terrain and movement. When Marang Bo wanted to respond, he lost his balance and realized that this was one Pyo's frequently used skill. Very quickly this distraction caused him to lose the upper hand. Namgung Mae blinked and approached and locked his opponent by squeezing his wrist to strike. From the beginning until now, he has always been at the bottom door. Perhaps this is the time to repay what he has received. Because honed through many battles, his dantian is still stable now without any conflict. The true dragon's internal energy flows are also at peace with each other, so those things are a great source of strength. Large. A lot of internal energy is stored under the dantian and now all it takes is for the subject to command and it will all come out. Starting from the palm of his hand, the overwhelming power is transmitted straight into Marang Bo's body. It could not move or use energy due to the huge source of power pouring into it. This was the perfect balance between yin and yang. Master Ryu Yian stood up in surprise. Just needed to steal pure ice once with the Dragon Master, which the male protagonist can now use very fluently. In addition, the heavy physical exercises have helped that weak body to withstand the force. Chaotic force. Marang Bo has a very bad feeling if he keeps allowing the opponent to pressure him and stay within that inner force. He needs to escape before things get worse and he could lose. The ice pillar right under his feet shot up, causing Mr. Marang to also be sent flying, but it didn't stop there. The cold air spread in the air, cracking sounds resounded, freezing his body. The question since when did Namgung Mae reach this threshold is continuously in Marang Bo's mind. This attack is relatively complicated, taking away half of his internal strength, but Namgung Mae must also be satisfied because he has succeeded. Freely use pure ice as energy. That said, at master level, it will take a very long time. The ice wall is broken. The battle is temporarily balanced because the opponent needs to use his eyes to examine the opponent. In Marang Bo's eyes, Big Brother Marang Ji appears uncontrollable. This is something that is very difficult for him to control even though the time at the White Dojo was done very well. The images of the junior brother and Namgung Mae kept escaping and appearing. Sometimes it was one person, sometimes it was another person. This is so annoying about the terrible thing before just existing makes Marang Bo have to shake up that long, jagged hair. To end this situation, I will use all my strength to defeat you. Having said that, Marang Bo erased his name and now he will only live with the name of his late brother. He shot hard to approach and then used a kick straight to Namgung Mae's face. Unlike at first, the opponent seemed to have gotten used to the movements. That sudden movement. Not only that, but every time he attacks, whether punching or kicking, it still slows down a few beats. Just like that, Namgung Mae knows the situation in advance to find a solution to avoid it. Both of them temporarily took the initiative to step back because everyone's strength was clearly decreasing. The pure cold energy had spread throughout the male lead's body and also helped balance other internal forces. That incident helped restore strength in the face, even though punching each other until the evening was still very comfortable. The two did not say anything but immediately rushed at each other again to attack. This time no one fought. First or second, just at the same time. Maybe they were too tired to think and the result was no longer important. This was the 4th time Marang Bo hit the enemy, but this was the first time Namgung Mae did it easily. Pain appeared in every corner, blood spewed from his nose and mouth, but it didn't stop here. The male protagonist on the other side was also used to being beaten, so how could he stand losing? The two of them gave each other another shot to see who would punch harder and who would fall to the ground first. Lower the weight. Mind to maintain balance due to the force of the push. Namgung Mae twisted his body and threw out his fist. Marang Bo used the heirloom magic set to continue creating two unpredictable afterimages. He shouted and promised that he would as the one who ends the long battle right here. Saying what can be done in front of Namgung Mae is so magical that it's hard to believe. The literary style shows many shadows that gradually appear and disappear, gradually approaching the male protagonist. There were 3 Marang Bo and 3 punches. Not knowing which one would be real, he had to stop and observe at a dangerous moment. But with that agile technique, how could it happen? Could not avoid it all. With his natural instinct, Namgung Mae raised both of his hands to block, but in reality the attack was aimed at the bottom, causing him to eat the whole thing. 2 shots were quite painful, causing blood to unconsciously flow out softly at the corner of his mouth. Compared to the beginning, it was very strong, but it seemed that Marang Bo's strength had decreased significantly. And when the fist touched his body, he felt something strange. When he turned back to look and tried to do a few more shots, each cold fingertip turned out to be frozen. This surprised the big brother who was seriously watching. Namgung. The family uses yang energy as priority, but the 5th young master absolutely uses yin energy. Only the 2 masters of the dragon and snake class know this, so Ryu Yian picks his nose to hide his overly satisfied expression. The ice energy works quite well and is circulated promptly every time the subject is injured. It can be simply understood that energy is protecting Namgung Mae's body. The male protagonist understands the problem and fixes it. Should Nin use reverse flow to counterattack? Previously, we knew that this move is a great move that is always forbidden by the master, so we can consider it too dangerous. Marang Bo was stunned when looking at the opponent's two hands that were about to clasp together, and then the ground trembled. His feelings were becoming hot and cold, and the wind was blowing up smoke and dust. When using this move for the first time, the fairy Namgung Mae will run out of internal energy, but now he can control it easily. Realizing that his fellow disciples are about to attack at long range and calculating the results, Marang Bo quickly approaches. Wind and cloud step move, moving through the pressure being released with many afterimages to block it. Don't think I would let you use that technique without even defending yourself. When running to a certain distance, Marang Bo swung his fist and shot out violent punches to break the opponent's concentration. Thought this was just a simple match, but it gave Namgung Il a lot of mixed emotions, and Master Ryu Yeon was playing the role of a follower who was a 10-year fan of his disciple. Boom! Several attacks hit all of them right at the position where Namgung Mae was channeling his energy. When the layer of smoke and dust dissolved, his posture changed. Still very sturdy but looking a bit tired. The work of the ice iron is to create a protective layer for the subject, so the fist does not penetrate. The amount of air does not dissipate, and this is the time when the male protagonist unleashes the most classy reverse circulation skill. Learned it a few times. The thing is, it's too late. The wind and cloud step technique combined with the Dong Vu technique hastily knocked down the three kicks. Is this really a competition between young martial artists, if in comparison, everyone has to tip their hats in admiration? Pressure from above combined with abundant internal strength does not make Marang Bo let down his guard. On the contrary, below, Namgung Mae is confident with pure ice shield and internal energy flow in active position. Then a loud explosion rang out. The space was filled with the sound of earth and rocks falling like rain. The male protagonist lay in a corner because his internal energy was exhausted and there was no one left.